30 years have passed since the prologue. CH 2140. Chapter 21. 21-6. The status window opened on the first day of school. 5. There is a term called confirmation bias. It refers to the tendency to selectively choose information that aligns with one's opinions. So, once you start suspecting, it becomes unbearable. Enrique's situation was exactly like that now. That crazy guy looks dangerous. It had been 3 days. For 3 days, this guy had been lurking, chewing on information. When entering the assassination group, Enrique had taught his disciples patience. Whether it's raining or insects are buzzing, stand still and observe the target. It didn't mean that in this sense. Unlike himself, who was a vampire, this guy was human. Unlike her, who had no inherent hostility as long as she avoided sunlight or blessings. There were essential things in living for him. Enrique, in fact, was an elder with resistance to sunlight. Basic things like sleep, meals, and rest. Enrique squinted his eyes, observing Ivan, and let out a deep sigh. Taking care of someone his age, or rather, someone older. It's malicious even for a joke at this level. Hey, disciple. Ivan stood there like a statue without a response, to the extent that he couldn't even hear a voice from this distance. From the movement of his pupils, it seemed like he was practicing some kind of concentration technique. He's been at it for quite a while. Enrique shrugged and put his hands in his sleeves. Clang, tang. He fired the gun just as it was. A perfect skill with no momentum in his movement. A flawless shot aimed precisely at the back of the head. An unwavering trajectory. Ivan tilted his head to dodge and leapt off the tree with an axe in hand. Enrique. Yeah, buddy. Let's get out of here for now. Gunshots are heard. Who knows what troublesome things might follow. Let's head to your place. It's a bit tricky right now. I'm in a lot of trouble. Elise will cry again if she finds out. Damn it. Let's go, and we can check out your orphanage too. Enrique firmly grabbed Ivan's collar and pulled him along. Ivan glanced at her face and slid the axe into his hand. The master was a flashy woman, slightly eccentric, but not someone to make frivolous remarks. So, let's find out what the urgent matter is. Ivan smoothly slipped out of Enrique's grip and took the lead. It might be a bit dizzying. Yeah, let's go for now. A while later, Enrique set foot in Ivan's orphanage. Her first impression was confusion. Are you really raising an assassination squad? It's a misunderstanding. Really? Enrique looked around blankly. From very young ones to those about to graduate. Little ones strolling around. But there was no sound of footsteps. Even in her organization, such discipline was hard to find. What the hell has this kid been up to? Enrique let out a disappointed laugh. If you have an education schedule, share it with me. Our kids can't be raised like this. Provide a routine lifestyle and a diet considering nutritional balance. What crazy talk is this, you damn kid? Enrique chuckled and continued walking but stopped again. What's that? A demon, isn't it? Yes. Well. Do you know that if this gets exposed, we're all dead, you and me, here, everywhere? I know. Ivan shrugged. In the distance, Ipolos was instructing the children on something. One of the kids ran up, punched Ipolos in the side, and triumphantly ran away. It was a remarkable feat, meaning they successfully ambushed a retired colonel who had rolled on the battlefield for over 30 years. The child shouted hooray, and ran away again, disappearing from sight in an instant. Everyone deserves a chance to live like a human. Enrique narrowed his eyes as he listened to Ivan's words. Ironically, while the tropic revolved around embracing vampires, students were preparing for an impending attack. We're here. Ivan silently opened the door to the headmaster's office. The office, with its drawn curtains, was dimly lit. Enrique took a step forward but halted. Thin tripwires extended right in front of her, resembling spider webs caught in a single ray of sunlight filtering through the curtains. What is all this? Even in the absence of light, there was an ambience for vampires. It meant that blackout curtains couldn't conceal the indoor space. Tripwires could be dismissed as obsessive security measures, but this was different. Seriously, what kind of life have you been living? Ivan dismantled the tripwires without uttering a word. He touched the corners of the office, unraveling the traps hanging on each line, and adjusted the lighting in the corner. Snap! The magical lights illuminated with a blue glow. The room was in disarray. Dozens of stacks of documents, someone's profile meticulously written in neat handwriting, notes with names and a red thread connecting them. In the midst of the interconnected web, There were inevitably inserted memos. Reading them revealed ordinary conversations. Conversations that should not be ordinary. Someone observing and inferring tones, anticipated attitudes, and changes in nuances between the lines. A list of expected regional origins based on accents. Even when tracking international criminals under the Scarlet Alert of the Intelligence Command, such efforts might not be exerted. And this was against students. Alone, without sleep for days. Enrique's face grew increasingly rigid. This situation, this appearance, these actions, everything was familiar to her. This was a trace of some mental disorder, akin to a panic attack, perhaps even more prolonged. Occasionally observed among those who had spent a long time on the battlefield, a rare type, but as precarious as a time bomb. Even now, there were drug addicts among the war veterans wandering the streets of Parishenka in such a deteriorated state. Enrique took a deep breath. Ivan. Yes. Sit down. Ivan's face remained expressionless. Beneath that sparse beard, it seemed clear what kind of face he was making. As if it were a matter of course, he felt no sense of strangeness at all. When did you last sleep? About a week ago, it seems. The last time he had slept, he was having a nightmare between the sheets of paper. It was a truly dreadful feeling, and since then, he deliberately avoided sleep. It could be described as superhuman willpower. However, Enrique looked at him with a bitter expression. Tell me what's going on. Until recently, I thought you were trying to protect the kids when Mitri asked you to watch over them. It was only natural to think so, as he seemed to be chasing only the party members. And that was a grateful thing. It meant that even after retirement, he was genuinely concerned about the children to the point of taking action. But the traces here suggested otherwise. Who are you trying to catch? The terrorists from Jansk University? No. Tell me. Just be honest. By now, I should know. There's really nothing dirty about your words. Just from the beginning, disciple. Enrique tightly held Ivan's hand and looked into his eyes. For someone who had lived for over a century, there was as much persuasiveness as the weight of the years. Ivan, after meeting her earnest eyes, sighed. A grand confession followed. Suppose, just for the sake of argument, there is such a person. Someone who left the place they lived and the people they knew, dropped into a completely new world, leaving behind everything they were familiar with. So, for instance, it's as if someone stayed up all night, engrossed in a novel they loved, and fell asleep, only to find themselves dropped into the world of that novel in their dreams. No matter how hard they try, the dream doesn't end, and the world still feels like the story in the novel. Not wanting to die or wanting to go back. They try everything they can. Fortunately, they had the talent to adapt and live well. After experiencing everything up to the last page of the novel, this person might think, why doesn't it end? Maybe there are other conditions. If suicide is the most likely solution, they consider it and observe the situation for a few years. In the midst of this, someone pops up, probably a fellow outsider from the same hometown. Now, this person thinks, is this world truly nothing more than a world in a novel? Were all the experiences I've had merely the prologue of a novel? Could my name be on one page of the novel that person read? If it is, then, if that's the case, what will my final moments look like? Tragedy? Comedy? No. Before that, am I nothing more than a prelude to my life and me in a single line of history? Just a character frozen on the pages of a story yet to unfold. From noblemtl.com. Such thoughts, more and more disorganized, but with a gaze full of certainty. He continued, looking straight at his mentor, with as much kindness as possible. Enough to make even a pre-modern stickler understand. So, let's summarize. You're actually a possessed person. Yeah. And I recently confirmed that there's one more guy. Yeah. And I have to kill that guy. Yeah. Damn, disciple. That's a really logical conclusion. Enrique let out a deep sigh and splashed his face with dry water. She leaned against the sofa and gazed at the ceiling for a moment. Damn. There were even notes on the ceiling. It's curious how they were stuck up there. There's a lot I want to say, but I should apologize first. I thought you were chasing me to the Devil's Tower. Since they had spent so much time together, it seemed so natural for him to assume that she had also climbed the tower with him. It was Enrique's mistake. In fact, it was everyone's mistake. It was meaningless to justify not knowing this guy's condition. Leaving him as a disciple and neglecting him was no different. The Devil's Tower? Yeah. Strangely, we all thought we were in the same party, but when you think about it, we weren't. It wasn't something I bothered mentioning because I thought everyone knew, but now that I think about it, It wasn't the case. Enrique lifted his head after a brief pause. Max isn't a person from Tears. Does that mean he's of a different nationality? But, listen to me first. Maximilian. That guy is not from this world. Enrique looked directly into Ivan's eyes and said each word as if he were engraving them into his mind. You're not the first. And certainly not the last. Though it was convenient to refer to him as a possessed person following his words. More precisely, these were not possessed individuals but rather those who were drawn. So, when the world tilted a bit, they would pop up here and there, one or two at a time. It wasn't a common occurrence, but at least a couple would always emerge over a century. In a chaotic world, like a seasoning trying to add flavor, they would casually appear, commit something, and vanish. Enrique knew such individuals. He had even seen some in person. Maximilian. He was one of those individuals ordinarily yearning for his hometown but, impressively, heading towards the battlefield. And so, even the vampire herself followed in his footsteps. He was that kind of person, standing in front of everyone, smiling, making everyone follow. A hero, a warrior, a demon slayer, and just an ordinary man. A stranger who remained lonely until the end. Now, disappeared. Enrique remembered that man in that way. The brave stranger who drew his sword to protect a common girl who had picked him up in tears. A brave outsider. So, we don't say a hero is born. We say they appear. Chapter 22. 22-6. The status window opened on the first day of school. 6. Maximilian was a possessed individual. There were even more possessed individuals, they said, putting aside never having heard such a story before. What happened to them then? The hero disappeared. He sought refuge somewhere deep in the mountains of Tears, abandoning his wife and daughter. It was something no one could understand. However, Ivan seemed like he might understand. That was. Has he gone back? Ivan lowered his head with a pale face. Could he go back? Was the condition the demon's assassination? Then, what about my conditions? Crack exclamation mark. The vision suddenly became bright, and pain followed afterward. Ivan turned his gaze, feeling a numb cheek. Enrique was looking at him with sad eyes. Snap out of it. The story isn't over yet. Enrique. Yeah. You recognize me. Good. Enrique sighed deeply, burying himself in the sofa. This guy lacked sleep. No, he lacked rest. Now, he understood the reason. It wasn't a problem of war-induced mental illness. This guy was disoriented right now, recognizing this place as reality while simultaneously hoping it wasn't. Therefore, he couldn't take a break. During that long time, he must have been lonely, chewing on the loneliness of every night and suffering from the strangeness of each day. The possessed wanderers drawn from another world. Enrique found these people pitiable, especially the silent, twisted lunatic among them. She gazed directly at her disciple, slowly parting her lips. They all supposedly brought their own stories. Only very few remnants remain, but that was mostly the case. Some had tales, others legends or myths, some novels, sometimes even plays, depicting something different. They were all different? Yes. That's why everyone had their own story. There was no commonality about what stories drew them in. Yet, all of them felt they had fallen into the stories they admired. The catalyst or method for this happening remains unknown. What became of the possessed? This was the most significant question Ivan harbored. What fate awaited them? Some disappeared again, some died, others remained. And the hero, Maximilian? As you know, he went into hiding. Well, whether he returned since then, or there were other reasons, I don't know. There's no way to go ask. No way to meet. Ivan lowered his head in dizzying turmoil. Different stories for everyone, different endings for all. What was his ending? Forever preserved in this world? Is there no way back? He wants to believe death isn't the only conclusion. Thud. Enrique rapped the desk roughly. As Ivan looked up, she regarded him with mournful eyes. So, how do you see us? What? Merely supporting characters in your world of novels. Merely characters consumed by your pen. As you said, that's that can't be true. It wouldn't make sense, would it? In a world entwined with myriad stories, if there were 10,000 protagonists, should one protagonist view others as supporting roles? That's not the case. They're all protagonists of their own stories. Then, are your world and this world fundamentally different? Is yours reality, and this, just a fringe of stories? I am alive, breathing, hating the sunlight, loathing blessings, drinking blood, enjoying tea, just like you. Enrique, you think you might be someone's side character? Don't be ridiculous. You are the lead in your life, just as I am in mine. Her eyes blazed as if devouring Ivan. Quietly, he looked at her face. You wish you weren't a side character? Then, how do you perceive us? How did you perceive me, Ivan? Little Ivan, did you live thinking the revered king you admire is just a supporting character in a story? Did you secretly mock, do not mourn those who leave first, while holding contempt? No, I could never. Then live your story, conclude your story. The ending your tale meets isn't determined by fate or the world. That's something you must decide. At the end of each person's story lies their own conclusion. The direction leading to that ending isn't necessarily governed by a predetermined destiny. Even if the journey of a hero's party becomes a legend, the individuals within aren't heroes of a tale but merely ordinary people living and breathing even now. Enrique clasped Ivan's hand firmly, meeting his gaze with unwavering eyes. Do you want to go back to your homeland? Yes. Then don't wait for fate to conclude your story, apprentice. Turn the pages with your own hands, until the very end. To the conclusion. Is there something I can decide at that end? The choice to turn the pages lies solely with you. Just like everyone else, among all the people in this world and your world. Their warrior, Maximilian, always smiled, always took one more step forward while smiling. Recalling the time when hope was painfully scarce, Enrique quietly contemplated. He longed for his home, yearned for the loved ones and parents in his homeland. Whenever he heard about his comfortable life and the mystical civilization, Enrique felt a pang of yearning. A pitiable wanderer, a traveler of dimensions, a stranger. But the warrior smiled, because, in both worlds, ordinary was written with the same significance. Therefore, he wasn't a wanderer or a stranger but an ordinary person. Bearing countless burdens on his shoulders, he took one more step forward to achieve the obviousness he believed in, towards the darkest abyss of a continent where hope had vanished, one step at a time. Being a willing beacon for those who lacked the courage to move forward, one step. His courage lay within the obviousness and ordinariness he believed in. That's why he became a warrior, without any special favors, talents, or qualifications, persisting endlessly in the ordinariness he believed in. To those who deemed it extraordinary, he smiled, saying he was just a person doing what anyone else could do. If only I had met you a little earlier. If only I had listened more seriously to your story, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I'm sorry, apprentice. Enrique, rest a bit. Close your eyes. Rest? I can tell from your state, you couldn't find peace anywhere, couldn't properly fall asleep. At least for 4 years. It might have been longer than your life. There was no bedroom in this room. This lad merely dozed off on that desk or that sofa every time. What if the protagonist suddenly erased a supporting character from this world? What if the story concluded while I'm left incapable of doing anything? These trivial worries crossed my mind while I did nothing. Thinking of oneself as a supporting character in a theme that revolves around others, while arrogantly asserting that one should never be a supporting character. Yet, still believing firmly that they will never be the protagonist. If necessary, stand guard for me every night. Ivan didn't refuse. He was too exhausted. Kim Sun-woo closed his eyes quietly. Miscalculation. This world is neither a strategy simulation nor a grand RPG. Even if it could be someone else's story, it was not his own. A soldier in a strategy simulation, not a rearguard in a party of heroes. Ivan Petrovich, Kim Sun-woo's story, hadn't even unfolded its first chapter. 30 years had passed since the prologue. Now, the prelude of the story had concluded. The name of this story was not a genre but life. Perhaps it might be an academy story. Ivan chuckled as he reflected on his situation. He was no longer angered by that sentence. Too tired and weary to be angry. The comforting touch on his shoulder was warm. He felt relieved. At the age of 16, on a day that marked 2 years on the battlefield, Kim Sun-woo bit his lip as he rolled on the ground. His supplied sword had broken. Bullets were depleted, and the demons had finally breached the defensive line. When the sword broke, he rolled on the ground, lifting a spear. If the spearhead broke, he swung it down with the shield. Snatching an axe, wielding a great sword, he fought on. He had never thought he could fight like this. He was unexpectedly skilled in physical combat, and fatigue did not easily affect him. Of course, thanks to the adrenaline rushing fiercely now, he seemed to forget fatigue. Considering his athletic ability, he should have been exhausted and fallen by now. However, Ivan rolled on the ground, picked up the sword, lifted the spear, swung the axe, and pushed with the shield. How much time had passed like this? From NobleMTL.com. His body still moved. His vision remained clear. The only sounds he heard were his own breathing and the impending heartbeat, and he forgot the smell of blood except for the scent of his own. He simply blocked, pushed, and swung to survive. When silence finally came, Kim Sun-woo noticed the huge shadow that had covered him. "You fought well," a deep voice echoed from above. Turning his gaze, he saw armor, the armor of a Kraslov. Friendly forces. Kim Sun-woo lowered his shoulders and bowed his head. Judging by the horse, it seemed to be a high-ranking officer. Under the armor, probably a general. "What is your name?" "Ivan Petrovich, sir." "Age?" 16. "Occupation?" "Conscripted soldier." The man with his back to the sun remained faceless. The radiant sunlight cast a halo around him, dazzling to the eyes. "Turn around." He turned his back as per the commander's order, wondering if it meant to return to the headquarters. Countless corpses lay before his eyes, so many that the ground was barely visible. Demons and humans, indistinguishable, a multitude of lifeless bodies. As Kim Sun-woo furrowed his brow, a guiding voice reached him. "Lift your gaze. Look at those standing." Only then did others come into view. Not corpses but people. Survivors. Injured, barely standing with broken spears, shivering yet somehow alive. Originally, this campaign was destined for defeat. The situation demanded diverting our forces to other campaigns. "Report." A member behind him screamed at the commander's words. The robust man spoke mercilessly. "But they survived." "Ivan Petrovich, look at those you saved. Stand tall." "You saved them. The villages behind them, and the families and residents of those villages somewhere out there." The commander spoke and affectionately patted his head. A large hand it was. "So, stand tall, little Ivan." "I am not little." He surpassed the average height of this era. Even the commanding officer considered him an adult. "Your nickname, earned through battles at your age, was Great Ivan. Dare you be called by a name as grand as mine?" "Sir," the member shouted again. The large-handed man tapped Ivan's back once and climbed onto the platform. "Treat that kid and train him." "Do you want me to adopt him?" "I'd rather raise a lion in a zoo." "Just make space for him." "Won't you see him again if he reaches a position where he can stand alone?" He faced that man again after 5 years. 5 years later, he became a member of the Royal Guard. From then on, his name was Little Ivan. It was a very honorable title. Ivan didn't have a nightmare that day. Seeing Sun-woo after a long time, still as impressive as ever, allowed Ivan to fall into a deep slumber. Level quest, cancelled. Garden Keeper of Street Janska University. A stroke of luck halts your dice. You've survived. Objective: dispose of Ivan Petrovich. The Street Janska University Garden Keeper. Cancel dash. Optional objective: persuade Ivan Petrovich. Cancel dash. Optional objective: conceal information. Cancel dash. Additional objective: survival. Cancel dash. Failure penalty: death. Cancel dash. What on earth? Can someone explain this? Yevgeny, glaring at the blue-lit display, screamed in frustration. Naturally, the blasted status screen offered no response. Episode 6. The status screen appeared on the first day of school. Chapter 23. 23-7. The Saint and the Woodsman. 1. There's no garden at Street Janska University. It's been mentioned before, but it's vital enough to emphasize twice. Hence, even after wielding the prepared scissors from the administration, Ivan had nothing to do. But now committed to living life, resolved to at least give it his best shot, Ivan had no other choice. This is when he was wielding the scissors and felling a tree. "What were you staring at? You've made a mess worse than our house's trees." Huh? Enrique muttered from behind him. Ivan glanced briefly at the sky, then at the tree, before turning back to Enrique. "Not the right time?" "Surprised to see someone other than a sleepyhead?" "Seems like a lack of sleep." "Indeed." Ivan, a reasonably normal person who had never garnered unexpected affection from anyone above 70, tilted his head at Enrique's words. Enrique's eyebrows furrowed. She composed herself and spoke. "So, your position is the garden keeper?" "For now." "Indeed, it seems like something that would be good for mental health." "It's not a bad idea, but my prescription is a bit different." Elise probably thought of this bearded creature, in his 30s, as a leisurely activity to take care of both mental health and pocket money. But Enrique had a different idea. This guy needed practice in socializing with people. Not with an axe or a gun, strictly speaking, though that was included. Anyway, It was about ordinary human relationships. Come with me. I needed some help today. Huh? I decided to become a guest lecturer for the Night Studies department starting today. I was already an honorary professor, but I was so bored. A night? Unfortunately, there wasn't an assassin studies department. Of course, a university teaching such things is unnecessary in the world. This is why Enrique found himself standing in front of the lectern, eyeing the new students. Ep 7. The Saint and the Lumberjack. St. Jansk University is a highly modern and prestigious international university by today's standards. Whether it was the theology department, which seemed to have transported the entire cathedral, the magic studies department, mimicking the environment of the Kalian military, or the Night Studies department building resembling a sports complex, the new students were busy exploring everywhere. They looked like little chicks, thought Enrique with a smirk. In the neatly arranged gym with large rings and various training equipment, Enrique stood on the platform, slamming the lectern. Hello, little ones. A kind of preemptive strike, perhaps. The new students began to gaze at the unfamiliar professor before them. Mandatory for all Night Studies majors, understanding the basics of battlefield medicine. As an essential course for all new Night Studies students, this class must be important, but the professor, with her strange appearance, was quite unfamiliar. The students murmured as they recalled the list of professors. Enrique chuckled and puffed out his chest. I'm Enrique Saragivish. If my name sounds familiar, yes, it's that guy. Heroic Party. Eek. Shadowblade. Enrique chuckled amidst sporadic screams and cheers. Yes, this is it. This is what they call reputation. A name that even royalty dares not underestimate. With a playful smile, Enrique spoke. There's only one thing I can teach you this semester. Defeat. You're the ones who chose to pick up weapons and fight someday, and this class is the first gateway to prepare for that. A warrior wielding a sword cannot always win every battle. Defeat inevitably comes at some point, and in most cases, the defeat comes with death. Therefore, you must become accustomed to it. To defeat. Rather than mastering the techniques of combat, one must first learn how to be defeated. The method of defeat. The method of surviving even after defeat. And, if possible, the method of assessing the opponent's skills before being defeated. It's not difficult to teach each of you individually, but the class schedule is too tight. So, I will divide you according to your abilities. Even if everyone is a freshman, they cannot attend the same class. It's natural. You can't teach a guy who entered with chin-ups after passing the top entrance exam and getting the provisional number at the same level. The one who fights better has to take a more rigorous class. Therefore, we need divisions. Teaching over 50 people in 3 hours is too challenging from the beginning. Now, freshmen, it won't be a fair assessment if I fight each of you. It will all be over in one go anyway. Even with her arrogant words, no one dared to refute. The hero party, those who slaughtered the Demon King and the 7 Dragon Generals. In other words, the strongest individuals in the entire Allied Kingdom. So, I will conduct specialized training for you. Here is our assistant. Following Enrique's gesture, students shifted their gaze to see a giant standing behind the shadow, with clenched fists, blazing blue eyes, sharp features, a rugged expression, but covered in a dense beard that concealed his age. In addition, worn-out work clothes and a towel hanging around his neck. It was a hastily prepared gardener set from the administration. When a large question mark appeared over the students' heads, Enrique chuckled and said, "The assistant is the university's gardener. I invited him hastily this morning. Now, let me introduce you to this assistant." Ages 34. Most students were shocked to hear this. Occupation is a gardener. 2 students were shocked to hear this. No income. A pitiful beggar living on the country's welfare pension. Since Colonel Petrovich was officially declared dead, there was no way to receive military pension. He was running an orphanage with sponsorship to make a living. This assistant will assess your skills. I will grade you by watching how you fight, and when this class ends, we will conclude the divisions. I have a question. A student raised his hand. Dressed neatly in light sportswear with tidy features, he clearly looked like a noble's son. As Enrique nodded, the young man opened his mouth with a face full of derision. What if this poor gardener gets hurt too badly? What? Ah ha 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 ha. Enrique burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Well then, we should give him an award. Depending on the extent to which the assistant is injured, I'll give bonus points. Ah ha 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 ha. Unbelievable. Don't misunderstand. Students, I'm not doing this to watch someone die, but at least observe some courtesy, whether it's respect for seniors or those who have experienced more than you. If you want to live. Enrique finished with a smile. During that time, Ivan was eyeing the students. Him becoming a teaching assistant for the practical assessment wasn't all that surprising. After all, in this academy, the first class was an evaluation of skill, which is common sense. I don't understand why a skill assessment is the first class in a university course, but that's probably due to the backwardness of education in this pre-modern fantasy world. From noblemtl.com. Anyway, there were 4 notable ones to watch: Oscar, Isabel, Yuri, and that muscle brute sitting at the back. Esadiz's guard. Why is he sitting? Is it because he's a student, or does he have no shame? It's eerie having a 40-year-old muscle monster sitting among students half his age. That guy. His name was probably Maud Erickson. I remember encountering him during my service. He was one of King Inar's closest aides. He might have had some sense back then. Now, retired and lacking enough disciples, he's entering as a freshman. And that kid, Yuri Frank, top freshman in the night studies department, top scorer in swordsmanship evaluation and full scholarship recipient. His behavior is suspicious too. Whenever he looks at him, the kid hurriedly averts his gaze or starts sweating, displaying all sorts of awkward behavior. He even seemed shocked at the mention of a gardener. His eyes became sharper. Possessed. Otherwise, why would he, who appears entirely ordinary and harmless, be afraid of himself? 2 red underlines were drawn in Ivan's mind next to the name. All right, who wants to go first? As Enrique finished his verbose explanation, numerous students began glancing at each other. Understandable. Among students in their early 20s meeting for the first time, revealing oneself is quite awkward. It's not about lacking skill or fearing to embarrass oneself facing Ivan. It's just shyness. Ironically, Ivan silently scrutinized the students. Then, a student sitting at the back raised his hand. The 40-year-old muscle giant, Maud. We meet again, don't we? And no matter how I look at it, you seem like the guy I know. Maud grinned, shrugging his shoulders and bursting into hearty laughter. Come on up. Let's see the end. Oh, and if I win? With a single leap, Maud jumped onto the ring and said, shave my beard for me. Erickson, fighting. Isabel, watching Ivan nervously, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. It was the resounding betrayal of the children of the hero party. Chapter 24, 24-7. The Saint and the Lumberjack. 2. Ivan slowly stepped toward the ring. Step by step. It was an ordinary stride, but there was a captivating aspect to its silence. At first, the students' impressions were simple. These are guys who know how to set the mood. When Ivan took out his axe from the sheath, the students didn't think much of it. Well, he was a knight major. In most cases, students were trapped in the formula, all-purpose equals sword. In most cases, it's a valid statement. Swords are easy to use, versatile, and suitable for delicate techniques. However, the axe is straightforward. It's because of the weight concentrated in the axe head. Therefore, the attack direction of the axe always points in one direction. In other words, it means it's easy to read and interrupt the trajectory. So, most students look down on the axe. Enrique. Ivan stood still on the ring and spoke. It was a deep, resonant voice. Yeah? How far is it allowed? Don't kill. After all, we have a saint here, right? Patricia, the saint of the hero party, is currently serving as the head of the theology department at this university. That means a trauma specialist superior to healing potions is always on standby. Good. Ivan nodded his head. Erickson. Indeed, seeing you in this arena, it's clear. The face from back then remains unchanged. If I win, do community service. What? This guy is an intelligence agent of the Drolan Kingdom. On the surface, he's a freshman in the night department, and externally, he serves as the personal bodyguard of Esades. However, his essence means he can play the role of a spy planted by King Aina. In other words, he can join hands with the faction of princesses or crown princes at any time as an unofficial diplomat. He's a variable. Therefore, until Esadiz's actions are confirmed, it's necessary to keep him close. The easiest way is to keep him by your side all the time except for the time spent guarding Esadiz after school. Have the orphanage do the laundry for you. Volunteer work is good for character education. This is an undeniable truth. Taking care of orphans contributes greatly to the cultivation of character. Therefore, This droll and warrior Haskell will also have the opportunity to teach civilization. Nonsense. Come. Ivan raised his axe. Now, the two warriors, average age 40s, first-year university practical class, didn't need words. When the two first clashed, the freshmen were somewhat perplexed. What's going on? Why are they fighting so well? Quang. Then, when the two axes scattered sparks at each other, the freshmen were astonished. What? How can they move like that over there? Did anyone just see that? No one? Quadunk. Finally, when the strongest freshman, in his 40s, kneeled and gasped, the students could finally see the man standing tall, two eyes shining blue and an expressionless face moving so intensely without even a slight tremor, a calm and infinite breath. Petrovich. Indeed. Little Ivan. What on earth are you scheming here? Safety management. Ivan passed by the now mop-like Maud. Safety management. Another big question mark popped up in the students' minds. What on earth is the safety I've known so far? Next. Professor. The exam scope is too broad for today's first class. The young man who had scoffed at Ivan initially raised his hand and said. Enrique laughed slyly and nodded. The next order is set. Come on. We're short on time. Let's go quickly. Because no one wanted to get on the ring, the young man, who was dragged onto the ring with the help of friendly classmates, stepped back with cold sweat. Come. Ivan raised the axe. All right, if you stab the assistant once, I'll give you an A+ right away. How about it, huh? Or maybe it's a mood thing. One-on-one training with the current beauty instructor from the warrior party. Ivan didn't bother pointing out the error in Enrique's last sentence. He was a sensible person. Instead, he raised the axe. He was serious about training the recruits. Next, after clearing away the bodies, not really, no one stepped onto the ring. Hey, if you all give up like this, it's a group failure, huh? How about this? If you all get Fs and retake the class, next year's lessons will start like this too. It's better to be hit first in the selling process, right? Looking at the grinning Enrique, the students chewed on this with a sense of distance. All right, even if I can't be sure, at least there's no chance of dying. Success in just one attack guarantees a high grade. It's a 3-credit required major course that will undoubtedly have a significant impact on average grade management. And the night department is inherently strong in sportsmanship. Each of them grew up listening to the sounds of martial arts masters and swordsmanship geniuses in their own neighborhoods. Just once, even until they cleared 30 bodies. Not really, the freshmen did not give up. Next, and finally, Yuli's turn came. Yuri held the sword, trembling. She had never felt the blade so heavy during the time she held it, as the solid vitality surged over the ring. The wind blowing briskly, and the bloodstains sticking to the floor. Even when she took a courageous step forward, she would cower again when she looked at the man in front of her. There was something that came to mind every time she saw his shabby overalls and the worn-out towel around his neck. Yuri Frank. Yes, okay. Ivan looked silently into Yuli's eyes. His sharp gaze, as if stirring up her mind, penetrated her sight. Yuri's pupils shook violently from side to side. Her head became dizzy, and her grip on the sword kept loosening. Top of the night department. Yes. Yuri, Hig, Kim Yuri, Park Yuri, Choi Yuri. What? What are you talking about? I don't understand. In Krasilov, Yuri is a male name. Oh, is that so? I have reasons for that. Come. Ivan raised the axe. Let me hear your reasons slowly. No, number. I want to forfeit. Is that okay? I'll just forfeit. Before Yuri could put down her knife, Ivan lunged forward. Instinctively, she raised her sword, deflecting the axe blade, and forced herself to swallow the scream bursting out. It's closing in, like a snake. The axe blade seems ready to tear through her throat at any moment, riding the edge of the knife. Clang! It was an attack style she had seen until the previous students became sacrifices. Nevertheless, it was an assault that she could never get used to. Ivan's axe seemed to be on a different level. Not heavy with each swing. It was more intense than Maud Erickson. But it was fast. By the time you realized, it was already entwined in the sword defense. Proficient in using the axe. Not just swinging, but striking with the blade, using centrifugal force to reattach, chopping down, and then pushing diagonally right after. Carding. Utilizing the grooves of the axe head, he pulled the sword, twisted the handle, and pulled out the blade. If she missed the sword in that impact, it would be over. Ivan looked down at the kneeling Yuri and nodded. You fight well. Thank you, I'll keep watching. Next, Yuri descended under the ring with her weakened legs. Miraculously, there were no visible wounds on her body, but it only felt like the monster had spared her. From noblemtl.com, she looked at Ivan with a frightened face and closed her eyes. What's this, Kim, Park, Choi? What on earth? Ha, Korean? A Korean. Yuri was an illustrator. Her last job was an outsourcing project for an adult academy game called Hijak 3, escaping from the gardener who exploits students' weaknesses. A strict and incredibly severe type. The gardener, a middle-aged man with a towel around his neck and worn-out work clothes, was eyeing the female students greedily, misunderstanding. And she, now, was completely fed up with this damn world. Just after staying up all night and sending the first rough draft of the outsourced work, in a world where a bearded gardener with an axe, glaring fiercely, lustfully eyes the female students, misunderstanding. If caught, something incredibly incredible will happen. She shuddered, recalling how the students who had their weaknesses exploited ended up. The gardener was watching her. Even the classmates, fellow possessors in the same bind, might know, and through some means, the genre could change as a form of threat. She was the protagonist. Well, being an orphan and a full scholarship student with a genius in swordsmanship. How could a lifelong illustrator who only drew pictures end up like this? Of course, she was the protagonist. She wanted to go home. Isabel endured 3 hits, while Oscar endured 2. Looking at the rankings, Maud, Yuri, Isabel, Oscar, in that order. Considering Maud wasn't originally a student, let's say it was settled within the limits he had in mind. His eyes hadn't gotten used to it yet. Thinking so, Ivan nodded satisfactorily. Are you smiling now? Misunderstanding. It looked like you were smiling. I'm naturally a smiling person. Crazy idiot. At the sound coming from the front, Ivan had to control his expression again. Next to him was Enrique, holding his hands up. Enrique was trying to suppress laughter, holding back hiccups. Ivan, being a sensible person, didn't react to the antics of the old teacher. While Yuli was scared, at that moment, Ivan and Enrique were being scolded by the saint. The price was putting 50 patients in the department head's office. Chapter 25. 25-7. The Saint and the Woodcutter. 3. The department head's office is not the health office. The saint made a strange sound. Ivan tilted his head. In a place that claims to be a health office, they usually treat trauma with healing potions or, at most, a recently ordained priest might offer a healing touch. Does this mean that students have to experience such a dreadful thing in a place where there are saints? The saint, observing Ivan's expression, pounded her chest and vented her frustration. Despite Ivan's stoic demeanor amid the intense outburst, he didn't bother to avert his gaze. The saint was a religious figure, after all. No, I have my own responsibilities too. Do you know how busy I am? I just took office this year. There hasn't even been a proper handover of duties. Freshmen, undergraduates, professors, all of them come in and chatter incessantly. The course curriculum isn't even established. Why is the university like this? Watching the saint lament the primitive pre-modern educational system, Ivan and Enrique simultaneously nodded in agreement. There were no words to offer, but agreement was necessary for now. Ivan turned away from the pitiful religious figure bemoaning her situation. The department office had a solemn charm. Whether it was the preference of the previous department head before the saint's inauguration, or the saint's own taste, it was impossible to tell, but there were indeed a lot of plants. Am I into plants? Ivan, not particularly knowledgeable about plants, passed the time by gently stroking the elegant leaves of a stylish plant cascading over a pot. He was a gardener. Tuk-tung. The leaf of a begonia snapped, making a crisp sound. It broke more cheerfully because it happened to be the thickest and the most splendid stem. Ivan's expression remained unchanged as he turned his gaze. Fortunately, the saint seemed oblivious to it. She was ranting to Enrique about the classes, apparently not noticing. It felt like a scene from that avant-garde film, A Brave New World. He turned the flower pot expressionlessly. The pot silently changed direction, hiding the broken leaf. No, really, I get that it's tough, Patty. I understand. So could you dim the light a bit? It's my fault anyway. Would you rather take this opportunity to enlighten yourself? I'm always waiting for you with an open mind, Enrique. That's not enlightenment, It's more like a divine punishment. The saint is the person closest to heaven in this world, excluding the Pope, that is. Meaning, the sanctity that burst forth in real time according to her emotions was currently crushing Enrique. It might be a misconception, but to Ivan, Enrique's stature seemed to have shrunk a bit. Enrique cautiously spoke with a passive posture. Well, right. Oh, by the way, Patty, there's something. Don't be surprised and come in. I forgot to mention it before. Yes, please tell me something less surprising than 50 critically ill freshmen. Since Enrique was used to such antics, the saint gracefully lifted the teacup with a warm touch. She had been quite passionate, and her throat was parched. Enrique chuckled and opened his mouth. This guy was actually dragged here. Yes, I thought since the orphanage director suddenly became a gardener, I should go see Elise. What is a retired person doing? No, this fool. He was dragged, like Max, from a different world. Huh? Spitting out the tea in a fit of coughing, the saint wiped away her tears. After a brief bout of coughing, she barely managed to compose herself. Why are you telling me this now? He thought he was the only one, that he received counseling somewhere. In this world. The saint looked at Ivan and swallowed hard for a moment. She spoke with a trembling voice. How lonely must you have been? Growing a beard in shock. Kirill's brother's number. It's not for that reason. It's okay. Everything is okay. The saint trapped Ivan's hand warmly, wearing a compassionate smile. A sacred energy subtly spread out, flowing through Ivan's veins. It was warm. Even as Enrique stood up to leave the room, the saint continued to smile warmly at Ivan. It's okay, brother. You're not strange. There were many like you, and there will be more in the future. Oh, Lord, guide this poor lamb. I find this situation strange and awkward now. It's understandable. It's quite understandable. Even the hero felt the same way. She remembered the day when he retired and started running an orphanage, and tears welled up. Despite the horrific war he endured from a young age, this pitiful young man had grown up with a kind heart, caring for unfortunate children. Perhaps that was the presence of a higher power. The saint gladly supported Ivan's retirement and sent a substantial amount of sponsorship money every year. She even named the orphanage herself. Moreover, look at Ivan's current state. Orphanages are generally poor, partly due to sponsorship issues, but also because of unscrupulous directors trying to profit from the orphans. In this world, incidents of directors receiving substantial sponsorships and then selling the raised orphans in dark alleys were reported several times a year. But this man, he wore dirty work clothes, wiped sweat with a towel, and worked hard to earn income. Clearly, it wasn't just to raise the children more comfortably. Oh, and he claimed to be from another world? Yet he was taking in orphans of this world, aliens with no connection to him whatsoever. How extraordinary. Tears welled up in the saint's eyes. Kirill's brothers. I'd prefer you not to call me by the name. I like your baptismal name, brother. I was too young to decide that. Ivan withdrew his hand, giving a playful look to Enrique. The saint instinctively made the sign of the cross and placed her hand on her chest. I thought brother was a noble knight with no flaws. HMPH. Enrique heard Sarah's voice, and his heart throbbed. Well, considering how adamantly the brothers rejected those people. There were circumstances. Yes, it was against the rules for the royal guards to become intimately involved with nobles or influential individuals privately. Back when he had gained fame as the lesser half, a time when his stock had risen steeply in the marriage market, he happened to be a royal guard. His goal was earthly return, so how could he indulge in the play of romance? His feelings hadn't changed much even now. If there was any change, it was perhaps that he was no longer the sought-after commodity. Is it because of the vow? If you, the faithful brother, made a vow during the baptism, it must have been about purity. The vows taken during baptism, piety, purity, and clarity of the gospel. Ivan's demeanor was truly pious, having remained pure without any scandals for over 30 years, and he had forsaken both honor and position to return to a life of asceticism. A truly clear path. A fidelity depicted like a painting. The saint nodded. Don't become a priest. Truly, it's impossible for you to marry. But if you continued to live so virtuously, perhaps the Lord might have a plan for you in the future. You are a person nurtured by His love, and human love is the greatest blessing under the heavens. I must visit the orphanage of the brothers today. Since it's already the end of working hours, why don't you come along? You haven't finished your work. The only one higher than me in this school is the principal, and the only one higher than me under this sky is the Lord himself. Enrique. Wow. Enrique quietly agreed. The saint was uncomfortable. Ivan once again realized this obvious fact. There were many reasons. The saint, perhaps due to her early experiences on the battlefield, was excessively emotional, excessively devout to the point of seriousness, and even when dressed in modest attire, she sometimes had to manage her gaze. Of course, Ivan, being a sensible person, did not pay attention to the priest's body. Of course, the most significant reason was that she was a major patron of the orphanage, rivaling Elizabeth. There could be no equal relationship with someone holding the purse strings. According to this argument, Ivan always maintained a proper distance from the patrons of the orphanage. Oh, Lord, please witness this beautiful sight. The saint sobbed as she walked from the entrance of the orphanage. Naturally, the children gathered around her, excited and lively. With vibrant expressions and chubby cheeks, there was no sign of poverty anywhere. Ivan was the only one in this orphanage who appeared impoverished. The facility was excellent, and every door opened smoothly with well-oiled hinges. At the end of corridors and corners of furniture, soft sponges were delicately placed. Such meticulousness! The saint sniffled back tears as she gazed at a large scribble etched into a corner of the orphanage building. The playful doodle, drawn by some mischievous student, depicted a bearded giant frowning while sharing gifts. With the children's affection vividly felt, the saint finally leaned against the wall, pressing her teary eyes. You've already become a good father. Oh, come on. Originally, the finest thing is the relationship born from the heart. Kirilk brother. It's too dazzling for me. Oh, Lord. You're trying to make me laugh to death, aren't you, disciple? I'm starting to feel burdened now. Can I go first? No, you can't. Enrique grimaced, clutching his forehead in anguish. From noblemtl.com. Chapter 26. 26-7. The Saint and the Woodcutter. 4. After causing quite a disturbance, the wealthy foreign sponsor, who seemed suspiciously rich, finally moved on to the main topic after hearing that Ivan didn't have a bedroom. The saint calmly listened to Ivan's story, mostly narrated by Enrique. She took a sip of tea. At least one possessed within the university, perhaps 3 at most. That's odd, huh? Enrique, have you never heard? They say people pulled in only appear once or twice a century. Oh, really? How many are there right now? The saint placed her teacup down and folded her hands calmly. Her eyes had now grown as profound as those of a high-ranking priest. Maximilian, the devil, and Ivan. That's 3. There might be more elsewhere, but as far as I know, aside from them, maybe just one more person, or at most 2. Huh? That was over 20 years ago. The time when the devil appeared, when Maximilian appeared, and when Ivan appeared. That was around 20 years ago. Not even a century, let alone a generation, had passed. The stories of the devil and Maximilian have concluded. I don't know what the outcome will be for Kirilk brothers' story, but it's probably not far off. But what if different people emerge here again? Huh? What's the problem with that? It's not ordinary. I was the scribe for Maximilian, who was the drawn one. Therefore, I know all the ancient records of the cathedral about the drawn ones. A century has passed. When they appear, they always make a mark somewhere, each creating their own narrative, passionately. After concluding the stories of that era and vanishing, time passes, and others are drawn, turning a new page. So, this is the era when the Demon King has died, and all nations are quiet. Why would a new incarnate appear, even though, since the war with the Demon King, only a few nations with intact military strength, and minor conflicts related to colonial expansion, are on the verge of danger? It's still too early. The world is too desolate to face another war. No country has the resources to engage in a full-scale battle. Even if the Demon King were to reappear, would it be a problem? Most adventurer parties are still intact, and nations have already prepared to restrain powerful individuals. Besides, the demons have been scattered as a race, either enslaved or driven out of the world. Only remnants remain in distant lands. They no longer have the strength to continue the war. How many are suspected? 3. The nationalities? 2 from Gracelov and 1 from Kalyan. 1 elf and 2 humans. The saint clenched her fist and fell into thought for a moment. Were all 3 students? Yes. Nothing has been verified yet? No. Then we should verify. The saint nodded more willingly than expected. Since there had never been a smooth case when the word verification came out of the mouth of a believer, Ivan wondered if she intended to conduct an inquisition among those suspected, truly select the drawn one. Find out what stories these children were drawn into. After that, we can learn what stories remain in our era, right? After the stories of the Demon King and Maximilian have ended, what stories could the incarnates achieve in this world? What stories led them? Connect those threads to prepare for the future. That was the plan of the saint. Of course, this world is not like a plot from a game or novel. Whatever stories they experienced in a different world, imaginary creations cannot influence the flow of this world. But people are different. Characters influenced by that story are different. What sentiments the incarnate harbored, what plans the incarnate intends to carry out, at least that would undoubtedly have an impact on this world. Just like the Demon King, the hero, and the numerous incarnates before them, the incarnate will inevitably create events, turmoil, and history. The saint nodded and buried herself in the sofa. After taking another sip of tea, she suddenly threw this question. So, Kirilt's brothers, what was your story? I don't know. What? Well, no matter how long it's been. Did you ever have a compelling sense of purpose, or feel a sense of destiny, or something like that in your story? There must have been at least one. Most reincarnators usually have something like that. Ivan, hesitating in response to the saint's question, opened his mouth heavily. There were too many. Too many. Kim Sun-woo left malicious comments on a total of 8 games, 11 webtoons, and around 30 web novels during his lifetime. Regardless of the genre, just if he liked it. Ivan explained it carefully. There's a myth in our world that says, if you blame the author, you can be reincarnated. So, the stubborn Kim Sun-woo criticized all kinds of works according to that myth. Like Thanksgiving Punch with 5,700 characters. After hearing his calm retrospective, Enrique avoided eye contact, and the saint lost her words for a moment. Repent, brother. The saint firmly held Ivan's hand and infused divine power into him. It was warm, enough to make a corner of his heart sting. March, the season when flowers bloom and the spring breeze tickles the chest. Eugene, was sweeping his black hair aside while reading the Bible. The damn Bible study time was approaching. A theology department and a main hall built to mimic the cathedral. Sitting on a bench under the green trees and reading a book was a picturesque scene in itself. Eugene, who threw the sparks of corruption into the hearts of many prospective nuns, suddenly stopped his hand when he saw a shining notification in the corner of his vision. Huh? Warning, warning, warning. What is this? What's suddenly happening again? Don't mess around. He reflexively crouched, looking around. No one was there. Again. This damn status window was muttering to itself, not explaining anything. As he was thinking about it, the warning message popped up. This time, surprisingly, it started situation explanation. What the? Warning. Survival instinct level 3. Stand up and walk forward right now. Don't look back. Act naturally. Even if someone calls you, regardless of what it was, he had to get out of there. The status window, though unfriendly to the point of being practically useless, at least didn't lie. This time, it seemed to be a Neapolitan ghost story. He stood up, clutching his forehead, and started walking naturally. Surely the work he possessed was Northern Grand Duke Sword Genius Scoundrel, a title reminiscent of the Holy Roman Empire. Not the Northern Grand Duke, not a sword genius, and certainly not a scoundrel. He bit his lip in frustration. This was more like SCP. Or whatever, closer to a cosmic horror universe. At least this damn status window. No, the effing status window. From now on, your name is effing status window. Eugene ground his teeth, trying to maintain composure. Calmly, with a serene face, he concealed his trembling hands in his sleeves and stepped forward. Eugene. Yeah? Naturally, effortlessly. Eugene, murmuring to himself, suddenly turned his head at the sound of his name being called from behind. At least, he had to maintain the reputation of an academy work. A warm and sincere smile. Indeed, I guessed right. You're Eugene. China, Japan, Korea. Where are you from? Exclamation mark. Behind a tree, a murderous Santa Claus was watching him. Eugene, flashing a warning window like crazy, slowly and cautiously turned his head as if trying not to attract attention. Yeah. Ah, the weather is really nice. Not because he called, just as if he was stretching. He kept glancing to see if there were any other warning messages, If the damn status window was trying another descriptive trick. Thud. A strong hand rested on Eugene's shoulder. Ivan looked into his eyes thoughtfully. The gaze handling was awkward. It wasn't just a reaction of surprise or fear. Clearly, it was a gaze conscious of something. Of course, there was nothing in the direction the kid was looking. Then the most reasonable inference is that there is something only this guy can see. What do you see? He didn't know if there were any perks for possessors. At least, he had never received such a thing. Did Maximilian also have some special talent? That couldn't be known. However, if that's the case, if there is something special about the possessor, based on Kim Sun-woo's common sense, it is possible to make some reasonable inferences. Status window, attribute window, or something similar. It's that thing that often appears in early game possession stories. A private, convenient blue display augmented reality screen visible only to oneself. What he had been hoping for might be visible through the eyes of this little one. On the other hand, as soon as Ivan spoke, Eugene thought reflexively. The monster in front of him is definitely a different possessor. Probably of Korean origin. Damn it, a double protagonist. That's a shortcut to failure. Isn't it too old school? Eugene tried to appear as ordinary as possible. If it's another possessor who has lived in this world longer than I have, is the likelihood of being friendly higher, or is the likelihood of being hostile higher? At least this guy, upon recognizing him, had a history of throwing a stone full of malice. That means he is a preemptive monster. Eugene's head spun. He recalled the first quest: assassinate Ivan Petrovich, or conceal information, or persuade. Failure means death. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I intend to find out from now on. If you keep doing this, the department head won't stay still. It's a matter sanctioned by Saint Patricia. With the sound of the once scarce faith shattering into pieces, Eugene was led away by Ivan. Warning cancelled. Survival instinct LV.3. Stand up and walk forward immediately. Cancelled. Do not look back. Cancelled. Act naturally. Cancelled. Do not answer if someone calls you. He is not an ally. Cancelled. Leave with the gardener. Do not resist. He is your ally. Usually, when such phrases appear in Neapolitan ghost stories, it means you won't survive, right? Eugene stared blankly at the status window, thinking. From noblemtl.com. It was a pleasant March with a warm spring breeze. Gazing down at the peaceful landscape of the correctional facility, the saint quietly drew her sword. The possessed. A possessor who had suffered alone for 30 years. Unaware of her own story, lost in her goals. A possessor who vanished as a supporting character in someone else's story. She prayed as she watched Ivan's departing figure. For the rough lumberjack to find a purpose in life now. So that, in the end, even a handful of happiness would remain in his hands. The student needed for the special class schedule. Was it Oswald, a first-year student in the Department of Magic? Yes, that was the name. Is there a problem? Well, there's nothing to call a problem. The child himself is a very diligent and talented student, but the head of the Department of Magic gave a strange expression and glanced at the saint. He was an elf from the Kalian military territory. Until just before the start of the semester, he was a renowned magician active in Kalian. Elves are scarce in population. Compared to humans, they are significantly lacking. Therefore, most descendants of noble families know each other very well. He was no exception. If the student mentioned by the saint was studying abroad in Manlitu and was even considered a likely candidate for the Kalian military territory, then he must be from a prominent family. Therefore, he could easily recall the personal details of the student mentioned by the saint. Oswald Eastbelpen, the son of a prestigious Kalian magical family, a prominent figure and the current son of the clandestine council. Diligent, intelligent, thoughtful, and talented, a young noble. Although there were a few minor issues, it meant a promising young man. The minor issues here were: he's a bit eccentric. Eccentric, you say? He was engaged to the daughter of the clandestine council's chief, but they broke it off not long ago. But, how to explain this? Head of the Department of Magic, Ernbert wiped his sweat and sighed. Elves are nearly flawless in most cases, but the jealous god left them with one flaw. Their flaw is obsession. It's not arrogance, for elves, it's natural. Obsession with success, obsession with honor, obsession with knowledge. The types are diverse, but in this case, Evelyn Rustpits, the daughter of the clandestine council chief, was obsessively attached to Oswald to an extent that was strange. The genius sorcerer obsessed by the villain's daughter was the worst novel of my life. Damn it. Seriously, it was a curse. I even dropped it after 30 episodes and didn't leave any negative comments or criticism. I just cleanly withdrew. The author probably doesn't even know me, the reader. But why? Oswald ignored the sharp gaze he felt on the back of his head and looked up at the sky. Life. Damn it. Ep 7. The Saint and the Woodcutter. Chapter 27, 27-8. Night of Stargazing. 1. There's a saying that if something strange happens in world history, it somehow connects to England. Kim Sun-woo, being more dedicated to studying internet memes than world history, knew this meme even though he didn't exactly know why. From Ivan's perspective, he knew a similar meme widely spread in this pre-modern world. When something strange happened in the original world's history, capturing an elf on camera would roughly do the trick. Elves, by nature, were filled with a sense of chosenness, arrogance, strong self-esteem, and considered racial discrimination common sense. The only reason these elves could be affiliated with the United Kingdom was that, from their perspective, demons were more detestable than humans. Dwarves, unfortunately, being a race without prejudice, lent their hands to demons. There's a theory in academia that humans might be evolved monkeys. In most cases, they're not much different from monkeys. But at least humans show some degree of intellectual prowess. Don't think too negatively. Take it as a compliment. No. Did a human just reply? Oh, how the world turns. Magic. Calling the earth play done with magic power by such an exaggerated name. Humans, your race is too young for wielding magic, isn't it? The above remarks were words spoken directly by Bilgrin, who was praised as the most excellent in character among the elves, to Ivan. Ivan still vividly remembered that moment. While all members of the hero party were mad, Bilgrin belonged to the category of very high-quality madness. Even more surprising, Bilgrin was, in fact, devoid of any malice. In other words, those words were just a natural expression of his perspective. Even now, at this moment when the already scarce population is breaking into pieces again due to the war with demons, and to preserve the nation, it's necessary to open the gates. Elves are inherently contradictory in character. A volunteer club? Yes. Me? Why? The saint of the hero party and the thief, namely the head of the theology department and the professor of knightly studies, and even the head of the magic department had given their approval. It wasn't compulsory, but at least, seeing their faces, it was possible to persuade them to spare some time. Instead, Ivan caressed the handle of his axe, contemplating. After all, it was a historically acknowledged truth, even by the demon lord himself, that killing elves is faster than convincing them. Brother, I'll take care of it. At that moment, a young man standing next to Ivan exclaimed eagerly. This is the story of the sudden appearance of a younger brother for him. Ep. 8 Starry Night. I'm Korean. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if you were Korean too, teacher? People from the same country get along well, right? What do you think, teacher? Do we have a reason to blush at each other? Do you know? Even in the Bible, it is written that there are no problems in the world that cannot be solved with words. The possessor, kidnapped from the theology department, said this as soon as he came to his senses. Ivan was somewhat taken aback. Not only did he reveal his identity too easily, but he was also more talkative than Ivan had expected. Your name is Ivan Petrovich, right? Oh, even your name is cool. Yevgeny. How about it? From the perspective of a Korean, the pronunciation is difficult and annoying to remember. Well, really, I only know about Russia up to Stalin, but why did I suddenly end up in a world like this? Oh, by the way, you are from the post-Stalin era, right? Actually, the Soviet Union collapsed. He poured out these words without being asked. Ivan, while stroking his chin, suddenly stopped listening to Eugene's monologue. How did you know that I'm Korean? Oh, why? You were deducing from the status window, right? Actually, the concept of a status window is only found in Northeast Asia. Character sheets in a novel text are mostly seen in Korean web novels and Japanese light novels. It's still a somewhat unfamiliar concept in other foreign countries, you know? These days, little by little, though. And because only Korea and the English-speaking world accurately pronounce the name Yevgeny. So, I took a guess. He. Although the three Northeast Asian countries are all part of the Chinese cultural sphere, their pronunciation methods differ. Japan has long vowels, and China has tones. Pronouncing Yevgeny with short vowels is a Korean name. It means he deduced this during the time he was being dragged here. Should I call it survival instinct, or was it the help of the status window? Even considering those things, this guy is more competent than I thought. Ivan nodded. Yeah, you saw the status window? Yes, of course. Can't you see it, teacher? Oh, right in front of my eyes. Until it came out, I thought my life was over. But there's nothing given, nothing gained, just suddenly giving me a quest and cancelling it. This is not a status window, it's a SHT window. Is yours the same, teacher? I don't have one. Oh, my goodness, I envy you, teacher. You might not believe it when I say this, but in the 4 years I've been here, the status window has never been helpful at all. If I want to do something, it just keeps warning. Eugene was more talkative than he was competent. Oh, by the way, how many years have you been here, teacher? 30 years. Wow. At Ivan's words, Eugene closed his mouth with a sip. Without a status window for 30 years? No, with that period, it's even before the Demon War era. By any chance, when did you come from Korea? It was 2021. Oh, I was 22. Goodness. Is it possible that the 1-year difference in our hometown translates to a 30-year difference here? If that's the case, it's been 4 years since I came here. It feels like just a few months have passed. It's hard to think that way. Among the stories of distant reincarnators that he had heard from the saint, there were things that could only be considered as modern customs. It's difficult to believe that the time on Earth and in this world necessarily corresponds. Perhaps someone from the future has reincarnated into a more distant past than themselves. What criteria could there be? What conditions existed for reincarnation? Oh, by the way, teacher, what were you doing before you came here? I thought there might be some commonality between us. I was a college student. Oh, I was a working professional. Well, looks like I'm your younger brother. Can I call you Hyung? Ivan closed his mouth and looked at the madman in front of him. Eugene, who had been talking animatedly, felt Ivan's gaze and flinched. He quickly continued speaking. But age isn't really important, right? Considering the time you've lived, teacher, you must be at least over 50 now. If 20 years on Earth and 30 years here, right? Ivan pondered for a moment. He had never deeply thought about his own age. But somehow, that seems plausible. Well, then, can I call you Hyung? Damn. Eugene sighed in frustration at the awkward silence. Why did I say that? Have I gone crazy? Ivan looked at Eugene, thinking, this guy, he's kind of interesting, isn't he? Talented in swordsmanship to the point of using aura detection, going through a regular theological course, having a status window, and being good with words. He could be useful, at least more than Dmitri. Well, if it doesn't work, there's nothing we can do. If you're okay with it, can we go with teacher? If that's more comfortable for you. It doesn't matter. Yes, teacher. Ivan nodded at Eugene, who was grinning like a loyal follower. Let's do something together. At that moment, when he had analyzed the profiles of all the students at St. Jansk University, 3 individuals were suspected as potential possessors: Eugene, Yuri, and an elf named Oswald. While only one of them might be the possessor, the rest could just be unfortunate residents of this parallel world who accidentally ended up on the dragon's path. But certainty in anything was preferable. As long as it was the chosen one sanctioned by the saint, there should be no issues. Gathering all possible possessors, sifting through them afterward, and analyzing their commonalities, if any. What's my story? What story remains in this world? There might be some discernible common thread at least. Conditions of possession, shared traits of being possessed, and the existence or absence of an ending. In essence, for an experiment, a broad control group was necessary to ensure meaningful results. Yes, sir. Leave it to me. Isabel, Yuri, and Esides had been having meals together regularly since the start of classes. This was a result of several intertwined relationships. First, Isabel. She instinctively cared about the perception of those around her, a skill acquired after a long life in the royal court. She could perceive the pretense of others. From noblemtl.com. Being the daughter of a renowned warrior made everyone approaching her aware of her background, something Isabel despised, resulting in voluntary isolation. Esides, on the other hand, had a slightly different situation. As recalled, She attended university with her uncle. Being too delicate and gentle for the eager freshman due to her muscular uncle's protective nature, Esitas unintentionally became an outcast. Yuri, needless to say, was in a league of her own. An orphan, and even in an era of improved opportunities, those who could afford university tuition were mostly nobles. Coming from war orphanage routes with skills far surpassing nobility, she inherently challenged their pride. Consequently, she too became an outcast. Thus, these three outsiders were nurturing each other's wounds while scripting their own teenage drama. "Hey, sir." Isabel set down her sandwich and enthusiastically waved at someone. While Yuri was sharing a sandwich, she suddenly turned her head and dropped it as she noticed a gardener, wearing a cloth around his neck, walking straight towards her. The midday sun has arrived, accompanied by a young nobleman smirking beside him. Chapter 28. 28-8. Counting the stars. 2. Eugene was determined. He constantly spoke up to prove his worth. "That kid?" Lily Downer, a sophomore in the night department. Level 32. "Just an average level, sir." "And that kid?" "Who?" "Oh, the one with the black hair." Mary Phillipson, also a sophomore in the night department. Level 29. "Seems a bit lacking in studying." Ivan looked at Eugene with renewed interest. To find a host, Ivan had skimmed through profiles of all undergraduates at Yansk University. He couldn't recall every detail, but years in the Special Operations Unit had honed his ability to memorize personal information. Ivan now knew this kid's hit rate was nearly 100%. A walking profile page. Ivan and Eugene were strolling through the campus. The university bustled with numerous students amidst the semester. With enough subjects for the experiment, Ivan could delve deeper into Eugene's status panel performance. It organizes perceivable things. For instance, it's like a restricted access database. It shows what Eugene can know and access at the moment. Details like the opponent's level, name, position. To uncover more, you need understanding of the subject. The closer you get, the more detailed the profile you can extract. In essence, this kid was born for espionage. The backdrop's impressive. A clergyman from a noble family. Within the Union Kingdom, he'd pose no issues in any country. Moreover, the requirement for accessing advanced information was merely familiarity. Rather than attempting espionage, simply mingling in social circles could yield intel. And there's one more trick to leverage this information access restriction status panel. This kid's panel doesn't register information he can't access. So, to put it the other way around, what he doesn't register, as a student level, means an entity beyond the scope of understanding. How many at Yansk University wouldn't recognize the noble's son? Therefore, this kid specialized in uncovering spies limited to school grounds. After discovering this much, Ivan, with Eugene in tow, meticulously surveyed the entire university. The result: about 7 individuals had different names on their admission forms. The levels are either too high or not visible, names are different, and positions aren't even visible. Interesting, Ivan mused as they walked. Surprisingly few. Those worthy of sowing seeds at Yansk University fell into 3 major categories: heirs to the throne, allies, spies in the Union Kingdom, or demons. Given that these 3 categories would have infiltrated with their own purposes, the 7 revealed are by no means a large number. Even considering only the Union Kingdom, there are not just 10 countries. Even among regular students, there are agents. Whether they were raised as agents from a young age or had the awareness of being government agents planted within them without their knowledge. If we exclude a few countries, the ones considered too powerful are likely to be accomplices of the demons. Among the core members of the Crown Prince's faction, those classified as strong are already under the surveillance of the Intelligence Command. Considering Princess Elizabeth's competence, the Crown Prince's faction cannot possibly cultivate strong individuals in secret. Ah. Well, brother. But, is her real name really Yuri? Yuri Frank, right? That's not a problem. Didn't they say my name comes out as Ivan? Oh, right. So, how do we find out? Persuasion. Ivan nodded and walked towards the courtyard of the correctional facility. Under the trees on a bench, 3 female students were chewing on sandwiches. Oh, Mr. Eek. 2 contrasting reactions from the 2 students. Ivan's suspicions deepened. The possibility of it not being a possessed person was high enough. Suspecting based on just the name was nothing more than a guess. However, the student's reaction was clearly suspicious. Ivan, a thoroughly trained former agent, was very adept at disguising himself as an ordinary person. In other words, it was suspicious for someone to look at an appearance that seemed harmless and typical of a regular gardener and be afraid. "Isabel, how have you been?" "Ha ha ha ha, has it been that long to say such things? Our first class was just the day before yesterday." "Did you eat, mister? Who takes care of you?" "Our cafeteria food is really bad. Would you like some of this?" "Oh, When Isabel took out a sandwich and handed it to Ivan, Dizzy sighed. Accepting the sandwich from Isabel's hand and taking a bite, Ivan stood in front of them. "Oh, do you know each other?" "Yuri Frank, a night department student, and here's Dizzy. She's a music department student." "Ha ha ha ha, right, mister." "Just a moment." Isabel narrowed her eyes as she looked at Eugene standing beside Ivan. "This is the first time I've seen him." "Who is he?" "Is he a government agent too?" "Shall we talk privately for a moment?" she asked. "Be Bella." "Just a moment," Ivan stammered. Brushing aside Yuri's strange attempts to stop her, Isabel walked alongside Ivan after putting some distance between them and the rest of the group. It was only then that she spoke. "I wanted to talk after class, but you disappeared suddenly. Are you okay?" "No, you're a government agent, right?" "We agreed to keep it a secret among ourselves." Isabel looked around with a serious expression and whispered, "I don't know who else Tyler sent besides Lord August, but there's definitely at least one more." "Revealing it so openly in this situation, what if?" "Revealing your skills?" "You're a secret agent." Ivan tilted his head, studying Isabel. This small figure, standing only up to his chest, with a slightly lowered face, spoke in a tense, resonant voice. "I don't know what the Kraslov government is hiding here, but since you're in debt, well, how about I look into it as well?" "What for?" "Oh, come on, a spy sent from Tylis. I don't know if there's one among the freshmen, but let's find out." Isabel nodded confidently with trusting eyes. Ivan raised his head, observing her. Betraying one's homeland so easily. Does she lack patriotism? Upon reflection, he realized that he had never acted out of patriotism. He had merely admired the previous king on a personal level. No need for that. "Huh? This is a really valuable opportunity. It'd be a shame to miss it. Once I graduate, I could rise to a high position in Tylis." "Don't you handle personnel management? And you're still a government agent?" What does this child think of the word agent? He knew she grew up in the palace. But is the gap between the first impression and familiarity too great? Ivan nodded expressionlessly. "If you want to do it, go ahead. Your attitude is really bad, you know." Isabel tilted her head and suddenly asked, "By the way, what are the elves hiding here that they're still lingering around?" She pointed her chin towards the sky. It had been over a week since the start of the new semester, or in other words, almost a month since the entrance ceremony. Kalyan's warship was still anchored in the airspace above Yansk University. At first, it was confusing, but now most students were simply reacting with something like, "Elves will be elves." However, for Ivan, it was somewhat puzzling. Regardless, that ship belonged to another country, and Yansk University was even located in the heart of the capital. As the crown prince, there might be other reasons, but Elizabeth would never condone such actions. Even the palace and the capital region were supposed to be within Elizabeth's sphere of influence. Well, who can really understand the minds of elves, right, Admiral Veilchist? "How did today's report go?" "I failed, Your Excellency." "I see. Another failure today." Ernest nodded with a subtle smile. "And what did they say in the Krashilov court?" "They threatened to bombard us if we don't withdraw within 3 days." "They made the same threat 3 days ago." "Don't let it bother you. Keep doing what you need to do." "Yes, Your Excellency." After dismissing the technical officer and being alone, Ernest took out a handkerchief and wiped away his cold sweat. "Why on earth? Every warship undergoes a thorough technical inspection before departure." Boyle's Glory, which he commanded, was no exception. Of course, this wasn't a wartime situation, and the departure was merely a light show of military force, not even rising to the level of sparking a diplomatic dispute. So, it had only received a routine technical inspection. Nevertheless, it was Kalyan's aerial battleship. During the previous war, it had ruled the skies with terror from the demons. There may have been minor functional faults, but there had never been any disruption to the ship's navigation. At that moment, a knock was heard from beyond the captain's quarters door. "Your Excellency, someone from the Krashilov court has come to visit." "I told them I had other plans this afternoon, and that they should visit separately in the evening. Well, I explained that, but there was commotion beyond the door. An urgent voice from an officer was heard. This is inconvenient. This is a diplomatic breach. Elves inherently had sensitive hearing, especially in indoor spaces. Clank. The sound of metal accompanied by the rhythmic echo of sharp heels against the floor. Ernest, sensing the arrival, let out a deep sigh. Come in. As you wish. Without any courtesy, a door behind which abruptly swung open, revealing a graceful woman with silver hair stepping elegantly into the room. Elisabetta, the leader of these countries' elves. From noblemtl.com. Ernest struggled to maintain his composure and coughed awkwardly. Quite impolite. Are you aware that our warship is in the territory of another nation? Of course, I am. Yet, you haven't shot us down despite hovering in our homeland's airspace. Elisabetta confidently walked to the opposite side of Ernest and sat down gracefully. The resplendent uniform of General Krislarov sparkled under the indoor lights. As she clapped her gloved hands, a man standing behind her approached, opening a black case. From within, he retrieved a cigarette and handed it to her, then stepped back with a respectful demeanor. Before there was a chance to protest the audacity of smoking in the captain's quarters, Elisabetta's sharp eyes gleamed. So, tell me, how should we, or rather, I, handle you? What? Our government's official position has been conveyed. 3 days. But that's not my stance. Elves, you have to choose one. Elisabetta shook her fingers. Snap. With a magical response, the tip of the cigarette lit up. Swoosh. Exhale. Accompanied by a deep exhale, white smoke seeped out. Amidst the thick smoke, violet eyes shone like predatory beasts. 1. Explain what you're plotting right now, and then seek cooperation. And if we refuse, send lumberjacks your way. As the cigarette smoke dispersed, a beautiful face of a royal, now sporting a gentle smile, emerged. As if the momentum from before was a lie, Elisabetta spoke with a smile. Fortunately, your warship seems to be made of wood, not iron. Insults. Calling an elf a lumberjack. In the realm of diplomatic investigations, there couldn't be a more severe insult. As Ernest fumed, Elisabetta shrugged and stood up. An insult, it seems. Perhaps that's the only answer I'll get. You alone cannot represent the will of the monarchy. Do you truly think you can get away with this? The confrontation between the crown prince and the princess was already internationally renowned, extending beyond the mere power struggle to the imminent threat of civil war. In the midst of such a situation, was it right to openly oppose a powerful nation of the Alliance Kingdoms? If Killian sided with the crown prince, the princess's position would undoubtedly be greatly shaken. With that meaning in her growl, the princess smiled faintly. To dare to threaten the court minister in Frichankaya. What an amusing jest, Commander. Benefit. And, Commander, take heed. Elisaveta opened the door to the cabin and glanced back briefly. Purple eyes resembling those of a bird of prey sparkled. I'm the will of the royal family. Your Highness, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is urgently inquiring. The author of royal blood is in such a hurry. Elisaveta walked on the deck, chuckling. There was no deviation from expectations. Such was her aura. Proceed as planned. Summon banker. Do you wish to meet him personally? Chakatif Kaiyong. Have I not told you already? We should meet again at a more suitable time, at a more appropriate place. No romance. Elisaveta glanced at Dmitri once and changed her stride. Chapter 29. 29-8. Night of Counting Stars. 3. When on Earth is that going to return? Well, who knows what thoughts are brewing in the intelligence agency? Why is the intelligence agency even involved? It belongs to the Navy headquarters. The elves, who had started their ordinary school life, were caught up in chaos during this period. Even the elves with high self-esteem and immersed in national pride had their limits. They were now sharpening their edges amidst a subtle sense of empathy and the humans' subtle disdain. On the first day the warship floated above their heads, elf students proudly boasted, "Look, how awesome we must be." Even with a warship floating around in human territory, everyone just stands there and watches. The astonishing tribe that displayed a warship at the entrance ceremony began to feel a subtle unease a week later. But even in an era where there seems to be no need for warships, is it really okay like that? This was a fear close to survival instinct. Well, deploying war weapons in the capital of another country is an enormous military provocation. It's unlikely to happen at all, but if a war breaks out at the end of that military provocation, they would instantly go from students to prisoners. In the primitive fantasy world without the Geneva Conventions, there's no such thing. Of course, there's no law openly executing prisoners in the border disputes of the Allied Kingdoms, and they wouldn't go so far as to execute the sons and daughters of noble families who have come overseas for education. That's a statement that holds true in a world where common sense prevails, at least. So, the mere thought of a human kingdom, believed by elves to be lacking common sense, causing some kind of rampage is enough to trigger the instinct for survival. And finally, another week passed, making it 2 weeks in total. Still gazing at their proud airship hovering in the sky, the elves finally exhibited their racial characteristics. They are at the forefront of civilization, parliamentary politics, and constitutional monarchy democracy. Therefore, according to their racial characteristics, they finally organized a political faction. The factional fight had begun. Elven students were now divided into the Secretive Wisdom faction and the Naval Command faction, starting an internal conflict. Internal conflicts are also one of their racial characteristics. Of course, the situation of who holds their monarchy cannot be resolved. They can't simply congratulate a functioning warship for being elected as the first-year student council president and send it home. Anyway, outside, there is the disdain and threat of humans. Inside, there is the charming political activity among the elves. And above, there is that warship, floating in the sky without any communication, just drifting. In this chaotic era, which has become a vulgar joke despite its peace, a gardener and a human nobleman found their way to the elves' dormitory. This is what happened the day after Dmitri cautiously handed orders to Ivan. Let's rewind time to the day before. So, the evening when Elizabeth decided she would have to chop an axe into the neck of the elven captain. Dmitri headed to the orphanage where he personally collected the royal treasury every year and meticulously laundered it. Elizabeth, being a shy girl by nature, his personal opinion, had kept this matter from Ivan. In other words, Dmitri had been the biggest sponsor of this orphanage so far. He vaguely covered it up with phrases like overall courtesy, taking care of a retired lieutenant colonel without receiving military pension. Anyway, the hand that put in the money wasn't his. Oh, right. Hello, kids. Dmitri walked among these eerie students, who moved so quietly that it was suspicious, and hung a friendly smile, feeling like he was walking through the corridors of the political prisoner correctional facility of the intelligence headquarters. Mainly because the supervisors were silently watching from a corner without making a sound. I have no intention of meddling in the personal hobbies of my esteemed senior, but isn't this within the scope of investigating charges of treason against the nation? How did you even think of collecting orphans and using them as field agents? Dmitri walked to the director's office, his spine tingling uncomfortably. Thud, thud, passing a Dronian-born soldier making suspicious noises while adjusting his laundry. Passing a teacher wearing a strange hat turned inside out, undergoing a group lynching by the children. Senior, are you in? I came through the door today. Upon opening the office door, Ivan was still visible beyond the incredibly barren interior landscape. Ivan was rummaging through stacks of papers with a cold gaze. What's going on? Well, there's a guest? Oh, it's a friend of yours. Don't mind me, go ahead with your work. Friend? Surprisingly, his senior seemed to have acquired a much younger sibling. After staring at the energetic face of the young man for a while, Dmitri snapped his fingers. Somehow, the face seemed familiar. Isn't it Karazim Kaiyong? Oh, nice to see you here. Kaiyong, you say? I'm just an ordinary student. Feel free to speak comfortably. The scandal of the worst troublemaker in high society suddenly enrolling in the seminary had caused quite a stir near Fryczanka. Wasn't he the youngest son of the Karazin Duke, who had produced a defense minister? And that guy, who had no interest in politics, called our senior brother. Dmitri's eyes sparkled sharply, and Ivan thumped the desk. Eugene, leave. Yes, brother. Please focus on your work. I'll be doing volunteer activities. I'm keeping an eye on how many laundries Maud has eaten. Yes, brother. Eugene smiled like a loyal subject and quickly left the director's office. Dmitri, who watched the scene with a blank expression, tilted his head. Senior's preferences seemed to have changed quite a bit. Didn't you dislike such a guy? The kid is obedient. Come to think of it, your impression seems to have improved a bit, senior. It must be because it's Enrique Kaiyong. Ivan thumped the desk heavily. Anyway, his temper was quick. Dmitri sighed and pulled out a letter from his pocket. Colonel Kirilovna, Because she's the minister of the royal court. Anyway, the situation is a bit complicated. There's only one person senior enough to help. Dmitri handed over the letter and stretched out on the sofa. I give a lot of money every year. At least use a less expensive sofa. Ignoring Dmitri's comment, Ivan, who was reading the letter, raised an eyebrow. This is quite a serious matter. Is it sincere? Would our princess play around with something like this? Infiltrate the Kalyan warship floating above the Jansk University airspace, and threaten the captain. However, at the same time, minimize casualties among the ship's crew. Why? Oh, this is a bit complicated. Dmitri furrowed his brow. Where should he start explaining this? It seems that the ship has caused a malfunction. Even if those deaf idiots lost their minds, they wouldn't provoke a military conflict in the capital for over 2 weeks. There's no reason for it. But, so, I'm thinking of taking advantage of this opportunity to lure our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Prince Alexander. Dmitri slowly straightened his back. The face without a hint of a smile, the face of a lieutenant colonel in the Internal Inspection Division of the Intelligence Headquarters. The Kalyan guys know our country is a mess. In the meantime, our princess personally came and threatened them. If the warship is under real threat, the captain will definitely try to make a deal with the crown prince. They provoked the captain with that in mind from the beginning. Princess needs a scene where Crown Prince contacts the elves, a scene that can be linked to a military coup through the elven warship. Isn't that too extreme? That's how our princess does things. Is the goal just that? From NobleMTL.com. Would we ever do something like that? Dmitri laughed sarcastically as he stood up. We're going to seize the Kalyan warship, while condemning those idiots who dared to aim cannons right in front of the Grand Krasilever. After declaring that we joined hands with the Crown Prince and sought rebellion, we're already prepared to send an official protest letter to the Kalyan Confidential Office to cover up Kalyan as a mere captain's escapade, and in return we'll have to approve anchoring the completely destroyed warship for repair on the outskirts. Or Prechenkaya. The airborne warship is solely Kalyan's war weapon. However, as is often the case with technology, there is always the risk of leaks. Therefore, they disclose the military ship. After seizing it, they attempt to reverse engineering under the pretext of repairing the destroyed military ship. From Kalyan's perspective, it cannot be considered a total loss. Considering the cost and labor required to build a battleship like his, the number of ships that Kraslov can maintain will never surpass Kalyan's navy. But Kraslov desperately needs a few airships. Kraslov, without a fixed position, faces a complete halt in maritime trade during the winter. If the plan succeeds, the princess will have a tremendous pretext. With just one conspiracy, Alexander may not completely fail, but he will be pushed into a political offensive that makes decision-making impossible, at least for a while. Add to that the acquisition of airship design. They can move the military, which had declared neutrality between the Crown Prince and the Princess. Powerful war weapons would naturally belong to the military. Strategy, pretext, and support. They aim for 3 goals in one operation. Even if they don't achieve the best results, the princess will suffer no harm. Perhaps it was not the elves' fault that the military ships were docked in front of the palace from the beginning. It's impossible without you, senpai. All the operatives who can move are exposed, and it's difficult to carry out the operation with undercover agents. Right now, the forces the princess can move in Frychakaya are only one reconnaissance headquarters. Since Enrique does not follow the palace's orders, Ivan is the princess's most powerful card. Lumberjack, slaughterer of the 7 dragons, the king's illegitimate son. The small Ivan. If this goes well, senpai, you won't need to carry out the original operation. Once the crown prince becomes a plant man, there won't be a need to protect the guests from Jansk University. If you need any other compensation. I was told to convey it like this. Your Highness. The princess. Dmitri hesitated for a moment and spoke cautiously. I will offer the position of the national treasurer. Or something like that. Pretend you didn't hear that. Your Highness would be hurt. Convey it to Your Highness for me. Look up at the sky. Ivan stood up and said, has there been any change? Yes, sir. The text in there, quest log, has changed. Ivan nodded at Eugene's words. After Dmitri left, Eugene returned to the office and quickly wrote down the changed text in the quest log. B-rank linked quest Kraslov Palace intrigue. The princess aims to seize control of the palace by exploiting the crown prince's weakness. Now, The fate of the Kraslov royal family rests in your hands. Objective: prove the close relationship between Captain Killian of the Kallian airship, following the princess's command, and the Crown Prince. Selected objective: ensure the survival of all airship crew members. Selected objective: airship sabotage. Selected objective: expose the conspiracy to Crown Prince Alexander and proceed with the next linked quest. Objective reward: failure penalty. After reading the memo once, Ivan nodded. This time, you're coming with me on this mission. Me? Why me? We need to see how the rewards are given and how the quest progresses. This quest generally gets introduced before an incident occurs. Naturally, that's the way it should be. There's no point in assigning a quest for an event that has already concluded. Therefore, quests serve as an early warning system for events about to unfold. The quest that appeared before Dmitri's visit was the Palace Intrigue. It involved unraveling the conspiracy surrounding the airship and choosing a side between the princess and the Crown Prince to carry out the mission. In other words, a faction choice quest. Though the faction choice hadn't been completed yet, the moment Ivan heard about the princess's plan, the quest's content changed. It shifted to progressing the mission in the form of advancing the conspiracy. A real-time early warning system. A very valuable resource. Ivan looked at Eugene, who was becoming increasingly valuable, and thought, the possessed individuals I know are the Demon King, the hero, and me. The commonality among them is that they were all beings who excelled in their respective fields. And considering the potential this guy shows, although still immature, the other possessed individuals might have similar potential. What abilities they possess, what stories they hold, and what kind of ending they will face. The Demon King is dead, the hero has disappeared, and he still remains. So what about the other possessed individuals? If they conclude their stories, will they die, disappear, or will they remain? There was much to find out, a sure way to find out, and a reason to know. Tomorrow morning, persuade an elf named Oswald and Yuri, and start the operation tomorrow night. What should I do then, sir? Listen, this guy needs to be trained as an agent. Ivan nodded as he thought so. Chapter 30, 30-8. Night of Counting Stars. 4. Oswald is a freshman in the School of Magic, like most elves. Considering the racial distribution at St. Hansk's University, most elves were inclined towards the School of Magic and the School of Music. It was probably due to the inherent laziness of a race that initially preferred not to exert themselves physically. In the midst of classes in the morning, Ivan and Eugene were making their way to the School of Magic. Sir, I've been thinking, isn't it strange that there are no paladins in this world? This guy seemed to have no intention of hiding the fact that he was the possessed one. Well, it's a different world from the original, whether it's me or you. In a world with gods, divine spells, and knights, isn't it common sense to have paladins? Do priests really need to wield weapons? Ivan knew that the title of a paladin itself was close to a fantasy. On Earth, paladins were essentially knights who took up arms for religious beliefs during the Crusades, so strictly speaking, they were not priests. They hadn't taken the vows. They were also quite secular in many ways. However, that didn't mean that priests who had taken vows never engaged in activities similar to knights. In such cases, they couldn't be called knights. They were just armed warriors. The same was true in this world. Priests in the pre-modern era were essentially elite individuals who had to accumulate a diverse range of knowledge comparable to modern legal professionals. Moreover, if they took the vows of purity, chastity, and humility and obtained divine spells, they had no need to physically exert themselves further. Why bother going to the front lines when you could easily overpower most knights with a single blow in a seated position? There was no reason for priests who had taken vows to go to the front lines, so why bother? On top of that, there was one more significant reason. In a world where divine beings exist, the authority priests possess goes beyond imagination. If they lack virtue, they cannot use divine spells. In other words, all priests in this world were inherently good. Surprisingly, it was true, and because this common knowledge was prevalent, priests were all highly respected in society. Hence, the occasions where they wielded swords and directly joined the front lines were only during the war, and even then, they were never truly at the forefront. The idea of knights using divine spells itself was a fantasy. Eugene, who had received kind education from the headmaster, a 30-year veteran in this world, clapped his hands and said, "So, am I the first? What?" After applying to the theology department, I obtained a sacred spell slot. Although there aren't many spells I can use yet, it's still possible, isn't it? Moreover, Eugene has a specialized passive skill called sword mastery, meaning his swordsmanship is exceptional compared to others. So, a priest who uses sacred spells and excels in swordsmanship. Wouldn't that be a paladin? Wow, sir. You seem to be the pioneer of paladin tech. It wasn't a wrong statement. Ivan nodded, lost in thought for a moment. A sacred spell slot. Can you learn other spells too? It's possible, but I haven't tried because the experience points consumption is too high. Life is all about choices and focus, right? Sacred, magic, swordsmanship. Can one master all three types of skills? Ivan narrowed his eyes, looking at Eugene. In his mind, snippets of past conversations flashed by. It's good to learn anything except magic. That one is really too difficult. It's a bit awkward if a knight can't use magic. Ahahaha, I'm in the knight department. It was a conversation that had passed by like Isabel and Maximilian. The daughter of a knight becoming a knight is not a given, but considering Maximilian's case, what if able to use sacred, magic, and swordsmanship simultaneously as a possessed person? This guy, a knight? Ivan looked down at Eugene with a complicated expression. Eugene walked alongside, smiling like a confidant. I always wanted to say this if I became a paladin. Why, Deus vult, God wills it. Ka, reminded of Maximilian. Ivan shook his head. It seemed like the world didn't need this guy as a knight. Ivan and Eugene soon arrived at the magic department lecture hall. Oswald, who was in the midst of attending class, felt a shiver run down his spine as if someone was staring at him intensely. An intense gaze, filled with almost tangible desire. It was Evelyn Rustpitz, the daughter of the Duke of Tumen. The forbidden beauty of the Rustpitz family, was eyeing him. Oswald was dumbfounded. What's going on? He was a normal adult in his 20s. In other words, he had never seen what is known as the romance fantasy aimed at women, which is commonly referred to as female-oriented romance fantasy. In other words, he had no information about this novel at all. Without even the perks of being transmigrated, he found himself in a situation where he had to survive in a world whose contents he knew nothing about. I should have read a romance novel, even a trashy one. He felt the urge to pound the ground and wail. While he hadn't entirely avoided novels entangled with love and tragedy, those were clichés only enjoyable in fiction. In the stern reality of 21st century South Korea, situations where heroines regret, deteriorate, and obsess over the protagonist are labeled as something else entirely: stalking. It's a date violence so serious that even the police are involved. Anyway, the current situation. So, why was Evelyn glaring at him? It all happened because of a mistake Oswald made while walking down the corridor. He had accidentally bumped into a female student and reassured her with a smile, saying it was okay. No way, should I just slap him right there? Unless you're a psychopath, such actions are generally avoided. Even if elves are known for their arrogance, they don't engage in such uncivilized behavior. Arrogance is seen as another aspect of nobility. In other words, Oswald's response was reasonable even in elven society. But to our dear Evelyn, who seemed to transcend the bounds of elven nature, it didn't appear that way. Well, the class was a bit boring, wasn't it? It can't be helped. Everyone, wake up the sleeping student there, take a 10-minute break, and then we'll continue, okay? The professor on the podium spoke with a warm smile, and students across the classroom stretched and stood up. From noblemtl.com. Oswald also stood up casually, avoiding Evelyn's still intense gaze, and headed for the corridor, this time being very careful not to collide with any female students. Capture him. Yes, sir. As Oswald walked down the corridor, he accidentally bumped into a group of possessed individuals instead of a female student. The impression Oswald had of these individuals was simple: a pair of lunatics. Indeed, the young man with a deranged look and jet black hair, who incessantly wiped his palms on his face, said this upon seeing Oswald. Nice to meet you, Eastvulpen. I'm Evgeny, called Kim Eugene in Korea, and this one here is Ivan. We don't know his Korean name, but he's from Korea too. We came knowing you're a possessor. Need any help? Was this an event from a few episodes back? At least within the chapters he'd seen, there hadn't been another possessor. There, villainous maiden obsessed with the magic prodigy, that Oswald had read didn't have this kind of content. Of course, It wasn't set in this strange Russian background either. While he was momentarily engulfed in confusion, the elderly man introduced as Ivan opened his mouth. "We understand you're surprised, but both you and we need each other's help. Can you spare a moment?" "Oh, but how did you know about me?" "The most distinctive feature of a possessed individual? Naturally, it's the act of concealing the fact of possession. To put it bluntly, possession is the act of seizing the body of a person who was once alive. What happens when it enters the body of someone whose family and relatives are living healthy lives? No matter how well it's portrayed, it's a precarious situation. Human experimentation. One wrong move, and there's a danger of being seen as the avenger of a son, or daughter, facing the imminent threat of having one's throat cut. This is a well-established fact in the plethora of possession-themed works in Korea. From the perspective of family and relatives, the possessor is nothing more than an enemy. Therefore, after Oswald learned the truth of possession, he spent enough time in profound despair before thoroughly concealing his true identity. So, it should have been perfect. It doesn't seem elvish. Yes, elves rarely use honorifics, you know. Except for beings like a saint or a king of a nation, or those equivalent. Elves don't even use formalities in official letters. Well, that's how those long-lived beings usually are. But this guy detached an admission document using honorifics from the admissions office. The moment Ivan heard this story, rather than thinking of a polite and kind elf, he couldn't help but think of the word possessor. There can't be a proposition like a polite and kind elf in the world. So naturally, Ivan, with a casual underline beneath Oswald's name, was watching him. An elf who, after colliding with a human classmate in the corridor, laughs and says it's okay. That's impossible. Even monkeys have frontal vision, right? Are they herbivores? Can't they see the front? Don't misunderstand. Even herbivores are worthy of respect. Isn't this something that typical elves wouldn't say to a rude human? Listening to Ivan's explanation, Oswald's expression gradually hardened. What on earth is this old man saying? Is this racial discrimination? Feeling emotions in this world, as an elf even, that he hadn't felt on Earth, made the judgment complicated. So, what story did you see? Oh, by the way, I was the rogue sword genius of the Northern Capital's delinquent martial arts. I was the villainous young lady obsessed with a magic genius. Oh, really? Looks like you were possessed after 2021? It was May 2023. Oh. Oswald ignored Eugene, who was boasting about himself, and turned his head to Ivan. Are there more possessors? Probably. Eugene nodded heavily. Head to the night department. Yuri looked at the three men blocking her path and let out a pale scream. A suspicious gardener with a towel around his neck and Kim Tae-yang, who was wiping his hands with a smirk on his face. Hello, I'm Oswald from the Department of Magic. We're both first-year students. My major is mind sorcery. So it's related to the mental realm. There was also a confident gaze that casually admitted to using hypnotic magic. You're the possessed one, right? I heard you're from Korea. Ha 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 ha, I feel like we should create something much like the Soul Welcome Club, or something like that. Kim Tae-yang reached out with a laugh. Hee ha hee. Yuri's vision darkened. Night Department's top student, Yuri Frank Evgeny Novikov Karamzin, who mastered both swordsmanship and theology in the theology department. Oswald Eastvulpen from the Department of Magic, majoring in mind sorcery. And there was Ivan Petrovich, a former member of the extermination unit. Ivan scanned the possessed individuals gathered in the small club room and thought, isn't this more like a party of heroes? Chapter 31. 31-8. Starry Night. 5. Shall we introduce ourselves? I'm Evgeny Novikov Karamzin. I've taken over the body of Kim Eugen, the son of Marquis Karamzin. Eugen wrote his name in Korean on the whiteboard in the club room and said, the frightened Night Department girl, the elf with an inscrutable expression, and the murderous Santa Claus gentleman were all present. The last novel I read was Rogue Sword Genius of the Northern Grand Martial Arts. Now, I'm enrolled in the theology department and walking the path of a priest. Oh, and I can see the status window. Anyone else see it? He raised his hand and threw a light comment for empathy, but everyone just exchanged glances. No one? Is the status window something really special? Eugen lowered his hand, feeling uneasy. Anyone else curious about something? Ending. What? Could you explain the ending, setting, and storyline of the novel you've read? Eugene fell into thought for a moment. Where should she start explaining this? Typically, A long-running novel encounters one of three conclusions. 1. A normal conclusion. 2. A hiatus. And finally, serialization until the end. The novel Eugene had read was a serialized one that had been stretched beyond 1,000 chapters. It was the type that you could casually read during your commute, smoothly progressing without any tedious or dense parts, and lacking any substantial content. So, there was no such thing as an ending. Just going to the academy to collect hidden relics, starting a fight with a villainous wizard family, and suddenly a world war erupting. It was a novel where the phrase "it turns out he was the villain" was repeated every 100 chapters, extending its lifespan. Probably a novel where the author couldn't even imagine a proper ending anymore. Ivan thought as he listened to Eugene's words. Definitely an unfamiliar content, and an unfamiliar novel. Originally, Ivan, or rather Kim Sun-woo, was sincere about novels. In other words, he had strict criteria for choosing novels. He had the pride not to read long-running serialized novels with flashy editions of BL or Norman's serialized pension novels that adorned the main portal's first page. Next, as Ivan turned his head, Oswald hesitated and stood up. "I'm Oswald Eastvulpen, the son of Eastvulpen's author. My father is a current member of the Secret Council, and he's an elf undercallion, as you can see. And my Korean name is Park Jae-young. The novel I was reading was, Oswald closed his eyes tightly and struggled to speak. A genius wizard pursued by the villainous. Yeah. Oh, romance. Shut your mouth. Oswald bit his lower lip at Eugene's interjection. I haven't even read up to episode 30. The content is mediocre, and it's just about finished. So after that, it's just force-fed sweet potatoes. Oh, an expert. Shut up. Close your mouth. How old are you? I'm 31 in Korea, in my 4th year of possession. In Korea, it's 27, and it's the 4th year of possession. You can exclude that. I can't handle this guy as my younger brother. Can I call you Hyung? Wow, Mr. Ivan over there? I can't work with this guy. This side doesn't know the ending and doesn't know the content. Ivan nodded his head, ignoring the two people who were making a fuss. Next, Eek Glass, who had been cowering since earlier, struggled to get up. I am Yuri Frank. In Korea, I was Lee Yuri. I was an illustrator. Wow, a societal person. Well, I was 29 years old. And it's my 4th year being a transmigrator. I don't have parents. Wow, immune to being teased. Is that guy really insane? Eugene's tension rose considerably due to the influx of contemporaries transmigrating and sharing hometown information in this cursed alternate world. It seemed as if she was excited about the increasing number of people. On the other hand, Yuri was still cowering. When I said my parents aren't here, I meant this body has no parents. I'm called Yuri Frank. Original work? Yikes. Yuri flinched at Ivan's words, avoiding eye contact. There was a momentary silence as everyone focused on her words. What's this? A riddle? Let me guess. Let's see. Academy theme, homeless. Then this would be TS. That's the flow. Maybe in Korea, it was a man. No. Or suddenly here it becomes an office romance. It could unexpectedly be a classic fantasy. Well, that's because. Shut it, Eugene. Now, Miss Yuri Frank, I'll cast a calming spell on you. Oswald raised his hand with a warm smile. He was a practitioner of the mind sorcery, specializing in mental spells. In other words, it meant he could use buff skills like Valor Bestowal, or Wisdom Guidance. As the violet magical energy began to surge, Yuri panicked and leapt backward as if in convulsions. Hypnosis. I hate it. What? What are you trying to do by casting that? You know everything, right? You bunch of rapists. I can't follow the flow of conversation. Ivan, what's going on here? Ivan pondered for a moment, hesitating to reveal the original work and filled with fear despite his ordinary appearance. Even the handsome nobleman Eugene and the kind-hearted Oswald, who always wore a gentle smile, were not exempt. Ivan, shocked by the sudden emergence of a certain ideology, widened his eyes in disbelief. A feminist, struggling to recall a word from Earth 30 years ago. Ivan, still in shock, listened as Yuri closed her eyes and fumbled for words. I was dragged into this illustration work halfway through. The original is Caper. Caper. From noblemtl.com. Correct. A work of insult. Yuri covered her face and hesitated, feeling homesick, disliked by everyone, and frightened. She had never even considered attending an academy with a powerful gardener like Quan Yang, a mesmerizing spell-eyed cat, and a gardener so strong that it raised suspicion. As Yuri sniffled, Ivan suddenly muttered, "Everyone's in their 4th year." "Ah, if I may refer to this gentleman, he's an impressive 30-year veteran." "How old is that person this year?" "He's 34 in physical age." "Oh, I see." Oswald sighed heavily, looking at Ivan's beard. How difficult must it have been? Oswald thought he should understand even when Ivan occasionally did crazy things like a madman. "Come to think of it, we all fell around the same time." "What happened 4 years ago?" The Demon King died." Ivan scanned them with a serious look. "The hero killed the Demon King 4 years ago, and both of them were possessed individuals." There are no stories in this world, because this is reality." Ivan barely affirmed this sentence and continued. "But there are individual stories. Like each person's story. Like all of you have seen the original. Maximilian, who surpassed the traditional hero genre, became a hero. The Demon King was the same, I suppose." "Oh, then." "The rogue master swordsman of the Northern Defense. The genius magician pursued by the villainous." Ivan gestured to Eugene and immediately turned his fingertip to Oswald. "The villainous's beloved genius magician." Sigh. Oswald lowered his head with a troubled expression. "And an unnamed curse." Yuri began to sob. "All of you started your stories in a setting similar to the original. A nobleman's rogue, a noblewoman infatuated with a sorcerer, and an unnamed curse." "Enough with the emphasis." "Yeah, but the rest of the story is different." Ivan's eyes deepened. "A woman who knew about the previous reincarnators once told me something." "Live your story and conclude it." "The fate or the world doesn't determine what ending your story will have. It's something you have to decide. At the end of each person's story, there is their own conclusion, and the direction leading from that conclusion is not necessarily dictated by a predetermined fate. Fate doesn't exist. Whether on Earth or here, life is not confined within the predetermined rails of a fixed story. Don't wait for fate to finish your story, disciple. Turn the pages of your own book with your own hands until the end." Ivan nodded, recalling Enrique's words. After spending 30 years in this world, meeting the hero party, and formulating a hypothesis after seeing all of you again, Ivan walked towards the whiteboard. "While fate doesn't determine a person's future, it does intervene in a person's past, in their beginning, at least. Let's assume that the world, desiring a role for the Demon Lord and the hero, combined them through reincarnation. And here, there are 3 other reincarnators who appeared just after the Demon Lord's death. Although they reincarnated through completely different stories, surprisingly, they all share a starting point similar to the original, and all of them have gathered here, at the Yansk University. Is it an incredible coincidence? No, this is some kind of design. It must be. In other words, there might be a tendency in the stories that the world desires." "What a cliché." "As expected. Ha 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 ha." "And we have the ability to perceive the authorized flow in real time." Ivan gestured to Eugene. "That guy has a status window. It presents the direction of the story in the form of quests. It dynamically changes based on the current situation." "Wow." Then, from now on, Ivan began writing large letters on the whiteboard. "What stories do we all need? What is the ending we all strive for? What should we do in this world?" We gathered to understand this. We grasp each of our stories, analyze the flow of the world, and move forward for our ending. Wait. When Eugene made a sound of awe, Oswald raised his hand. "I didn't hear what Mr. Ivan's story was." "Oh, right. I don't know either." "What was your story, sir?" "I don't know." "Huh?" Ivan scanned them all with a serious gaze and calmly spoke. "I left malicious comments on a work with over 30 chapters to possess it." Oh, wow. "Oh no." "Fanatic." Under Ivan's name, 3 red underlines were drawn in the minds of the 3. That night, they all stood on the tallest tower of the Janusk University, looking up at the sky. "Then, Korean patriots, let's go." "Since it's a returning home party, I wish we hadn't named it." Ivan was secretly considering naming it the Volunteer Club. Chapter 32, 32-8. Starry Night, 6. There might be a fantasy staircase in the sky, but there is none for airborne battleships. And humans have no wings. Therefore, floating in the sky, even if one stands still and completely lets their guard down in the dead of night, infiltrating an airborne battleship is an extremely difficult task. And now they had to infiltrate the airborne battleship, intimidate the captain, and confront the entire crew without casualties. At sea, battleships are often likened to fortresses. If it's an airborne battleship, you could call it a celestial fortress, Oswald said with a gentle smile. It wasn't an incorrect statement, but it was a bit elusive. That guy really thinks he's an elf. I am a real elf. Can't you see my ears? Wow, even his soul has succumbed to being an earwig. Sir, I have a solution. Eugene raised his hand, grumbling. Ivan proudly shrugged his shoulders when Eugene made a face. If the earwig uses feather walk, problem solved. How many times do I have to say it's mind sorcery? Is human learning ability that low? Wow, this guy has really become a full-fledged earwig. Why trust a wizard who can't even use feather walk for a party? Sir, bring anyone from the magic department right now, preferably in the destruction discipline. Mind split. As violet mana surged at Oswald's fingertips, Eugene's pupils lost their strength. Eugene dropped his jaw, spitting out saliva, and lowered his head. Silence fell in the club room. Useful indeed. Ivan nodded his head. Wait until evening. A warship's suddenly landing in the evening? No, the guys who need to go to the warship will appear. King Kraslov gave a 3-day deadline for the warship to withdraw. That was yesterday. And last night, Elizabeth threatened to shoot it down if it didn't withdraw within a day. The captain of the warship must be anxious. Now, tomorrow could be the day the entire royal court takes military action. Or even if not, Elizabeth might think she'll pull off some trick today. In that case, the captain must contact the crown prince today. It's the only way to turn the situation around. They won't move during the day, as long as the intelligence command exists. The entire Frechanka area is within Elizabeth's sight, so it has to be in the evening, at least the night after the sun sets. Even if the crown prince's side contacts the warship, how do we intervene? They'll use a carriage with a levitation spell. That's right. Can't you ask them to make room on the carriage? No. Oswald, still suspiciously looking at him, Yuli, who was still frightened, and Eugene, who seemed to be out of it. Ivan glanced at each one of them and spoke to Yuli in a serious tone. If you have to lift one of them, whom would you choose? Yes, except for me. Which one of those two will you carry? Yuri looked at the two young men with trembling eyes. One was Jayum Taeyang, and the other was Chomai Insulnunki. Chomai Insulnunki even proved his abilities by just now casting a hypnotic spell on Jayum Taeyang. Yuri bit her lip tightly and answered hesitantly, that, Eugene. I guess. Ignoring Oswald, who flinched with a wounded expression, Ivan nodded willingly. Then I'll carry Oswald. But suddenly carrying him like that? Yeah. We'll go suspended. About 800 meters above ground. It might seem ridiculously low compared to conventional aircraft on Earth, but in this pre-modern world, it's an impossible height for humans to reach. Even with the highly developed civil engineering technology of this Earth, 800 meters is like the Burj Khalifa level. In other words, it's a location that can only be reached by the highest building or with another levitating means. If they were to use another levitating method to reach that height, it would undoubtedly be observed in advance. So, to infiltrate without being noticed, they had no choice but to hide under the carriage sent by the Crown Prince for contact. The problem is whether they have the stamina to hang under the carriage. Oswald is obviously impossible, and Eugene doesn't seem too promising. After all, he's not even a priest, let alone skilled with a sword. On the other hand, Yuri is a senior in the night department. Except for Maud, she is considered the most practical among the new students. She should be able to carry one person and hang for about 10 minutes. Are you saying you've tried infiltrating an airship by hanging in the air? Fortunately, I've done something similar. What kind of life have you lived? I'm not particularly curious. Ignoring Oswald's words, Ivan stood up from his seat. There was a lot to prepare. From NobleMTL.com, after getting warm clothes and being sufficiently armed, meet at the astronomy tower in the magic department. Except for summer, Grasilev's seasons are not significantly different. Winter, small winter, summer, middle winter, and dog-like winter follow one another. Flying at 800 meters altitude hanging from a carriage at midnight means facing extremely cold weather. The possessed ones shivered as they pondered Ivan's words. From evening, Ivan and the possessed ones, who lay on the rooftop waiting, finally stood up after the sun had completely set. Their hands were stiff from the cold. When the possessed ones sighed and loosened their hands and feet, it was only after a while that Ivan finally raised his head. After darkness covered the city, A small light flashed for a moment between the streets, looking even darker due to the shadow of the giant airship. "Get ready." Ivan shrugged his shoulders once and then pulled out his axe. He twirled the axe with a rope attached to it and extended it straight down the street. The ropes on the two axes were tied to Glass and Ivan's waist, respectively. After confirming that Yuri was carrying Eugene, Ivan slowly extended his arm behind him. "They're coming." The possessed individuals swallowed their saliva in tension. Ivan was staring straight ahead at the dark night sky, which revealed nothing. Magic flowed. Delicately tuned magic flowed through Ivan's muscle fibers. Oswald, who had been on his back, was secretly amazed by the intricate arrangement. "Go first." "What?" "Yes." "Huh?" Without waiting for Yuri's response, Ivan threw the axe. The hand axe drew a clean straight line and extended beyond the night sky. The rope attached to the end of the axe swayed once, and Yuri, who was tied to it, flew away as if she were caught. In an instant, Yuri's silhouette disappeared into the darkness. "Hold on tight." "Wait a moment. I need to prepare mentally." "Wait a minute, it's better to reconsider." Exclamation mark. Oswald, who was rapidly moving away, frothed at the mouth as the rough wind slapped his cheeks. The fear of death, a sharp ringing in his ears, a sense of floating in the sky. "I must be insane to plan something like this." Oswald instinctively grabbed Ivan's shoulders tightly and screamed, "Yug! Ugh!" The deafening noise that had been pounding in his ears suddenly stopped. As Oswald looked around with a dazed expression, he saw a pale-looking Yuri and Eugene right next to him. They were hanging on the carriage wheels. In the distance, they could see the spire they had jumped from. They crossed this distance, throwing the hand axe to cross it. They looked at Ivan with newfound eyes. "But won't we get caught like this?" "Of course, we will." Right away, the commotion inside the carriage reached Ivan's ears. The guys inside weren't deaf, and with the sudden swaying of the carriage and the addition of 4 more people's weight, not to mention getting stuck on the axe, there was no way they wouldn't notice. "Right now, it's not possible to open the carriage door or see beneath the wheels from the window." "That might not be a problem for now, but it's only temporary. The moment they step onto the deck, they will be surrounded." "Even if Prince Alexander himself isn't on the carriage, since they attacked the carriage with his attendants, they are naturally going to be under attack." So, the plan of a covert infiltration itself was impossible from the start. Those who realized that looked at Ivan with uneasy eyes. "So, what do we do now?" "Hold on." Ivan, looking straight at somewhere in the night sky, slowly drew the axe embedded in the carriage. Below the clouds, a flying battleship was slowly approaching. After confirming the light leading to the carriage's landing point, sparkling on the deck, Ivan hung Oswald on the carriage wheel and dangled from it with one hand. Then, he aimed the drawn axe straight again, turning his head slightly. "Hey, don't tell me. Are you abandoning us, brother? Abandoning the patriotic core? No friendship?" Ignoring Eugene, who was babbling nonsense, he reached back with his arm and turned his magical power. Covert infiltration was impossible from the beginning. Then, wouldn't it be right to go to the sacred Eastern Scroll? It's only natural. The Annihilation Unit always adhered to the doctrine of inducing enemy confusion just before infiltration. Not exactly abandonment. More like a decoy for dispersing attention. Moreover, 2 of the possessors were nobles, one was a high-ranking military aristocrat, and one was an elf. Even if they were to be attacked, it didn't mean they were immediate execution targets. If only the students appeared, there was a good chance it would pass as a playful prank. That's why he said something like "no killing of the crew." To prevent the situation from flowing into a matter of life and death. "We'll get there soon." "No, wait a minute, brother, boo." Ivan threw the axe towards somewhere in the night sky. With a powerful recoil, the carriage shook once, and when the possessors opened their eyes again, Ivan was already gone from that spot. He was flying through the night like an arrow. "He's like a crazy flying Santa Claus. We don't even need Rudolph." What do we do now? What can we do? Eugene, looking at the approaching deck, bit his lip. "We have to complete the quest. If the quest reward is nothing special, I'll really kill this damn status window, even if I have to use some drastic measures." Ivan hung beneath the warship's waterline, an axe wedged into the gunport. A brisk wind brushed against his ears. Sensations of buoyancy beneath his feet, and a dimly lit street with grains of sand embedded like tiny pearls below. A fall meant death, or more precisely, a height leaving no trace, not even fragments of limbs. HMPH, thunk. Dangling from that height with one hand, he twisted his waist, delivering a blow to the gunport. Thud, thud, thud. Creak. Seemingly precarious, swaying as if about to plummet any moment, relentlessly and expressionlessly, silently, like chopping wood on solid ground. Soon, the wooden gunport collapsed, creating an opening large enough for a person to enter. Weighing, weighing, weighing. The indoor warning lights flashed like mad, and the noise of crew members rushing echoed. The diversion was a success. Ivan nodded indifferently and threw himself through the dark gap of the gunport. Now, he had arrived here. A lumberjack. Chapter 33, 33-8. Starry Night. 7. Drop your weapons and surrender. Behind, a carriage. No intention of coming out until the situation was resolved. In front, numerous elves, menacingly brandishing weapons and growling. Nowhere to escape but the vast sky. Falling would mean utter destruction. Well, it's a good day to die. Eugene joked with a melancholic face. He raised his shield and sword, adjusted his posture, and suddenly pushed Yuri forward. Ha! Go, Yuri Frank. Jansk University, Night Department, top of the class. Yuri stepped forward with a bewildered expression. I'm a frontline fighter. Really? All alone? I've never fought in a battle since coming from the 21st century. I was an illustrator, for goodness sake. You studied knightly arts. This is for self-defense. As the two began bickering, the elves surrounding them looked on with perplexed eyes. They seemed like students. How did they end up here, and why? Moreover, armed and ready for a surprise attack? What's going on? It seems like human nobles are out for a stroll. Handle them with care. Don't kill them. University students were essentially nobles. They had to endure a murderous tuition. Therefore, capturing them could lead to a favorable deal with the King of Griffins. The arena sighed, and the crew raised their weapons with uneasy expressions. Fortunately, the opponents appeared to be inexperienced young humans with no will to fight. Behind the two intruders, a tall man in a hood flipped his hood and sighed deeply, raising his hand. How foolish. What kind of party is it with one in the front and two in the back? Haven't you played a game? Oswald waved his hand, weaving a spell. Violet magic shimmered, creating intricate patterns in response to his gestures. Grant courage. It was a low-level spell, but he knew from experience that Eugene, in particular, have no resistance to mental magic. Perhaps it was only natural. Those who had just crossed over from the 21st century would hardly resist mental magic that required willpower. Kai-ing. Eugene's head, under the influence of the spell, drooped. What did you do? I instilled a bit of courage. I'll support you, so by some time at the front, until Mr. Ivan arrives. Why yes. Eugene mumbled with bowed head. Yes. Are you okay? Why yes. Yes, my name is Yevgeny Nobikov Karamzin. With the hand holding the knife, Eugene traced the insignia lightly, touching his lips to the blade, whispering softly. May the Lord watch over our battle today. Oswald, did you cast the wrong spell? No way. I used Valor Bestowal. Ignoring the puzzled voices of his bewildered companions, Eugene calmly opened his eyes. The determination gleamed in his deep blue eyes as he raised his sword high. Praise the glory of the Lord. You who bring peace to this land by upholding virtue and justice. Mixing the priest class with the paladin class might have caused some conflict. This is incredibly strange. Please don't do this to me. I can handle it on my own. Had she lost consciousness? Yuri trembled in fear. From NobleMTL.com. Imagine losing oneself completely in roleplay while immersed in a game setting. Then, if she delved into role-playing at the Academy of Combat Arts, what would her true self look like? In that case, it's better to wield a sword and fight. Luckily, Yuri excelled in swordsmanship, being the top student in night studies. Heretics, hear the holy words of our Lord. Worship and praise. Eugene yelled as he dashed forward, swinging his sword abruptly. Clang! A rough explosion accompanied by a bright white light burst from his blade. Divine strike. What a fool. He should have learned healing skills instead. Yuri and Oswald grumbled as they followed Eugene ahead. The three players succeeded in causing chaos on the deck. Everything was going according to Ivan's plan. Walking through the dark corridors with flashing warning lights, Ivan listened intently. Beep, beep. Amidst the blaring sirens, he tuned into faint, subtle sounds one by one. The repetitive noise echoing through the narrow space could serve as a clue for echolocation if one could distinguish the origin of the noise. Not as sharp as the elves, but a well-trained agent's hearing could identify targets through the residual time difference of echoes bouncing off objects. In that manner, Ivan sensed the presence of two individuals just before turning the corner of the corridor. Boom! Almost simultaneously revealing himself in the corridor, shots were fired. The opponent startled, swiftly twisting to evade the gunfire. Seems there's a flank detection. Ivan nodded and drew his axe. Who goes there? The question was misguided. It was an indicator of these guys' training status. After neutralizing the opponent with gunfire, questioning their identity was a foolish inquiry unless the opponent clearly showed hostility. So, instead of answering, Ivan leapt. The inexperienced elf crewman had to pay the price for the wrong question. Woo, quang, uck. The axe whirled in the air, striking the elf's neck. A clean trajectory marked the powerful blow. The elf, gasping for breath, was impaled on the wall with a thud. Simultaneously, he aimed his gun at the approaching figure. Without aiming, he fired. Twang! This bastard! Naturally, he evaded. He was someone with angle detection. However, in that moment when he avoided the angle and turned his body, that brief instant was all Ivan needed. When he turned back, Ivan was already swinging the axe beneath his chin. Quang! With his jaw turned, the elf collapsed without even uttering a groan. Due to the wrong angle of attack, it was more of a blunt hit with a short mace than an axe, but as long as he didn't die, it was enough. Ivan kicked the elf with a broken jaw aside and moved on. Wee-ee, wee-ee. The sirens loudly echoed through the corridor. Amid the noisy corridor with red warning lights flashing, Ivan closed his eyes and continued walking. Wee, calculating the time difference of ultrasonic reflections in every nook and cranny of the corridor. Honest. The captain of the Boyle's Glory, a Vobstal-class aerial battleship of the Callian military, frowned in his captain's quarters. The last report clearly stated, unidentified students attempted an assault and are currently being neutralized. It happened at the very moment when they were preparing for the arrival of Prince Alexander's envoy and the concoction. It was indeed a bit sensitive, but it was just that much. Wasn't it a mistake to dock the ship above the university in the first place? If those youths in their prime wanted to prove their courage and daring, it was ordinary for them to have a drink or attempt infiltration with some buoyancy magic. However, why is there no additional report? I heard that it was 3 young students. Since all students at the Jansk University are either nobles or at least from influential families, he ordered their capture. No matter how arrogant an elf may be, it is not their place to assassinate students from another country on foreign soil. But even if that's the case, they are still just students. Despite their depth of knowledge, at their age, they are daring, but it only means student level. So, whether they succeeded in capturing them or managed to escape under the deck, if it's been 10 minutes since the attack, there should be some additional report. Is anyone there? Look out. Check the situation on the deck and report back. He shouted nervously. He couldn't go to the deck himself. On the deck, there might be envoys of Prince Alexander arriving. It's not good for the captain to personally go out to greet them, and in this situation, appearing weak in front of the diplomatic agreement between nations would be the end. Is anyone there? What are you all doing? Even that damn siren? Shut it off. Can we live with this noise? Finally, Ernest stood up from his seat. With a solemn attitude, he crossed the captain's quarters and forcefully opened the door. Wee-ee. In the corridor where the noisy sirens could be heard, however, no lights were visible. Did it break down? The thought crossed his mind briefly, but he quickly shook his head. It couldn't have broken down. This is an attack. Damn. He gritted his teeth and quickly hid behind the door, pulling out the ceremonial sword hanging on the wall. He took a deep breath. Is this from Elizabeth? Damn it, answer me. An attack by students. Ridiculous. Using a two-pronged strategy and even involving students, the confrontation on the deck could be in any situation. But at least the situation hadn't ended yet. No matter how formidable the forces they brought, they wouldn't be able to kill all the crew members in 10 minutes with just 3 people. So, they endure for now. If Prince Alexander understands the situation, he might consider deploying military forces. Neither Ernest nor Alexander would want to be exposed to Elizabeth at this point. Then, a voice echoed. The palace minister must have clearly said. What? Ernest turned his head at the faint sound echoing down the corridor. It was a distance away, likely at the end of the passage leading to the captain's quarters. At such a range, even if he cast a major destructive spell, the damage wouldn't reach as far as the captain's room. Nodding to himself, he intertwined his fingers, channeling the magic that surged vividly, weaving through his fingertips. Then, it happened. Boom! A thunderous noise ripped through the air. Quang! Something rushed past the open doorway, striking the captain's table with force. A spell? A destructive enchantment? Ernest urgently turned his head, preparing defensive spells in case of an explosion-type magic. An axe. One axe, tied with ropes, was half embedded in the wreckage of the captain's table. Ernest muttered in disbelief. The lumberjack was real? Such a straightforward expression, devoid of any twisted metaphor or malice. Ernest chuckled in bewilderment. The rope tightened around the axe with a ping sound. Quajek. The axe was yanked out along the rope, its momentum spinning around and striking Ernest's leg. Arg! Luckily, it hit his back, not his leg directly. Ernest rolled away, his ankle possibly sprained, escaping the axe's range. The axe seemed to vanish into the darkness at the end of the corridor. Using his sword as a cane, Ernest struggled to stand up when, from within the darkness, he heard slow, deliberate footsteps. A glint of azure shone amid the shadows. Soon, a rugged beard came into view. Muscular, serpent-like veins on his arms, and the sharp edge of the axe firmly grasped in his hand. Even a gun aimed at him. Let's negotiate. That wasn't the order I received. Tang! A spark flew from the end of the pistol in the darkened corridor. Chapter 34. 34-8. Night of Counting Stars. 8. A streak of light flashed. Ernest deftly turned his head, avoiding the projectile. It was a precise strike aimed at his temple. Damn it! Ernest bit his lip and stepped back. For the love of all that's holy, seriously? You dare to assassinate a captive within Kalyan's warship? Commit acts that can be reckoned with, soldier. Do I have to reckon with it? Ivan approached, twirling his axe. He didn't hastily close the distance. He slowly assessed the guy's condition. A mage soldier, proficient in swordsmanship. Elves, for the most part, don't wield swords, especially if they are officer-ranked. Elven officers are all high-ranking nobles, and elven nobles consider sweating beneath them as beneath contempt. However, among them, there are those who wield swords. This is where things get a bit complicated. Despite the disdain from others, being skilled in swordsmanship, along with the long life typical of their kind, implies remarkable potential. Most elves abhor close combat, but paradoxically, the best swordsmen in the world were elves. She was known as the mentor of a past warrior. So, here it is. The fact that Ivan was a magic-wielding elven officer with a sword was hindering him. Even if he had broken one leg in the initial attack, Elisabetta sent a formidable hunting hound. What's your name, soldier? Do you think delaying will work in your favor? Ernest frowned at Ivan's words. The guy catches on quickly. He briefly stuck out his tongue. He couldn't hastily weave spells. In dealing with those classified as supernatural, the distance between him and Ivan was insurmountable even by a single step. They were within each other's attack range. After a brief standoff, the elf sighed, shoulders slumping. Surrender. I'll spare the soldiers. Throw down your sword. Join the surrender document altogether. But there's no guarantee you won't strike my neck right away. Not a false statement. However, Ivan narrowed his eyes. The elf surrenders this quickly, without even putting up a fight, especially an officer of noble rank? From noblemtl.com. That's impossible. Ivan silently raised his axe. Surrender could be declared even after neutralizing resistance. Watching that, Ernest clicked his tongue. Geez, got it. Here it comes. And with the sword held high, he threw it with all his might toward Ivan. Clang! As Ivan deflected the flying blade, Ernest was already leaping backward, hands reaching into his pockets. Ivan leapt towards Ernest, lowering his stance. Under his tightly cinched uniform, the silhouette of a sergeant's insignia was not visible. If we consider what could come out from there, it could be a pistol, a dagger, or an explosive magical weapon. Among these, the last one seemed the most probable and the most troublesome. Volgren Kaiyong. Why did that noble's name suddenly come up? Ivan shook off the momentary confusion. Now was not the time to ponder such things. Shouting out a technique name or the name of a prominent figure was a very foolish tactic. Ivan pounded the ground and leapt, swinging his axe. There was no time to delicately time the strike with the axe's blade. He raised it straight and brought it down towards Ernest's forearm. Dealing with a suspicious magical device of a wizard required constant vigilance. Click. As expected, what Ernest pulled out from his pocket was a small iron bead-shaped magical device. It had a densely packed violet inscription, looking incredibly ominous. Just before Ivan's axe could cleave through Ernest's forearm, his thumb pressed firmly on the top of the magical device. And then, a shockwave erupted. Ivan was sent flying by the violent shockwave, thinking. Mission failed. Self-destruct. Of all things, the mission assigned by Elizaveta was to secure captain of the warship and the meeting place with Alexander. Who would have thought the captain would casually press the self-destruct switch? How could anyone anticipate and prepare for that? Ivan felt the ringing in his ears as he tumbled into a corner of the corridor. Ugh! Moans escaped him as the shock squeezed his lungs. However, his complexion remained calm. He immediately checked the condition of his limbs and then examined if the tips of his fingers and toes were functioning normally before dusting himself off. It was a well-practiced equipment check, honed through years of training. The body of a seasoned agent was a kind of equipment too. For being caught in proximity to an anti-personnel explosive, I'm surprisingly intact, aren't I? Ivan thought as he picked himself up amidst the lingering aftershocks. As the ringing in his ears gradually subsided, the wailing sound of sirens echoed again in the corridor. It was a good omen. Even his hearing was normal. This is unexpected. And at the sound that soon followed, Ivan stiffened. A voice too familiar. And a voice that shouldn't be heard here. At the voice heard for the first time in 4 years, Ivan had to momentarily suspect mimicry. But it wasn't. It wasn't a mistake. Characteristic emerald flames visible through a hazy field of view. 2 eyes, reincarnated from beneath the eyelids. Even the too familiar magical array. Really? Bill Green? Yeah. Why are you here? Were you alive? The uniform in tatters, the physique and height visible beneath it, and even the appearance. All of it belonged to Ernest. Ivan realized reflexively. This guy's soul had changed. Possession. Interesting choice of words. This is called their soul transfer spell. A mage of the hero party, Bill Green, the fortress destroyer, filled with familiar magic, a familiar voice, and an overwhelming arrogance. One of the current greatest mages opened his mouth. Where's Alexander, and why are you here? Bill Green appearing here was unexpected, because it was something that couldn't be expected in the first place. But even before that, Ivan recalled the nature of this mission. Confirm the connection between Prince Alexander and the Elven Commander, and investigate. Elven Commander. No, this airship is probably experiencing a malfunction. Elizaveta designed it so that the only option for the captain of the airship would be Prince Alexander. And Bill Green's words. Where's Alexander, and why are you here? In this dry question, Ivan sensed a deep implication. From the beginning, Bill Green handed the captain a magical device containing their soul transfer spell. Why? To confront Alexander. Then, why? Because he shook hands with Alexander. Was it planned from the beginning? Yeah. The Kallian airship is a concentration of military technology. It's unlikely to suddenly malfunction. It only sailed for about 2 weeks, right? Even the reason this warship set sail was to safely escort Bilgrin's daughter, Elfahahara, as one of the strongest elves and the mage of the warrior party. She holds a unique position even among the numerous higher nobles of the Kallian archipelago. A vessel set sail to guard against such factors shouldn't malfunction within a mere 2 weeks, unless someone intentionally caused the malfunction. A shiver ran down his spine. Yes, that's right. It was meant to provoke Princess Elizaveta from the beginning. When that little one gets angry, Alexander will surely make contact. Why? Why would they do such a thing? Well, Bilgrin chuckled. He flicked his fingertips to weave magic and suddenly asked, where does your loyalty lie, Ivan? To our great sovereign, of course. As always. Admirable. If only you could show that you're alive while at it. Our camaraderie hasn't reached that level, has it? Ivan listened to Bilgrin's words and tightened his grip on the axe. Fortunately, his physical condition was normal. The shockwave he had been hit with wasn't an offensive spell in the first place. Could Ivan win facing Bilgrin head-on? The moment he pondered, he knew it was impossible. But could Bilgrin truly bring out all of his own power? Probably not. The sensed amount of magical power was only a fraction of the captain's. Oh, planning to fight, are you? Well, you've always been like that, little Ivan. Is there any other choice? Of course. But it doesn't seem like you'd make that choice. Come then. Let's see your skills after a long time. The captain's magical power was indeed greater than that of a human, but the disparity wasn't at a despairing level. In other words, it was a difference worth trying to exploit. However, even if he possessed that level of magical power, could Bulgrin, controlling his own body, really have a chance? No. Ivan was well aware of his own limits. It was the most important virtue of a trained agent, since he also had to perceive himself as a tool for mission execution. He had to accurately understand his own catalog specs. Therefore, Ivan knew that he had no chance against himself. Bulgrin would effortlessly carve him up with only half the magical power at that level. But the odds didn't matter. Learn a move. Ivan gripped the axe with deeply sunk eyes, repairing it. The outcome is not important. Can you do it or not? He had never considered such things important. Should you do it? If you must, somehow, do your best in any situation. If you're a trained agent, you should fear not failure but giving up. Resolve in the shortest moment possible, and act as swiftly as you can. The moment Ivan decided to attack, he lunged forward, straight towards Vilgreen. A sense that divides time, breaking it into fragments, in the blink of an eye. The sensation of the air resistance slowing down the flow of time as it collided with the body. The superhuman sense that kicks in at the moment when magic is forcibly activated by pounding magic into every nerve. A moment dissected and explained. This moment is the battlefield of the superhumans. In this time where even breathing is fragmented, Ivan's axe flowed through the air like a hovering spectre, smoothly, sharply, yet powerfully. Whoosh, directly aiming for that moment when emerald magic is woven. The axe, enveloped in magic, itself has the function of dispelling curses. It interferes with the completion of magic by fragmenting the space between the weaving of spells. Therefore, the natural enemy of a wizard is a close-range warrior. As always, qua. The impact came straight away, but the noise followed a beat later. This discrepancy between sound and reaction occurs when approaching the speed of sound. A layer of magic was torn away. He hit it. Vilgreen. Ivan, with his eyes, conveyed that message and prepared for the next move. Considering the time it would take to cast the next spell after stripping away the almost completed magic, his axe would undoubtedly be faster. So, he hit it in the place where the giants had walked moments before. Excellent. A voice mixed with laughter echoed softly. A slight resistance blocked his path. Ivan immediately responded, twisting his waist. Through that opening, 5 sharp icicle lines pierced, speed surpassing diagonal detection. The moment he was aware of the spell, the completed magic. Halfway through readjusting his stance and raising the axe again, only a fleeting moment had passed. However, at the end of that brief clash, in a single glance, more than 40 variously woven magics hovered in the air, each bearing a different structure. Bulgreen chuckled softly and flicked his wrist. Show me more. How much have you grown? Ivan, his teeth gritted, lunged forward. Chapter 35, 35-8. Night of Counting Stars, 9. Oh Lord, use me as an instrument of your peace. Don't talk nonsense, focus. From noblemtl.com. Eugene continued to shoot down the elves with eyes ablaze. Seeing the burst of white light shimmering on the edge of his sword with each strike, it seemed his deity was rather pleased with his prayers. Yet no matter how exceptional they were still students. Being more skilled in terms of grades didn't equate to the sheer quality of experience. We're falling behind. We're falling behind. I know. Hold on. Oswald and Yuri gritted their teeth and relentlessly swung their hands. The attacks were consistently blocked, and the advancing army, in their sturdy defenses, showed no signs of being penetrated. They were soldiers who had lived through the era of demon wars. Barely 4 years had passed since the onset of peace, and although they might have slackened a bit, they still remembered their active duty days. In essence, facing elite troops like them was excessive for the 21st century individuals with almost no combat experience who had been reincarnated into this world. If their aim had been slaughter from the start, the battle would have ended long ago. The deck commander chuckled and shouted, "Students, it's about time you put your weapons down." When is Ivan coming? As Yuri's tearful cries grew sharper, the deck began to tremble. Greek. What? To the helm. Get to the helm. What's happening? Man the stations. What about the captain? From beneath the deck, a bone-chilling, reverberating sound echoed, and a massive impact struck the deck as if the hull had exploded. Soldiers and the reincarnated ones alike staggered or fell, tumbling to the floor helplessly. What is this? Is this Ivan's doing? Oswald, balancing as he stepped on the floor, suddenly raised his head. A tremendous magical power. No, a flow of magic infused with advanced techniques was visible. Emerald green magical power surged into the cabin like a torrent. Bang, quang. The thunderous sound drew closer. No, it's not Ivan. This is. Oswald narrowed his eyes. Soon, dense magical power gathered on the deck. Take cover. Qua. Throwing Eugene, whose eyes were dazzled by the bravery buff, Glass grabbed the back of Oswald's neck and leapt backward. A large crack appeared in the middle of the deck, and something bounced out. The object that bounced spun in the air, turning upside down, and landed next to the possessed individuals. It was a neatly executed fall, as if measured. Ivan. A pungent odor emanated from Ivan's body. He calmly faced the front, axe in hand. Excellent. Cultivating such determination in a world preserved by peace. Bill Green. The eyes of the sailors widened as if they were about to pop out. In response to their reaction, Ivan squinted his eyes. What? Even fellow elves were deceived. Why bother? If the Kalyan Guild wanted to support Alexander on a national level, there was no need to attempt such a needless and clandestine method. Ivan, could you please explain what's going on here? Oswald looked up at the floating Bill Green with a perplexed expression. As an elf, he had met Bill Green a few times. A tremendous, truly overwhelming magician. Now, such a being was floating above their heads, preparing an attack spell. A little short. Almost succeeded. Bill Green looked down at Ivan with a face mixed with laughter. He had lost one arm. August would be sorry about that. He spoke with a bitter smile. It was unexpected that you appeared, but well, it seems I stimulated Princess Elizabeth more than I thought. I planned to sneak away in a more friendly situation. Raising the remaining hand, the emerald green magical power surged intensely. Ivan prepared to throw the axe, watching the scene intently. If even one possessed individual could attract Bill Green's attention, they could turn the tide. But the battlefield and the situation were not favorable. We'll meet again later. The situation isn't good now, Bill Green. How much do you know about Crown Prince Alexander? Are you loyal to your sovereign despite knowing that? What? Bill Green waved his hand, and a powerful magic coalesced into a hand shape, lifting the carriage that had been stuck in a corner of the deck. Inside the carriage, there was commotion and screams. Soon, with a thud, the door opened. Come out. What is all this commotion for? We came for the elixir. Hush. Quiet. Bill Green swung his remaining arm. The middle-aged man who had stuck his head out of the carriage, drawn by the magic, floated in the air. As expected, it's you who didn't come. What's your name? Nikolai Slapanovo Rurik. I was entrusted with the plenipotentiary of the foreign ministry of this country. You can't harm me. Oh, you're speaking such words against yourself. What's your purpose? Bill Green chuckled and approached the man slowly. He placed his right hand over the man's head and whispered as if speaking softly. Tell me, where is Crown Prince Alexander right now? Under his hand, emerald green magic surged. Like a snake, the magic crept into the man's ears and eyes. The man's expression gradually disappeared from his face. He mumbled with a blank face. He is waiting at the foreign ministry right now. You knew nothing. It was a waste of time. With a crunching sound, the man's head drooped. Bill Green, who threw the man like throwing away trash, descended slowly onto the deck. What is all this? Bill Green, what were you planning? Ivan narrowed his eyes. Stimulating Elizaveta to make contact with Alexander. Naturally, he thought Kalyan was trying to interfere in the internal affairs, supporting Crown Prince Alexander. It was an impossible situation to speculate anything else. But Bill Green suddenly killed the envoy, and on top of that, he asked about Crown Prince Alexander's location. The Crown Prince in this city is not himself. Well, there are plenty of stories left between us, but it's hard to bring them up. Bill Green pursed his lips several times, then frowned. Confidential. If you couldn't figure it out yourself, I can't tell you the story. Unfortunately, wizards are not known for making things easy. Why didn't you say so from the beginning? If you didn't intend to join forces with Alexander and the elixir, you should have told us in advance. Then I couldn't confirm your qualifications. I wouldn't know where you stand. I thought you were dead. It was necessary. Bulgrin shrugged his shoulders. His magical power was slowly diminishing, fading away. There isn't much time left. Someday, you will come to Kallian's tower. Perhaps you won't be able to confront me directly, but, Ivan, our vanguard, you are qualified. What do you mean by qualified? The qualification to turn the last page of truth. The qualification to gaze upon the grips on this game board. Oh, damn it. Gold streaks appeared on Bulgrin's face, and he touched his face, exhaling heavily. It's too cruel not to say even this much. Wizards are generally quite talkative. What should I do? Prepare. This game board seems to be a university beneath our feet. Many threads are spread out below. Prepare. Those fellows down there aren't bad, but their words aren't prepared from the beginning. Suddenly appearing on the chessboard. Yes, let's call them playing cards. So pay attention to the chess pieces as well. Take good care of my daughter. Bulgrin's face gradually faded. Just before he completely disappeared, he looked straight at Ivan and grinned. Although no sound could be heard, Ivan reflexively read Bulgrin's lips with lip-reading technique. Maximilian may not be gone. With a small laugh, Bulgrin's magical power completely faded away. The commotion on the deck did not reach the citizens of Prychankaya. It seemed to float silently in the sky. As usual, Ivan and the possessed ones received a farewell from the terrified captain and could descend to the ground. With the overturned carriage left in a corner, Ivan scanned the possessed ones. A game board, like cards on a chessboard. Can it be accepted as a sign that a game different from the rules is mixed in? What story do they need? What story was prepared? And what flow is being induced? Whose hands are on the game board? God! Ivan looked at Eugene, who could use divine magic. Perhaps because their courage-granting buff had ended, Eugene had a very tired face, making a foolish expression. Divine spell slots. Do you still have them? Yes. Oh, yes. Unlike magic, divine spells are a kind of blessing given directly by the gods. It is a spell that unfolds using the human body as a conduit, acting on behalf of the will of the gods. In other words, the term divine spell slots means nothing more than Eugene's status window has received the approval of the gods. No, perhaps the gods. The personality gods of this damn pre-modern fantasy world may have created a dialogue interface. If you consider the detailed implementation, like the quest window and such. Today was a tough day. Let's rest and see each other tomorrow. Oh, sir, is it really going to end like this? Tomorrow. Ivan scanned the departing subordinates once and turned his back. It was not appropriate to bring them to the reporting session, especially in a case like this. They should not get involved any further. If it were just a matter entangled in a struggle between the princess and the prince, it would be better to clearly choose a side and win. But since the prince in Frysenko was not himself, this case had surpassed the level that a student could handle, especially young kids in their 4th year of possession. It's been a few years. Ivan walked through the night streets, lost in thought. Recalling the last appearance of Colonel Kirilovna, Ivan headed to the intelligence headquarters. It was time to face the princess. 30 years have passed since the prologue. Ch 41-51. Chapter 41, 41-9. In the academy field study, an assault always occurs. 5. Miss Isabel, are you really going alone? Yes. Don't worry. There's something I need to prove. Prove. You should prepare yourself. You might fail the moment you underestimate it. Isabel laughed frightfully and ran into the forest beyond. In essence, she had taken the lead. While most students were still cautiously observing each other on the open field, Isabel's actions captured everyone's attention. She ran into the forest alone as soon as the test began. It's an impossible feat unless there's something to believe in. Unknown attackers waiting in the forest, and even fellow students to be wary of when wandering alone. Undergraduate students, exchanging glances with each other, soon gathered in small groups and slowly moved their steps toward the depths of the forest. And Ivan, who had been watching the scene unfold, also began to walk slowly. Ivan, where are you going? I have something to check myself. Very suspicious. Who could it be? Which troublemaker caught the attention of our little Ivan? Enrique chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. When Ivan, without answering, tried to leave, Enrique spoke up. Don't interfere with the kids' exams. They'll manage just fine. And you, with all that heavy gear, it looks a bit excessive. It's for precaution. If you say you're preparing for the worst in Frychenka, it feels like a coup might happen. Relax your shoulders, disciple. That's paranoia for you. Well, Ivan had no intention of persuading the stubborn old man stuck in the pre-modern era. If we were to list the top 3 events at the academy that were most vulnerable to attacks, they would be as follows. The entrance ceremony, field practice, and the festival. The reason they planned such a seemingly pleading exam curriculum and remained so calm about it was that they lacked common sense. Ivan, being a very practical person, only attempted what was possible. Teaching common sense to an old man who had been living for over a century was not within his range of possibilities. Without saying a word, Ivan jumped up into the trees and disappeared beyond the forest. Lately, he's become a bit annoying, hasn't he? Enrique pondered Ivan's expression as he mumbled. What is that man really doing? Isabel murmured as she dashed through the forest. Everything she had learned in Ivan's class was vividly displayed before her eyes. In nature, there are no straight lines. From the angle of the sun during the day, anything that sparkles in a straight line is a trap. Indeed, that was true. Isabel was already dismantling her sixth pitfall trap, running without hesitation. And one more thing. If enough time is given to a well-trained agent, a single trap never exists independently. So, think about it. Where would you end up if you managed to avoid the trap? Guiding traps. On the cleanest route that could avoid an ambush-type trap, there was always a second trap. The lesson was also appropriate. These agents, as Enrique's disciples, seemed to have been adequately trained according to Ivan's standards. After dismantling the trap and drawing the escape route in her mind, there was always a second trap in that spot. As she ran, Isabel heard a rustling sound in her ears. Who's there? It's a student. Isabel crouched in the bushes, gripping her knife silently. Soon, rustling sounds echoed, and a student appeared. What was his name? Alan? Probably a freshman from Telly's like her. And he seemed to have a fair share of connections. But appearing alone? Hard to believe. Isabel coldly smiled, scanning her surroundings. Indeed, behind Alan, a distant shadow swayed. It seemed to be hiding behind a tree, but such a clumsy concealment was not convincing. Just raising my guard for no reason. Isabel chuckled. Seeing such a sight made her realize how impressive her uncle was. That's why kids can't handle it. Unconsciously, I thought so and flinched. Not that we'll meet. Just gratitude, that's all. At least, confessing is not my role. No matter how much the world has improved, history proves it. According to Telly's court etiquette, there is only one case where a woman confesses first. When a woman's father approaches to pursue a strategic marriage. Unfortunately, Isabel has no father. Maximilian has been missing for 4 years now. So Isabel has to follow the history and tradition of Telly's. If I confess first, I'll think about it, but I'm willing to consider it positively. Confess first? That's a bit much. Even if he's an uncle, I'm much more valuable. A warrior's daughter, noble, pretty, young. Normally, when Isabel chattered, Echidna or Yuri would have appropriately intervened, but unfortunately, there was no one by her side now. Hey, isn't anyone here? It's weird. I'm sure I heard a sound. When Alan grumbled, a group of students hiding behind the tree appeared. Familiar faces. Alan's group, 5, a number that is difficult to handle without damage head-on. But Isabel held the knife and quietly climbed up the tree. Counter-ambush training is, in other words, ambush training. To respond to an ambush, one must first be familiar with the method of ambushing. So, Isabel, who directly received practical training from the best field agent in Kraslov, now possesses a level that cannot be matched by university freshmen. First, 1. Isabel covered the mouth of the man at the back and thrust the knife into his neck. SHH. Just stand still. Isabel yang. Oh, be quiet. If you don't, you might get hurt. She took a bead from an unknown classmate's pocket, lifted it, and struck the back of his neck. Quack. Hey, mister. He used this to knock people out. Attack. It's an attack. They took my beads. Oh, this is cheating. If you're eliminated, you should keep quiet. Isabel mumbled as she raised her sword. The classmate who took a hit to the back of the neck groaned in pain, but it attracted 4 others to rush towards her. Isabel, attacking someone who charged alone. Are you brave or just ignorant? Oh, Alan. Are you starting to talk to me now? Isabel chuckled as she raised her sword. Well, 4 were better than 5. She decided to think positively. Whether it was this guy or that guy, she didn't like the sight of them awkwardly laughing while looking at her. And on top of that, what's with that posture? The awkward posture, the charging momentum, and the clumsy trajectories that didn't match each other. From NobleMTL.com, each aspect was so ridiculous compared to the admission train where she had faced terrorists and fought for her life, and the past week where Ivan had attacked her as if it were a real battle. It was boring. She smiled dryly. Seriously. When she thought about it, it was all because of that mister. It was so serious. If I have 5 beads, maybe I'll become the top student. This time, I really want to be the first. Isabel laughed softly as she faced them. About 2 hours had passed since the exam began. By the time half of the students were receiving failing grades and leaving with escorts outside the forest. So, when the number of students each of Enrique's disciples had to deal with decreased, the attacks became even more intense. Gugugugugug. A deep vibration began from deep underground. Kaya, Yuri, who was running at full speed, lost her balance and fell. She immediately got up, holding the hilt of her sword, and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. But there was no one. There were no signs of an attack. What's going on? Gugugugugug. The ground tremors intensified. Gradually, heavier, the trees in the forest swayed, rustling, shedding leaves. Enrique furrowed his brow and leapt straight up onto the tree. What's going on? Gugugug. As the ground shook, Ivan urged the tree forward and leapt. Reaching the top of the tallest tree, he scanned the surroundings. The entire forest was trembling. Where is it? Despite the sudden earthquake, Ivan didn't flinch. It was expected that an attack would occur, so he wasn't someone to be startled by unfolding events, as fragile as common sense might suggest. Where could the target be? With an icy gaze, Ivan surveyed his surroundings. The range was too vast. While he had already pinpointed the locations of Isabel and Oscar, the direction of the earthquake wasn't limited to just their positions. The entire forest was quaking. This. Ivan smirked. It was because a familiar figure had caught his eye. It's a hit from the dwarves. Just as I anticipated. Ivan swiftly scanned the forest. If not for the abrupt earthquake, and if he didn't get flustered, there were things to be seen by observing the entire battlefield with a wide field of vision. An earthquake is, after all, a ripple. The roughest shaking occurs closest to the epicenter. Therefore, let's deduce. Shaking trees themselves became excellent markers. If he could gauge the extent of the tremors, he could scrutinize the epicenter. As he had reflected before, a forest is akin to a complex maze. It's made up of randomly grown trees, entangled and intertwined into a complicated apparatus. Without being beguiled by such a form, if one were to observe and independently analyze each object of the shaking trees, it's a spider's web. A long epicenter stretched out in a spider web-like pattern, forming a circular shape. A characteristic assault of the 5th Legion Engineering Corps, the webmaker attack style. It's been a while. Ivan almost felt a sense of longing. It was a remarkably textbook assault and brought back memories of the past gangway wars, though on a much smaller scale than those days. Quagwa, accompanied by a thunderous roar reminiscent of a landslide. The entire forest suddenly collapsed. Trees tangled and fell, soil overturned, revealing deep burrows. Everything above it was engulfed and swept down into the earth, as dust and shattered wood surged and burst forth, creating a significant upheaval. In the dense battlefield, Ivan could hear the screams of many students. Rescuing the students is Enrique's responsibility. Enrique would grasp the situation instantly. Dwarf attacks were familiar to her. Most students carried location tracking magical devices. So, rescuing them within the golden window was feasible. It was an external exercise, an almost real ambush response test. The priests would be on standby, even for significant injuries. Recovery was possible. Ivan swiftly leapt from the tree. Who's closer, Isabel or Oscar? If Isabel or Oscar was the target, deal with the closest first. Mapping the path in his mind, Ivan hurled himself into the crevice of the unseen depths of the underground tunnel. The battlefield was close, the target clear, and he was well armed. For the commander of the eradication unit, nothing more was needed. Chapter 42, 42-9. Assault always happens during academy field trips. 6. Oscar leaned against the wall, a knife stuck into the ground. Absolutely unbelievable. Wiping the blood trickling down his forehead, he scanned the area. Nothing in sight. Forests were naturally dark, particularly the Frechenkaya forest, ominously dark to the point of obscurity even in broad daylight. So, buried beneath the soil under such a forest, naturally, finding a light source would be difficult. He could comprehend that much. But why would there be caves underground in a forest? This insane realm. Oscar chuckled, lifting the knife. One leg shattered from the impact. He could hobble against the wall, but even that was not easy. Should I wait until reinforcements arrive? He was a student. Naturally, rescue teams would follow for such a major accident during a class. Moreover, he had 3 more beads on him. They were said to be magical devices with location tracking functions. Therefore, unless there was a significant problem, staying put here would be the safest choice. But, did those brats manage to escape? That was the issue. Having 3 beads meant, at least, 2 of the guys had been robbed of theirs. He'd taken down 2 classmates and seized their beads. It was part of the test, unavoidable, but now that things had turned out like this, it was disconcerting. Was it a snatch of the location tracker? If those guys were buried under this soil, they wouldn't be rescued. Oscar sighed. The pain emanating from his broken leg was excruciating. But, I have to save them. He wiped away the blood and opened his eyes. Green irises sparkled in the darkness. I have to save them. Is it because of duty? Because he's noble? The hero of the knight's party, the son of Gilver. Number. Because he's a knight. T.S.'s knights do not abandon the weak in the face of adversity. He recalled what he had learned from his father, a homeland defender since childhood. Help us. There's no one here. Help us. We're trapped here. It's noisy. Ivan clicked his tongue and walked along the corridor. In a corridor with extremely limited visibility, when one sense organ is blocked, hearing naturally amplifies. Therefore, shouting in the corridor is forbidden, especially if it's a front line. It serves as an excellent signpost for enemies beyond the corridor, and screams echoing off the corridor walls distort the sense of direction in all directions. If you lose your way like that, fear increases. Humans are not made to live in the dark. Untrained individuals panic in such situations. They scream again, losing their sense of direction. The vicious cycle continues. Click. Ivan listened to the screams, pulled out his gun, and moved with closed eyes. One step, another step. Not rushing, but not leisurely either. Measured steps as if precisely taken with a ruler. Straight ahead. Counting all the steps he had taken, his stride was exactly 86 centimeters. So, if you count the steps he took, you can draw his path on a mental map from the entry point. Special Forces officers must master field triangulation along with guerrilla warfare. Oscar's last known location, where Isabel was, where he leapt down. By accurately depicting these 3 points without error, even in the maze-like corridors, he could always move confidently. Help us. The screams are close. Holding the gun, he aimed around waist height and moved forward. Considering the average height of a dwarf, it would hit just about the head. Of course, aiming for the head with a gun wouldn't kill a dwarf. They're damn tough. Is anyone there? Here. I'm here. What's your name? Patrick. But does it matter? Not really. Ivan chuckled at the voice echoing from the end of the corridor. That awkward way of speaking. A dwarf. They were searching the corridors for their target. He felt them moving away upon hearing the distressed voice. Well, not all students were the target, it seemed. Lucky break. Patrick survived because he revealed his name first. The dwarves in the corridor were probably looking for Oscar or Isabel. Enrique was in this area. Hence, they couldn't linger for long. Fighting Enrique in the corridors was the worst suicide plan, especially with vampires having heightened night vision. So, those 2 students wouldn't be killed by the dwarves. At least. Where are you going? Where are you? Help me. SHH. Quiet. Ivan approached the shouting student and firmly covered the kid's mouth. He could feel the gasp for air, the sweaty dampness, tears, and bodily fluids under his palm. Ivan tapped the kid's shoulder gently and whispered, "The ones who asked for your name are the ones who sold this burrow." Yeah, you were close to death. So, stay quiet. Who are you, sir? Rescue team. Now, hush. Do you have a bead? Oscar took it from me. Well, it couldn't be easy. Ivan sighed and asked, "Is Oscar nearby?" Yes. After we lost to Oscar, the floor collapsed almost immediately. Can you walk? From noblemtl.com. Yes, take this. Ivan pulled out a bead from his waist and handed it to the student. In that direction, about 10 meters. At least if you walk that far, you should be able to see the sky. Go up there and wait for rescue. NBK will find you soon. Thank you. Quiet. The enemy is still nearby. Ivan patted the guy's shoulder a couple of times and moved on. What's your name? Patrick. No. Is that important right now? Alright. He's a rescue team member. Good. If I stick with him, we can get out of here together. Luckily, both of them seemed to be alive. A sigh of relief. Oscar exhaled and staggered forward. About to shout for rescue, he suddenly closed his mouth. Something strange. Asking for the name. and then silence. There's no reason to whisper. If there were other students nearby, it would be better to make a loud noise to alert the rescue team. So, the sudden silence is suspicious. Oscar's instinct sounded the alarm. Again. Is there anyone else? Are there no other survivors? Oscar swallowed his saliva and listened carefully. After that guy's shout, the voices of the two students stopped abruptly. One assumption popped into Oscar's mind. If having a cave like this underground in the Fyachenka forest is not normal. Come to think of it, the walls are too even for a cave. If this is not normal, if someone has been digging a tunnel and setting up traps, then, the guy shouting loudly as if rescuing students. Enemy. Oscar grimaced. Fighting an unknown enemy in the deep darkness where nothing is visible is foolish, especially with one leg broken. Just waiting might be better. Anyway, he has a location tracking magic device on him. As long as Enrique is around, the rescue team will arrive soon. Just wait until then. Oscar gritted his teeth and tightly gripped his knife. Hey, help, save me. Who's that student? From deep within the cave, the sound of shouting echoed once more. Another survivor was screaming. Troublesome. Oscar brushed off his spot and stood up. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes tightly, and hesitated a few times before finally opening them. He shouted, Oscar, son of Gilver, defender of Tylus, is here. Predictable. If they were cunning enough to set up a trap like this, they would undoubtedly be aiming for a high-value target. In the Prychankaya forest, the most valuable target is none other than himself. Sure, there's Isabel too, but it's hard to argue that she holds higher value. After all, her father is missing, and his own father is currently the Duke of Tylus. If they were to kidnap someone, it would be better to kidnap the Duke's son. Even if the opponent is not the kidnapper, it's the same. A knight, Maximilian, has incurred much more resentment than his father. So, the likelihood that the opponent's goal is him is very high. It was suspicious from the beginning when they were asking about the students' names. Found you, a low voice echoed. Oscar clenched his teeth and raised his sword. Is this the right thing to do? Well, who would know if he didn't try such a thing, risking his life? Who would appreciate it? I appreciate myself. Good deeds should only be a beacon for oneself. The highest virtue of goodness is self-sacrifice unrelated to the recognition of others. Tylus's knights never abandon the weak in the face of adversity. Oscar bit into this thought and held the sword upright. Ivan kept his son well. Ivan chuckled as he watched the scene. He slowly moved his steps, raising the pistol. Step by step. Not rushing, but not leisurely either. Matching the exact pace, counting each step, with the gun raised, the aiming line at waist level. Listening to the heavy footsteps, calculating the stride to infer the height, adjusting the aiming line, waiting for the audible footsteps to reach the effective shooting distance, identifying Oscar's position and sweeping the sight line. Head on, aim, hold your breath, and fire. Boom. Chapter 43, 43-9. An assault always occurs during Academy field training. 7. Extend the magical power, spreading it thoroughly through every corner of the nerves. Hold the breath, adjusting the sensation of magical power flowing through the veins. Click. Sensations that would normally go unnoticed awaken. The intervals of time, the fingertip on the trigger pulling it, and even the subtle friction as the internal spring of the firearm twists are all perceived. This is the battlefield of the supernaturals. Boom. Fire. Simultaneously, eyes opened. The flames bursting from the muzzle momentarily illuminated the dark tunnel. The reason for raising the sensitivity was this: to prevent sudden brightness from causing visual impairment to the nerve endings adapted to darkness. Although the stimulated nerves make the eyes sting, it's okay. It's familiar enough. The images of three figures were etched like scars on Ivan's retina. Gun. Who else is there? Damn it, where were they hiding? The figure leaning against the wall was Oscar. The two small figures walking slowly across the tunnel were dwarves. Confirmed the sparks flying near the dwarf's head at the same time as the shot. Wearing standard dwarf infantry equipment, Ivan immediately shifted the aiming line and rushed forward. He's coming, get ready. The dwarf at the forefront shouted loudly. Considering the lingering traces still present on the retina, this guy was armed with a two-handed axe. Dwarf infantry standard equipment is essentially a brute full-body plate armor. A thick and formidable armor that provides almost absolute defense against external attacks, not yielding even to most real gold. So that's why it's a sword. The reason for not wielding an axe is precisely that. No matter how much you chop with an axe, it won't cut through the gold. These people, even buried under the mountains during past wartime, survived. They endured even when crushed by giant rocks, thanks to the robustness of their armor. There was a developed martial art to deal with such beings. Skak, human. Impossible. The blade scratched the surface of the plate armor, sparks flying. A long whistling sound accompanied the deflecting sword. Woo! Detecting the direction and speed, he immediately lowered his waist. A massive axe blade passed over Ivan's head as the sword was deflected. Letting it flow, he raised his left hand and fired again. Twang! This time, he aimed at another dwarf behind the one before. Sparks flew from the muzzle, revealing the figure again. Posture, balance, vulnerabilities in the armor, the smirking face of the stubborn one, and even the long ashen beard below the chin. Ivan held the sword straight and struck quickly. Crack! You! The dwarf's roar echoed. A strike precisely aimed at the joint, executed with an unbelievable precision in the darkness. But this was not enough. The dwarf thought so as he swung the axe again. Woo! Dodge again. Crack! Striking the same spot. A mechanical repetition of this process. The vulnerable points in the armor were the joint areas covered by chainmail and gambeson. It provided enough protection against regular sword attacks, but not enough to withstand the strikes of an extraordinary sword. So, once again, crack. This technique. Were you on the battlefield 10 years ago? Is that all? He answered almost unconsciously. Ivan smirked. The reason being the scream of Kim Sun-woo inside, who had been 20 years old. Emotions aside, both hands had work to do. Twang! Firing again. Securing a momentary view, he stepped back to avoid the approaching dwarf from behind, swirling the sword. Crack! Breaking the chain. The one who first devised this tactic was none other than Lieutenant Ivan Petrovich. At that time, he was a lieutenant, not a major. The name of this technique was dwarf dissection. This. Crack! Clang! Finally, the dwarf's shoulder guard was torn off. With the blade bouncing off in the shock and naturally releasing the hilt, he reached for his waist. From the hip holster, he drew a short dagger and, without hesitation, thrust it into the exposed bare shoulder until it was embedded. Swoosh! Ugh! Shoulder injuries were fatal to a warrior, almost equivalent to losing one arm. The movements of the guy wielding dual axes became noticeably sluggish. But there were only two enemies. The approaching dwarf warrior finally swung his weapon. Stop! Swing! Once again, he dodged the weapon and raised the left-hand revolver. This shot was fired with precise aim and controlled breath. Bang! Ugh! Aiming for the dagger embedded in the shoulder, he precisely fired a shot. The dagger bounced off, disappearing into the darkness of the gangway. The dwarf, with his torn shoulder, screamed and hesitated, sitting down. Now, he spun his body to readjust his position. Putting away the revolver, he once again pulled out a short dagger from the hip holster. Swish! The dagger that was first thrown into the air now began its descent. Catching the hilt precisely in mid-air, he swung it again. From noblemtl.com. Clang! He struck the newly appeared dwarf once more with a precise parrying strike, taking advantage of the moment of breath and time. In a whirlwind, he stabbed the blade, twisted the armor layer by layer, as if conducting surgery, with the precision of a surgeon, one drop at a time. In the deep darkness where nothing could be seen, facing two dwarves with obscured vision, he dealt with them simultaneously, wielding both hands, disassembling each other's armor, thrusting the dagger into the exposed flesh, throwing the dagger into the air, firing the revolver, catching the falling dagger, and swinging it again. What is this? Oscar opened his mouth wide, swallowing his groans. He had just vowed to fight with his life and bring honor to the knighthood. But right in front of him, a giant appeared, slaughtering unknown enemies. The sounds, they almost overlap. This was beyond common sense. The sound of swinging swords almost overlapped. In other words, the gap between each sword strike was extremely tight. How on earth was such movement possible? Oscar chuckled in disbelief. If the attacker was that guy, there was no choice but to die. The battle ended in an instant. The moment the first shot was heard, the unidentified man who had rushed in returned, accompanied by the strong scent of blood, before two breaths could even pass. Can you see anything? Humans have no night vision. At best, they are a species limited to dwarves or demons when it comes to possessing such ability. So, the question also carried the meaning of whether he was human. It's not like seeing will help in a fight. Sigh. Is your leg injured? Yes, embarrassingly. It broke when I got tangled in the roots. Do you have the bead? Yes. Then wait quietly here. Silently. The man turned and walked away. Oscar hastily raised his head. Wait just a moment. Could I at least hear your name? Ivan Petrovich. Where are you going? Where are you heading? If I can help, I'll help. A student should focus on his studies. In the darkness, the man's laughter sounded. The departing footsteps, clunking away, came back, and the man placed his hand on Oscar's head. You never liked your father, but the child's education seems to have succeeded. Jurajberg's son, Oscar. Your actions were excellent. Do you know my father? If that man hasn't forgotten me yet, then we're friends. The man turned away again. This time, without looking back, he left silently. Somewhere beyond the tunnel, clunk, clunk. The rhythmic footsteps gradually faded away. Isabel sat quietly in the darkness. Fortunately, she had come down without major injuries, but she wasn't foolish enough to move her body recklessly in a place where nothing was visible. The exam will be cancelled, right? I won't fail just like this, will I? That was her only worry. 4 hours seemed to have already passed, but she couldn't even guess how much time had actually passed. Clunk, clunk. Isabel's head suddenly lifted. The sound of footsteps echoed. Had the rescue team finally arrived? Isabel stood up abruptly and shouted, "Here! There's someone here." "What's your name, Isabel? Or, do you prefer going by people's names?" "Found her. Target secured." "Call the commander." "Huh? Target? Commander?" Isabel's head spun for a moment, startled. Suddenly grumbling ground, rushing soil, and a cave that seemed to stretch into the unknown. And there, target, commander. Could it be? Seriously, this is getting annoying. Again, another terror in this forest, and it was aimed at her. How many fell victim to this terror? How many sacrificed themselves amidst all this? Isabel gritted her teeth. Judging by the way they claimed to have found the target, and considering how it took them a while to appear after she fell into the trap, this was undoubtedly more than just an incident involving 1 or 2 people. Soon, the heavy footsteps echoed throughout the entire cave beyond. Thud, thud, thud. A group was approaching her in silence. Trained soldiers. And they must have cast a spell like dark vision or something equivalent, given the need for such in this dark cave to move as a group. Isabel raised her sword high. Her eyes burned with anger. She was done with others sacrificing themselves in her place. Living with the guilt of those sacrifices had become tiresome. So, to release this boundless anger, she took a deep breath. "I am Isabel, daughter of Maximilian and Marie, a knight of Tis." "State your names." "Indeed, you've got some spirit." A deep voice resonated in the distance. "3rd Company, 5th Battalion under the direct command of the 5th Dragon Commander, Webmaker Combat Corps. I am Aschurk, a senior lieutenant." "In your terms, I suppose, roughly equivalent to a commander of 1,000 men." Upon hearing those words, Isabel recalled Ifellos, the White Commander. The demonic officer Ifellos had captured. The fight she had with him was a matter of life and death. If we assume the logic of his rank being the White Commander, given that the demonic hierarchy is based on the strength of power, stronger than that guy back then. Isabel clenched her teeth. While a commander of 1,000 men might not be 10 times stronger than a White Commander, the difference in power was evident. And he wasn't alone. A series of figures were approaching with him, and the field of vision is extremely limited. It's not just a matter of restriction. It's at a level where nothing can be seen. Is this really how I die? There is no fear. The moment the sword is raised, death is an expected event. She thought of her father. Maximilian would not have shown fear even in such a situation. So, at least, she must not show fear in the face of death in front of the demons. She is a knight of Tis, and the daughter of a warrior. Among the many privileges she enjoyed, there was no right to feel fear. Only duty. Duty to be resolute even in the face of death. "Come. I, Isabel of Tis, will stand here and die today." "Comrade, how old is that kid?" "Yes, Commander. That little one is turning 20 this year." "Adjust the plan. Make sure to kill. Leave no survivors." Any demon of the rank of a celestial commander remembers the warrior party. Even if they haven't encountered them directly, warriors to demons were a personification of death. Encounter them, and you die. Approach them, and you die. The moment the rumors spread, if you don't run away, you die. It's like a natural disaster. Moreover, it belongs to an unpredictable disaster. The movement route of the warrior party was a top-secret matter of the Allied Kingdom, so the warrior party always raided enemy territory. No matter how many tracking teams were dispatched, none returned. They were thorough in concealing their location. Their warrior party, reigning in the terror of the demons, eventually exterminated the Demon King, and the war ended. Unfortunately for the demons, there was no chance to overcome the warrior trauma. So, this little one showing courage that shouldn't be possible at that age. That kid must be killed. They must take that supply. They have to inform their comrades in the homeland that even the symbol of terror can't escape death. Yeah, go ahead and kill. A Knight of Tears doesn't fall alone. Isabel wanted to run away. She wanted to sit down. She was just a girl who had recently turned 20, but she couldn't. When she thinks of the countless people sacrificed in the train terror that day and her comrades entangled in the current terror, she had no right to despair in the face of impending death. That's a bit lingering. The regret of not being able to go on a date with the gentleman does linger. Thinking about it now, the emotions she felt when thinking about him weren't just goodwill. So, it's regrettable. She could have expressed it a little more. Tap, tap, tap. Beyond the cave, a rhythmic sound could be heard. Chick, chick. The short noise of a tongue and front teeth rubbing together. What is this sound? As Chirk narrowed his eyes in thought, the tension before battle and the silence were interrupted by this sound. Somehow, it felt familiar. It seems like I've heard this somewhere before. A regular sound of tongue clicking. Humans, echolocation. As memories surfaced, a series of assumptions followed. There's only one human group skilled enough in echolocation to use it in battle. That group was secretly cultivated by the Kraslov royal regime during the last war, and this place is Kraslov. As Chirk was astonished as he tightly gripped his weapon. If the hero party embodied the fear of death, that group embodied the terror of the night that even the shadow-sighted creatures, the mages, feared. They were the assassins meticulously trained by Shadowblade Enrique. When, where, and how were meaningless questions for them. Literally, at any time, anywhere, and by any means, they accomplished their objectives and vanished like shadows in the night. Annihilation Unit. The accursed ones are still here. Comrades, raise your weapons. Be on guard. Chick, chick, chick. The rhythmic noise echoed through the cave and abruptly stopped. Silence descended heavily. The dwarves, who seemed ready to charge at any moment, were now firmly in place, huddled behind their makeshift barricades. Isabel swallowed hard, scanning her surroundings. Nothing was visible, but she could sense that something was off about the enemies. Annihilation Unit. What is that? It was a name she had never heard before. However, they seemed infamous to the others. The calm demeanor that had prevailed just moments ago during their casual stroll through the village was now frozen in an instant. And then, check, with a heavy, grinding noise of metal, tang, there was light. Chapter 44, 44-9. In the Academy field trip, an assault always occurs. 8 dwarves possess dark vision. This wasn't strange at all, considering their heritage of living underground. Although it didn't mean they could see through darkness like it was broad daylight, they could still perceive objects relatively clearly in the dark. From noblemtl.com. Therefore, as Chirk could see the approaching figure, a big dwarf. As Chirk was confused. Isabel. Oh, sir? How did you? Are you hurt? Ivan walked briskly towards Isabel and stood by her side. He clicked his tongue, moistened it for a moment, then placed his hand on Isabel's shoulder. No, I'm fine. Good. Stay here and don't move. While factor security was included in the basic training for the extermination unit, it didn't guarantee perfect safety in the dark. Always keeping track of the position of the guarded target before a battle was crucial. Of course, Ivan was an efficient person, so he didn't consider how his words might sound. I've seen this before. In romance novels. Isabel's eyes rolled, the tension eased, and she sighed. Her legs trembled. Fear struck her belatedly. Perhaps it was the after effect of the shaky leg effect, but in the face of a man who appeared in the midst of imminent danger, it was inevitable not to feel reliant. And the words, "Stay right there," were like the knight in the stories telling her to wait until he defeated the ancient dragon. This is a confession. Ah, geez. This is awkward. Well, can't be helped. I'll just awkwardly accept it. Yeah, ask if the weekend works for you. As a reward. Isabel was in confusion. In his left hand, a pistol. In his right, a long sword, 5 small daggers hanging at his waist and an axe slung across his back. Having quickly checked his armed state, Ivan walked forward slowly. Scared, Huh? Ivan took a quiet breath. There were several common signs that appeared universally in living beings. Hormonal mechanisms were one of them. The extreme efficiency increase in the nervous system and physical strength due to magic had various chain reactions. Among them was the amplification of each sensory organ. Take smell, for example. They could capture even the faintest odor floating in the air. Therefore, they could detect the volatile scent produced as sweat evaporated. In the realm of the extraordinary, this was an extremely crucial indicator. Because I can read the other person's emotions. Even in this underdeveloped pre-modern society where the word hormone doesn't exist, the structure of people remains the same, so their scent subtly changes according to their emotions. This becomes a physical manifestation of emotions like fear, terror, or affection. The cortisol secreted when a living being feels fear. This unique scent was permeating steadily among the dwarves. "Are you scared?" "Nonsense." Aschurk muttered this into the distance. He was alone. As wars are ultimately fights of morale, it's difficult for a fight to materialize when one side loses momentum. Instinctively, he classified his fight with Ivan as a war. Ignoring this fact, he raised his weapon. "Annihilation unit. You cursed ones. I'll honor the spirits of the comrades who left before you by killing you first." "So they say." It took Aschurk a moment to understand those words. "They say so?" For a moment, a chill ran down his spine. That was admitting several times to such words and killing them all with a cold confession. With determined eyes, Aschurk lifted the axe. In sync with his movement, all the fellow soldiers in the bunker raised their rifles. Clang! Clang! The heavy sound of metal scraping echoed in the tunnel. Ah, the old days. Memories of the past battlefield where he faced the dwarven bunker. It was during the mine war. Ivan pondered while holding his sword. A narrow indoor space, dwarves filling the entire corridor. Dreadful bunkers where axes and bullets wouldn't penetrate. Back then, he wasn't alone. He always had other comrades to assist him. Now they were gone. Ivan gripped his sword amidst a deep sense of loss. However, these aren't the forces of that time. At most, around 30 soldiers. A small infantry unit, not exceeding 50 even at best. And he isn't the Lieutenant Ivan Petrovich of that time. 10 years have passed since the mine war. Ivan has gained 10 years worth of experience. Tang. The beginning is gunfire, simultaneously threatening and aimed at securing visibility. In a space fragmented by twists and turns, Ivan sprinted within the slow sense of time. The dwarven vanguard, standing still, resembles a turtle. Firm, tenacious, and leisurely. Thus, the layers of tactics must be based on speed. "He's coming." A frightened voice echoes through the tunnel. It's a familiar occurrence. Dwarves usually belong to the rear infiltration unit in demon armies, and such operations were always deemed the most suitable environment for the annihilating unit. So, during wartime, the annihilating unit was always recognized as the individual unit that killed the most dwarves. Clang! A welcome greeting in swordplay. The strike coming down directly is a feint. Before the one at the forefront can react, he casually flicks his shoulder with the shield. His opponent's weapon comes straight at him. He turns his body to evade, hearing only the cutting sound through the air. Closing his eyes, he counts the seconds. Ivan is precisely counting his steps. 1 pace equals 86 centimeters. 5 steps behind him is Isabel. 7 steps to reach the leader of the vanguard. The vanguard's width is 12 steps. His operational range is 17 steps. Clang! In an instant, he dives in, avoiding various projectile weapons raining down on him. Clang! Kagak! The noise of a sword piercing beneath the elbow of the frontmost figure. Clack! Clack! The sound of the heavily armored figures intertwining their movements. Under squinted eyes, the shapes of those caught in the retina at the moment of the explosion distort. Analyzing each surrounding noise, he adjusts the positions and postures of the foes in real time. This monster, as one foe's shell is pierced, and his forearm is severed, such words are heard. Monster. Amusing. Ivan truly understood the fights of real monsters. Crunch. Ignoring the horrific scream of the disarmed figure, he twirls his body 2 steps to the side. Now, beneath the neck of the figure who just raised his axe to strike, he thrusts a dagger and takes another step to the right. Crack! The next figure swings a warhammer. Leaning to the side, he lowers his posture to slip a dagger into the gap. Crunch! The sword, with dangerously exposed teeth, shatters. As expected. From the moment the battle started, He sensed the blade of the sword gradually wearing down through his fingertips. So don't be startled. Ivan was accustomed to this level of durability. He dropped his weapon. No, he let it go. Ivan lowered his head and took 2 steps to the side. Right under his foot, the axe lay precisely where the guy who had his arm cut off had dropped it. As soon as he picked it up, he turned his waist to avoid the next attack and raised his left hand. Aim, align the breath, and fire. Bang! Scream! The broken sword was stuck in the gap of the guy's armor, a precise pinpoint shot. Like hammering on a nail, the guy's chest burst open. He threw the pistol into the air and ran forward. Catching the combat hammer the guy had missed with his left hand, he twisted his body, one hand up, the other to the side, and smoothly crossed them, bringing them down. Kwang! As the dropped axe stuck in the guy's helmet, the hammer swung without error, slashing through the guy's head. As the guy's body lost strength and twisted, falling, he threw the hammer and caught the pistol midair. Without aiming, directly towards the commander 5 steps ahead. Fire! Bang! This time, he opened his eyes. The situation came into view again at a glance. When the flames from the pistol subsided, he closed his eyes again, picturing the transformed battlefield in his mind. The noise of the battlefield, the scent of the enemies, the positions of the enemies engraved under the retina, the sensation of the wind brushing against his cheeks. In the space between breaths, the battlefield of superhumans. Ah, the grip. Ivan ran again, recalling all of this. Because the human body is fragile. Even if stabbed with a 3-inch blade, it becomes powerless and numb. Close combat is always a crossroads between life and death. In the midst of an obviously unfavorable situation, in the middle of the enemy lines. Forgetting this sensation of rushing toward the enemy's heart, he had lived for the past 4 years since the last battle, where there was no situation worthy of being called a battle. So, in this familiar battlefield, Ivan was feeling even a sense of nostalgia. Ivan was a highly objective person, so he thought he was malfunctioning. And that feeling became even more pronounced in everyday life. Among people who laughed and chatted casually, he felt a sense of alienation. So, this place. At this moment when life is on the brink of extinction, he could be the person needed. He was still living amidst war. Despite hating the battlefield, despite sketching daily life, despite yearning for his hometown, feeling the scent of missed comrades, Ivan took a step. Now, 1 step. There are heads 86 centimeters in front of him. What feeling should one get from the madman who faintly smiles while slaughtering comrades? With every breath, comrades fall one by one. Block, kill, don't stop. My arm. Within that, screams couldn't transcend syllables. On that battlefield where only the terminal screams echoed, the madman of the extermination unit continued operation without saying a word. Broken armor springs up above the head, torn limbs and drops of blood scatter in the air. It's a storm. It takes the form of a disaster that each individual cannot resist. Literally, it sweeps, raises weapons, grasps, and charges. Finally, even when it swiftly approached before his eyes, the guy's breathing was no different from the beginning. I am Lieutenant Uschurk, commanding the 3rd Company of the 5th Battalion, Webmaker Engineers Regiment. What is your name? Ivan Petrovich, from NobleMTL.com. Uschurk nodded. He heard that he was dead. Yeah, that's right. He was alive. If the reason he could intrude into this forest at the most precise moment was that, then it could be understood. That beard. Are you imitating us? Ivan's face twisted for the first time. Though Ivan was an extremely pragmatic man, he never overlooked insults to the Sun King. Instead of an answer, he swung the axe held by an unknown soldier. Now you can move. It feels like those legs are finally free. Isabel laughed as she heard the approaching footsteps of Ivan, rhythmic and purposeful. The battle had been intense, evident even in the sound alone. Simply standing quietly behind her was enough for the heat of the conflict to reach her. Honestly, it was overwhelming. She extended her arms and said, "Pick me up." It was better to be carried than to wait for the tension to subside. Efficient as ever, Ivan wordlessly lifted her onto his back. Soon, warm hands wrapped around his neck. Are you hurt? No. You've been through a lot. Yeah. Today was tough, but can I treat you to dinner tomorrow night? Ivan was an undercover agent in the reconnaissance headquarters. Being an honorable person, he did not accept bribes from those he guarded. No. Chapter 45, 45-9. In Academy Field Training, An assault always occurs. 9. The field practice of the journalism department at Yansk University was targeted by the demons. When this information reached the reconnaissance headquarters, Dmitri chuckled and said, "Discipline that guy." "Yes, Lieutenant Colonel." The reconnaissance headquarters paid careful attention to university events as well. Naturally, safety measures for field practice were meticulously prepared. The Crown Prince? Well, he has been quiet since the last incident. Foreign anti-government groups? Crippled fools with no limbs, what can they do? And demons? Would they have the resources to deploy operational forces near Frechenka after the recent incident? Therefore, based on objective evidence and reasonable inference, Dmitri considered Yansk University to have no threat. What kind of scum plants a terrorist organization in the capital to disrupt a university event? They should be busy blowing up the royal palace at that time. Moreover, Enrique personally leading the practical training? Ha 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 ha, they are lacking. Are they really getting paid regularly for such things? As a result, when the third informant shared the same story, Dmitri chuckled and washed his face. Impose disciplinary action on me. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. He sighed. He grabbed his coat and left the headquarters. He had to meet the senior. Being present at the site must mean he knew something. You know, Essie. Yeah, I know. We haven't even started talking yet. I'm hearing it for the fourth time now. Essie was looking at Isabel with a serious face. When news of the recent on-site training terror spread throughout the university, she had rushed to find her longtime, and almost only, friend. But when she arrived at her place, there was no trace of the victims caught in the terror. Besides 6 broken wooden training swords, Isabel was smashing a scarecrow with a new one. The scarecrow, with meticulous details in its beard to the point of suspicion, crumbled to the ground under Isabel's blow. But listen, I feel like I'm really going crazy and confused. Yeah. So, this is about a friend. Essie barely stopped herself before the harsh fact came out. You don't have any friends other than me. She is such a kind and delicate vocal music student. A man who appears whenever things get dangerous, saves me, takes care of things, and personally meets to share secret talks. That's a very specific assumption. Then, could there be any reason other than that he likes my friend? Can there be any other reason? Maximilian was practically a plant. Politically and economically, disappearing for 4 years is essentially equivalent to being declared dead in South Korea, for reasons similar to dealing with the dead. So, Isabel's unofficial foster home is established. Her mother was a commoner, so apart from the favors provided by his palace, she had no special social or economic background. It would be unfair for a real orphan to hear, but Isabel truly believed in it. That's true. From Essie's perspective, Isabel is economically vulnerable. Isabel has a 2-story house attached to the yard. Essie is a princess of a country, Iana's eldest daughter and his most cherished child. She was a wealthy person who wouldn't feel a thing if she hit a thief's head with an instrument worth a house. Therefore, their conversation displayed the peculiar alignment of understanding. Honestly, there's nothing to gain by approaching Isabel. Isn't that just spinning wheels? When their conclusion settled, Isabel pounded her chest in frustration. But why do you always say no whenever I suggest grabbing a bite? Talking about your friend, right? No, listen, a girl who's 10, cute, kind, excels in studies and skills, full of life. You claim to like her, so why push her away? Seems like you value that friend as much as yourself. When an inexplicable conclusion arises, people begin to interpret the situation in the direction they want to believe. Confirmation bias is truly frightening. In the end, Edith nodded. I'll look into it. Our uncle mentioned being close with that man. You never know. He might be the kind of person who flirts around with everyone. Was it true? Isabel, pondering, pictured Ivan's face coolly. Flirting? Juggling women here and there? Considering from a certain perspective, it could be possible. Could it really be? Yeah. It seems plausible. Isabel was thrown into confusion. Sadly, the one who could appropriately restrain them was currently lying in the theology department's infirmary, so there was no one here to explain to the mad axe wielder that meeting a woman would result in 10 more deaths. Ivan's days were hectic. Managing the orphanage, going to university to oversee the trees, guarding the young recruits, sorting out reports and the orphanage's accounting. Only then could he take a break. His relaxation usually involved maintaining his sergeant's equipment, sharpening blades until the feathers could be silently cut, disassembling firearms for cleaning, then leaning back on the couch for a brief nap. That was Ivan's day. The crucial part? It had become past tense. Since the recent practical terrorism incident, Enrique had occupied his cherished spot and was staging a sit-in. Enrique, it's time to go back home. What are you saying? You promised. No backtracking. Huh? No betraying camaraderie? Just don't feel like going to work? Master, you're sad. Little Ivan always believed whatever I said. Give me back my Ivan. Ever since the practical terrorism incident, Enrique had secluded himself in the orphanage office. Being the culprit who inadvertently entangled around 50 noble recruits in the terrorist incident, he was being sought from all directions to answer for it. I feel wronged. No, would you even know? If a kid anticipates dwarves suddenly rushing in, you should torture that brat for anticipating it. Idiot. I see. In an instant, Ivan, turned into a demon cobbler, nodded silently. That's right. And, you're just trying to pass the buck to me because you don't want to take responsibility. You're not acting like an adult. I don't want to take responsibility like a reluctant adult. Ivan thought to himself that even if he were to live for more than a century, he didn't want to grow old in that manner. So, I was thinking, what if I announced taking responsibility and retire? No matter how much I ponder, it feels like I've lived too earnestly. Isn't it time for a break? Even just a little? How about a trip? What do you think about the sea? I don't like mountains. Why does it sound like I'm going with you? Well, because you are. Being a pragmatic person, Ivan had no intention of entertaining the idle chatter of an elderly person from a century ago. He interrupted Enrique, taking Enrique's teacup, and said, in any case, even the university won't hold you accountable for anything significant. It was purely an accident, as it were. That's true? Yeah. Besides, the responsibility lies with the intelligence headquarters. Isn't preventing the infiltration of hostile forces their job? That's not true. Enrique stood up applauding. It seemed she simply wanted some reassurance, unable to grasp something so straightforward. Ivan respected the elderly. Unlike this uncivilized world, South Korea had established Confucian principles of ethics, morality, social norms, and the tradition of filial piety. Though it's a subject of controversy. He was this polite. So, it's time for you to go now. I have plenty to do too. Oh, I'm terribly sorry for taking up your busy time, sir. Don't worry. The Street Basilica Orphanage was his masterpiece, built by pouring in all the connections and assets he had cultivated throughout his life. Ivan, who had no plans to turn this place into a nursing home for vampire seniors, ushered Enrique, who was wearing a wounded expression, out of the director's office. Oh, right. I wasn't kidding about going to the sea. Since things have turned out this way, experiential learning, perhaps. Shall we give that another go? After all, I've been subtly poking around in the royal court. The royal court? Yeah, that's right. Why, Kraslov's tourism industry is a bit lacking. University students are all from noble families, and they'll be big shots in the future. Maybe some early promotion wouldn't hurt. It's like a national project. It might be better to give up. It's an understandable sentiment but a very foolish choice. Academic group tours invariably end up encountering terrible crises. In the sea, peculiar beings like merfolk or krakens might inexplicably emerge. But Ivan was a practical person. He didn't have the desire to be treated like a demonic oracle or a seer, so he had enough finesse not to impose his common sense on others. After roughly bidding farewell to departing Enrique, he sat down and let out a deep sigh. Now, I'll take a little break. He took out the axe for mental relaxation, and began to meticulously wipe it with an oil-soaked cloth. As Isabella spent quiet moments with her cherished axe, she secretly approached her uncle, who was volunteering at an orphanage, to gather intelligence. Professor Enrique shared the same room for 3 days. From NobleMTL.com, Isabella couldn't bring herself to share this shocking information with her longtime friend. Professor Enrique, her father's friend. Wasn't he a member of the heroic party of warriors? She remembered her from the active duty days. Quietly attending classes like a professor in college, her essence was that of a vampire. The soldiers who fell for her during her active duty were countless across the front lines. A bewitching beauty with overwhelming magic, she secretly admired Enrique during those days. To be honest, compared to Enrique, Isabella's chances seemed too slim. Apart from being young, how could she possibly compete with a hero of the warrior party? Thinking of her friend's sad love, Isabella couldn't help but sob. Her pure heart crumbled in the midst of the adults' vile love games. No, not really. I have to keep Bella in the dark. Isabella wasn't bold enough to calmly reveal the fact that the person actively pursuing her friend, no, not really, regularly engaged in physical relationships with a university professor. It was a dreadful misunderstanding. She swore, holding tightly to little Kang Kang, the violin. 1 month. Handle that man within her own boundaries. Drowan's warrior didn't hesitate to stain his hands with blood for the sake of friends and family. And she was Drowan's finest warrior, the daughter of King Aina, sworn to uphold her father's honor and dedicated to becoming a just warrior, sworn to eliminate cunning enemies. Chapter 46, 46-10. Stalker vs. Stalker, 1. As mentioned before, each of the United Kingdoms is diligently nurturing its own intelligence organization. Among the 4 major powers that can be classified as strong among the 12 countries comprising the United Kingdoms, Drowan, Kalyan, Thylas, and Kraslov, they are a bit more specialized than other kingdoms. For example, Drowan's intelligence organization consists of worshippers of the 4 elements, always having the answer like water. A magical fire that, when ignited, compels the truth. A mysterious wind that, when attached to a pole, reveals the past. The silent land that, when buried, conceals all truths. Combine the love of the 4 elements, and Drowan's style intelligence organization is complete. In fact, it just meant bringing them and handing them over. On the other hand, the elves of the Kalyan army preferred a very sophisticated approach. As pioneers of mind sorcery, mental magic, their intelligence was incredibly refined and friendly. Becoming close, brainwashing, and playing, memory manipulation, actively were their specialty in acquiring friendly information. Tillers, the realm of knights. They ask questions openly when curious. A remarkably righteous act, except for the part where not answering is seen as an offense, leading to duels as trials. On the other hand, the eradication unit to which Ivan belonged, its precursor, Enrique's children, and their descendants in the Krasilov reconnaissance headquarters prefer remarkably modern intelligence operations, observation and evidence gathering, signal intelligence collection, technical intelligence acquisition, geospatial intelligence, establishment of human intelligence networks. So, it means conducting espionage activities in a traditionalist manner that other powers would term as nostalgic. Had a sandwich for lunch again today. Chicken breast seems to be the filling. Mustard sauce, I suspect. Concerns arise about nutritional imbalance. Lack of vegetables, except for tomatoes. Would recommend a more plant-based diet. Ivan, responsible for the safety and health of the party members, paused his observation through the telescope, jotting down crucial collected information in his notebook. At 10. Stalker vs. Stalker. The unprecedented event of all freshman nights being confined to the infirmary brought unexpected repercussions. This isn't real at all. The examination period extended by a week. Had it been just a few test takers missing, they might have faced failure or additional exams. However, with almost all undergraduates turning into severely injured patients, the university declared a 1-week closure. Practical exams were fine, but written ones posed a slightly different issue. Physical education students, trying exam preparation for the first time, grumbled in frustration. Mainly affected were students of theology, magic, fine arts, and performing arts, especially the students of performing arts. Why just you? Yes, we're in the same art school. Are you the only ones this happy? I can't believe this isn't real. This can't be real. Why should knights study for a written exam? By the way, performing arts students also study for written exams. Music history, formal analysis, conducting, music theory. One might argue there are even more subjects based solely on written tests than in the knightly academic field. Of course, such facts don't matter to the sword-wielding department. Those performing arts folks, while honest citizens sweat and toil for their livelihood, these fellows simply sit on the market square singing songs and making money. Busking is an incredibly tough job. Ugh. The stench of sweat. When you come into the old man's diner, you ought to take a shower. That involves wetting your body, lathering up enough foam with soap, scrubbing every nook and cranny, and rinsing off with water again. These crazy brats. During this period, such scenes could easily be spotted throughout the university campus. the enraged nightly students and the mocking looks from the performing arts students. Whoever decided to bundle the nightly department and the music school into the same arts university is unknown, but there might be some sinister intentions behind it. Exodus was singing the song of sorrow in this chaotic era. Next, Crazy. Crazy. Yidai Correctional Institute's outdoor gymnasium. Exodus, holding a baseball bat upside down, stared ominously at the twisted sign on the ground. Behind her were fellow students from the music department. In front of her were knights who had lost their horses. Under her feet lay 5 bodies with their heads smashed. No, not really. All of this was the result of the music department's strongest vocal student rising up for justice. The first Exodus sacrificed herself for a friend, the second Exodus tragically succumbed to a scream, and now, here in this place, the third Exodus was being shackled for the sake of her honor. As reflected upon before, instruments are the lifeblood of musicians. With determination in her heart, Exodus, wielding her life as a weapon, was punishing those ignorant ones who dared to step on the threshold of the music department. The knight from the music department already took down 5 from the night department. Ah, did you see that, you ignorant fools? The highly developed music is a law that cannot be distinguished from force. Go back and tell everyone. From now on, the music department will rule over the entire Yidai. There was no room for senior students to join the freshmen in their play. Senior knights from the night department were watching first-year students being beaten up, munching on popcorn, and senior music students, knowing they couldn't defeat the first-year knights in the night department, didn't bother participating. Thus, naturally, this duel turned into a festival for the first-year students of Yidai. Note: the night department is still in the exam period. Traitors from the senior ranks of departments like Yuri, Isabel, and Oscar were shamelessly ignoring this commotion and focusing on their exam studies. So, only one option remained for the students: a devil who made the entire department kneel with just one practical test. Without even studying. Summon him. Bring our master. Master. Yes. If our master appears, you're all finished. A new student shouted such third-rate villain lines and ran somewhere. Soon, a shabby middle-aged man appeared from somewhere. It was Maud, the strongest first-year knight of the night department. No, I need to prepare for the next exam. Don't lie, master. And is that petty exam even worth mentioning when the honor of our department is lying on the ground? What are these guys saying now? Certainly, weren't they the ones getting angry during their exam period? However, now that they claim exams are no longer important, what was the reason for their anger in the first place? The wise drone and Huskell instantly grasped the truth. They just want to escape from exams and have some fun. As he gathered his senses and faced them head-on, he saw Exodus tightly gripping a half-broken violin. How many months did you spend on it this time? Just a month, uncle. Impressive. Still, you've passed the 3-week mark. Maud turned and nodded without hesitation. I concede. The music department is too strong. Truly the daughter of Sir Ainar. Unbelievable. Is blood more important than academic connections, sir? The honor of the knightly faculty. By the way, Essia and I are not related by blood. It's Zion. Dronan. I won't forget this. Don't say foolish things and go study for your exams, you lot. From today, you're not my brother. Anna Marie. After Atia's noble ran to the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, whimpering. The disturbance of the day finally ended. Ivan quietly watched the scene from behind a tree and adjusted his notes with a pen. It is. Percussion suits you better than string instruments. Oh no, this is not the time for this. Exodus was startled. She had forgotten her duty, too engrossed in the commotion. Of course, her duty was to be a student. However, Exodus Ainulster, a 1st year student of the Department of Public Administration, and Isabel's friend, should be a completely different person. At this moment, it was not a normal music student that was needed, but a warrior armed with justice and cooperation. Coincidentally, the troublemakers had received a fair share of bruises. Exodus steadied her resolve and moved forward, determined to find the cunning enemy hidden somewhere in the school grounds, to understand their intentions and administer justice. Her father would surely support her righteous prowess. Once again, it is emphasized that Ivan is entirely harmless and an ordinary-looking staff member. Originally, he was a master of concealment, infiltration, and special operations. If he wanted to appear ordinary, he could be more ordinary than anyone. However, Such advanced infiltration techniques were not necessary. Basically, he was easily forgettable, with no outstanding features that would catch one's attention as he passed by. Heek, a student from the Department of Magic, caused a commotion and fled Ivan's gaze. Ivan, currently hanging from a tree with one hand, concealed behind a shadow, deserved commendation for escaping the notice of the student who had found him. Of course, Ivan had memorized the profiles of all the students in this correctional facility. So, he recognized the fleeing youth who had once illicitly discarded a cigarette butt, leading to Ivan sponsoring him for a smoking cessation clinic. Quite the embarrassed student, typical of a university student's youthful exuberance. Ivan nodded expressionlessly and shifted his gaze. Elvira, daughter of Vil Green, top of the first-year class in the Department of Magic, a prodigy who set the highest score in the entire department's entrance practical exam. He looked at Elvira with narrowed eyes, holding a notebook. Except for a few followers, interpersonal relationships are not smooth. Resembles her father. He sincerely wrote a profile with no ill intentions for quite a while. Ivan sensed a gaze and turned his head. It wasn't just Bella. Isabel, and perhaps even Enrique, began to think that they might not be the only prey of that man. The fear of the predator observing someone from a distance, searching for weaknesses, overwhelmed her. Estes, the protagonist of the rumor that sent all 50 freshman knights to the theological department's intensive care room, the madman who collected cigarette butts, nightmares behind the trees, the bearded giant, a well-built man, according to Isabel's opinion, with a sinister aura. As Estes, who collected rumors about the gardener, got closer to the horrifying truth, she observed Ivan from the bushes and took notes. Stalker. She became a stalker stalking the Academy Stalker. From NobleMTL.com. Chapter 47. 47-10. Stalker vs. Stalker. 2. Ivan didn't pay much attention to Kydobnik. He knew that this attitude would bring better results. University is fundamentally an open space. As long as you don't enter a lecture room, no one stops you from coming and going. Moreover, students are indifferent to others. Like most people, students pay little attention to the movements of staff. To them, the faculty is just a fading presence on the periphery of their vision. Therefore, Ivan had already grasped the fact that walking around in ordinary attire without attempting to conceal oneself is more helpful for security than trying to hide forcibly. However, there was a problem here. The moment someone started paying attention to him, all the security and maintenance strategies he had built up until now would crumble. And at this very moment, there was a student who devoted all his attention to Ivan's every move. What is he doing? Ivan furrowed his brow at the incessant, irritating gaze following him. Why is he acting like that? Pretending to tie his shoelaces, he subtly turned his gaze backward. Echidna stared at him with blazing eyes. Is that a disguise? Holding a tree branch covered with numerous leaves in front of her face, she walked stealthily through the bushes. Drowan people are large. In the case of men, they are robust, and in the case of women, they are giant in a slightly different sense. Echidna, who inherited the finest lineage of Drowan, had destructive body parts despite her animal-like appearance. Therefore, a tree branch like that was useless for covering her towering height and something even bigger. Ivan looked at her for a moment as if she were pitiful and then took out note. Echidna, suspected of academic dishonesty in the process of acquiring credits, remarkably low cognitive abilities. Ivan was an honest person, so he had no hesitation in recording the truth. He covered the note and continued walking. He headed towards the night department of the Faculty of Chivalry. The familiar incantations stimulated his senses. The intelligence command was calling him. Echidna moved cautiously in the tension of lips drying out. Her concealment was perfect. None of her uncles noticed when she walked stealthily. Huskers were lenient about their niece's pranks. So, she was confidently stealing glances at Ivan. He was an odd person. Sometimes he would suddenly disappear from sight, and before you knew it, he was up a tree, surveying the surroundings. From the School of Magic to the Night Department, and surprisingly, even to the Department of Philosophy. Ivan relentlessly moved around, keeping someone under surveillance. Suddenly, he would furrow his brows, then dash like a ghost, throwing himself through the bushes where cigarette smoke rose. As he walked towards the department building, he would mysteriously vanish. Gardener. Never seen him tending to the garden. Is there a place worthy of being called a garden within the university? I don't know. What's he doing? He's constantly watching someone. Never stopping. Why? Is it because of someone's order, or is it just a hobby? She was engulfed in confusion, jotting down notes in her notebook. The diligent stalker never rested, neither ate nor ceased the constant corrections. What could have made that man like that? At this point, curiosity took over fear. Ecdysis was searching for Ivan, sandwich in hand, disgust evident on her face. He disappeared again. Seemed like he was walking somewhere in the night department building, but as he turned the corner, he vanished like smoke. Where could he have gone? She wiped mustard sauce off her mouth and walked briskly. I don't know why, but Ecdysis is trying to monitor me. But that's impossible. Even if it's a bit annoying, he hasn't become dull enough to be caught by a rookie like her. Ivan walked through the corridor with an obfuscation spell cast. Dmitri, how have you been, senior? No students were wandering in the corridor of the department building. It was because of the obfuscation spell from the Intelligence Suppression Bureau. In the middle of the corridor, Dmitri, holding a yellow envelope, was looking out the window. You appeared right after casting the spell. Senior, it's always impressive, but really, what's going on at the university, Dmitri? Well, there's something to ask and something to report. Yeah. Dmitri took out a document file and handed it over. We've caught the perpetrator of the bombing incident during the entrance ceremony. Then, isn't it a matter of solving it? There's a bit of a problem. The Kraslov Intelligence Suppression Bureau is competent. In fact, among all the administrative bodies in Kraslov, the Intelligence Suppression Bureau is the most competent. Fundamentally, Kraslov, number. In this primitive pre-modern society, corruption was rampant. A public official who doesn't take bribes is like a unicorn or a dragon. They do exist, in a sense. Even in the midst of that, the Intelligence Suppression Bureau was unusually clean to the point of extremism. It was inevitable since the leader was Princess Elizabeth. Therefore, it was strange for the Intelligence Suppression Bureau's involvement in tracking terrorists to reach Ivan. Ivan frowned as he opened the document envelope. Drowan. Yes, Drowan. Drowan. The land of warriors. The homeland of Ina. Did they really carry out a bomb terror attack on the Krasil Plains in this country? Ivan, engrossed in thought, flipped through the documents. When I examined the magical bomb used at that time, most of the components were found to be from Drowan. Drowan orchestrating a magical bomb terror attack? Does that even make sense? Logically, of course. It seems impossible. Drowan's warriors were widely known for reaping the enemy's skulls with axes at the time of bomb terror attacks. Therefore, thinking the other way around, they were also the least likely to be suspected when a bomb terror attack occurred. The common sense of the intelligence headquarters meant it had to be opposite to the common sense of civilians. If there were individuals beyond suspicion, they were the ones who should be suspected the most. So, I delved deeper. Please read from page 11. It seems Ina didn't handle the aftermath well. Yes, not very kingly, isn't it? Showing mercy to the enemy. After the Demon King's death and until Ina returned to his homeland, Drowan was not a single nation. It was an era of chaos with numerous warlords called Yaz rampant across the country. With the threat of the Demon King gone, they were now running wild like unbridled colts. During such times, Ina established a nation with two axes. That's why he was called the Great King. Ina brought peace to his homeland and a sense of national identity as a single race. That was the story. One of the Yaz who submitted to Ina is one of the culprits. Did this information reach Ina? The minister is currently considering it. If Ina finds out about this, there will be a war cry. Yes, and in a situation where the borders are touched, we will inevitably be affected. And as you know, the whereabouts of Crown Prince Alexander are currently uncertain. The military's movements are suspicious too. After flipping through the documents, Ivan infused magic into the magic circle left on the last page and brushed off his hands. The confidential documents instantly went up in flames, turning into ashes scattered in the air. We know who orchestrated the terror, but the ones who are preparing for it are nowhere to be found. However, their goal is clear. Esides. Yes. The most beloved daughter of King Ina. If anything happens to her, the king will erupt into war. The responsibility will fall on Princess Esides, being the daughter of the intelligence headquarters general. Then the military will support the crown prince. For the military to survive, war is necessary. Conversely, In a nation without the threat of war, military reduction is inevitable. Since the Demon War, only 4 years have passed. The nation is undergoing reconstruction, and resources within the palace are being allocated to maintain the Legion, diverting funds from the reconstruction costs. Therefore, those currently yearning for war the most are the military leaders, and the Crown Prince who wishes to discredit the Palace Chancellor, Princess Elizabeth. Terrorists will undoubtedly target Asides again. Sir, convey that to Princess Your Highness. Ivan glanced at the empty corridor and turned away. I will do what needs to be done. Thank you for your dedication, humble Ivan. For what? Ivan nodded briefly and left. Watching his retreating figure, Dmitri ran his hand through his hair. The concealment disruption magic circle installed at the end of the corridor buzzed, and students began to enter the corridor again. In the returning corridor, there was no trace of Dmitri. Ivan, being a highly logical person, formulated a plan using simple logic. 1. Someone is targeting Asides. 2. Somehow, Asides is attempting to monitor him. Combining the information that the security target is in danger and the astonishing fact that the security target is tracking himself, a straightforward solution could be derived. Asides should be consistently exposed in the field of view to make it easy for him to monitor. In this grateful situation where the surveillance and security target are following on their own, there was no reason for him to hide his body. Merely exposing himself silently was enough to keep Asides within his sight. Simultaneously, lurking around Asides would inevitably lead to stepping on the tail of the unidentified terrorist. As mentioned in a retrospective, well-trained agents never move with only one goal in mind, laying more than one trap with one move. That is the modus operandi of the extermination unit. What on earth? Asides spilled his coffee and stared blankly behind the trees. Why are you like that? Is Isabella nearby? No, Isabel said she's eating separately for lunch because of today's class. Why, then, me. Staring at the gardener behind the rows of trees, Asides's expression seemed on the verge of tears. Me as the target? What does that? Oh, no, it's nothing. Just a glass sheep. I'll leave first. I'm sorry. No, I also have to go for the next class. See you tomorrow. Yes. Asides staggered away, standing at the entrance of the Department of Orchestral Studies building, casting a trembling glance over her shoulder. Exactly the same distance as before. He was still staring at her. Suddenly, Asides felt like crying. From NobleMTL.com. Chapter 48, 48-10. Stalker vs. Stalker, 3. Oh, my, Miss Innerstotter. Did you get a new violin? Oh, yes. Goodness. This is a Stradivarius, isn't it? This expensive? Or wasn't your previous violin like that? Yes. My uncle bought it for me. Really envious. More than envy. It was a gaze filled with jealousy, even contempt. Familiar to Asides, it was a gaze that was both poignant and bitter. The days when she had defended the freshman in the nightly studies department even at the expense of herself, those days were almost forgotten, treated as if they never existed. Asides, of the orchestral studies department, always received such treatment. Perhaps it was natural. Drowan was a powerful kingdom within the Union, but not a country known for its cultural arts. Savage and uncultured beings. That was the kind of assessment the country received. Amidst that, she entered the orchestral studies department, with talents that weren't particularly outstanding. The instruments she carried around on this subject were always top of the line, and even those were easily broken. Her surroundings weren't friendly, and the uncle figure constantly appeared, a giant figure among the freshmen. Asides had always been a beloved girl. Not only was her father a king, but she was a force to be reckoned with, not just within the country but across the entire continent. Such an environment was excessively harsh for someone like her. You up, sigh. In the next class, she was locked in the practice room, sniffling alone. Since no one had informed her of the changed class venue, she was shivering and sobbing alone. The hand that had pulled the bowstring several times with the violin in hand fell weakly. Dad, uncle. She clutched the violin tightly, choked back tears, and with trembling hands, placed it in the instrument case. It was a moment when she wanted to give up. In fact, every moment felt like that. Every moment she held the instrument and sang. To the citizens of Drona, the violin was a strange foreign instrument. To obtain a proper one, it was absurdly expensive and delicate, easily breaking in such conditions. Drona was a dry place. Even a brief exposure to the outside wind would warp the plate and body of the instrument, shortening its lifespan. Daily tuning didn't change anything. String instruments inherently required the delicate care of a skilled individual. The Huskarls considered it an indulgence of the king's daughter, and the teachers she managed to find were nothing more than inexperienced novices. So she struggled to find sheet music and taught herself for a long time. When she successfully entered the world-renowned music college, the Sengsk University Orchestra, how happy she was. Sniff. Mercedes cautiously touched the bag wrapped around her shoulder. She had wanted to give up her entire life. Quietly living the life of a princess wouldn't have been so bad. But living as the king's daughter meant being exhibited as a quietly preserved, high-priced commodity. Weaving for a better commodity value, singing for a delicate tone, occasionally learning martial arts. The result, marrying the most suitable warrior to continue the royal bloodline. That must have been her destiny. She didn't want to live like that. She wanted to learn the instrument. She wanted to master music, especially the violin. It all started 10 years ago, from a story shared in front of a bonfire. Now, it was a story heard from a man whose features were barely recognizable. Ina was a logical man. Even if it was the logic of Drona, he was a great father who employed rational thinking. Therefore, he took all his children to the battlefield. There were various reasons for this. Firstly, if they were his children, they had to face the air of the battlefield directly. Secondly, the rumors about Drona's wilderness were unbelievable. The latter reason was more critical. Ina was a great warrior, and even then, there were no enemies within Drona at that time. If he safely concludes the war and returns, anyone among the knights could consider his children as hostages. Therefore, Mercedes understood the war, and she knew the warrior parties of those times. She remembers the backs of the heroes who always came back injured, limbs broken, sometimes returning with some limbs lost or twisted. People wiping blood away, wrapping bandages over wounds, sitting tired by the campfire, sharing drinks. So, during those times, she would often ask the man who always seemed to be the most injured outside the party, "Why don't you run away, uncle?" He was a man younger than her father, but still at least 10 years older than her. Except for the saint, he was the youngest among this party, so Mercedes often approached this gruff man. The man looked at the campfire for a moment, then faintly smiled and said, "Where would I run to? The world is turning into hell. But still, it's better than going to fight, to a place where you never know when you'll die, every day, every time." This is a story that doesn't need early education. This man sometimes used terms that were hard to understand. Because it looked so cool, Mercedes secretly admired him. Children always think difficult words are cool. Mercedes, the reason your father and I wield axes, Maximilian and Gilbert wield swords, the saint somehow keeps us alive, and Enrique risks his life to infiltrate the enemy, there's only one. What is it? We hope it's our last. The man illuminated the axe blade with the campfire. It was dangerously extended, about to break. Living a life where you have to kill the enemy's day to survive your day with a weapon. We hope that life ends with us. You, your siblings, many children behind us, and the children of those children. We hope they wield plows, not weapons. The war shouldn't last any longer. The structure of the Allied Kingdom can't bear any more wars. No war should extend beyond one generation. Even if they win after that, it won't be a true victory. Their generation is the last limit where life can exist for people, where the nation can still function as a nation. With that meaning, the man quietly put down the axe. "So, don't resemble your father." "Well, then what should I do?" I'm good with axes." "I see. You'll be surprised when you grow a bit more. Still, if possible, try holding something other than an axe." "I'm not good at sewing." "You don't have to sew." The man looked at Mercedes with puzzled eyes. Due to his lack of eloquence, he didn't feel capable of providing the little one with the proper education at eye level. After a moment of stroking his chin, he spoke. "If you have to learn something, it's better to choose a musical instrument." "Musical instrument?" "Weapons kill people, but instruments can save them." Beyond borders, cultures, and languages, excellent music itself serves as a bridge connecting people to people. In an era of peace, one of the essential things needed would be musical instruments. Mercedes stared blankly at the man. Charcoal-colored hair, intensely blue eyes, and the neat gaze fixed on the campfire. The young girl admired this robust man. "Uncle, what's your favorite musical instrument?" "Well, I don't know much about instruments in this world. He awkwardly stroked his chin, a habit he had when lost in thought. Ah, but there seemed to be one common instrument. The man chuckled, contemplating. Due to 10 years spent on the battlefield since conscription, he hadn't come across instruments often, but maybe it was the instrument he saw when our king held a celebration. It was an instrument with the same name in this world. Was it a violin? Violin? Yes. Exodus rolled the name on her tongue several times, committing it to memory. 10 years had passed since then. During that time, she had transformed from the daughter of a great warrior to the daughter of a great king. The era had come when the king no longer needed an axe to rule the kingdom. It was an era where eloquence, treaties, and gold were more crucial than weapons. As her uncle had said, a world where weapons were no longer needed had arrived. Exodus picked up the violin. Despite her parents' concerns and the criticism from other uncles, she persisted, gripping the fingerboard until her fingers became calloused, pulling the bow until her wrist ached. She vowed to visit her uncle, who perished during the war, and leave behind the most perfect requiem. She heard that her uncle's remains rested in the Krasilopf National Cemetery. And in Krasilopf, there was the continent's finest prestigious music academy. Her enrollment in the University of Sansk was nothing short of destiny. So, she would not give up. Never, ever. Exodus wiped away her tears, stood up, and left the concert hall. Today's class counted as an unauthorized absence, but she had plenty of space to practice at home. I will never give up. Instruments are the bridge connecting people. Never. Maud. What? You can stop now. What? Ivan quietly spoke as he looked at the numerous pieces of torn fabric that Maud had scattered around. While you were volunteering at my orphanage, the financial losses of the orphanage significantly increased. Arg. Do you know that laundering clothes doesn't involve tearing them apart but rather the act of cleaning them? Arg. Maud bit his lip and avoided Ivan's gaze. But he had a retort. I've never done laundry in my entire life. Even someone who has never done laundry in their life could have managed washing a child's underwear in 2 months. Arg. Ignoring the wounded Maud, Ivan moved on. The plan to keep him detained to monitor the movements of the spies sent by Dronan was now cancelled. There was no reason to keep Maud captive once they had information about someone among the spies sent by Dronan targeting Esidith's life. Maud may be a foolish guy, but he sincerely cared about Esidith. He was one of King Inar's loyal followers. For the sake of Esidith's safety, Maud had to fulfill his role again. After all, he hadn't enrolled in university to study knightly arts. His role was Esidith's guard. And as long as Maud is with Esidith, someone will definitely approach him. As long as Maud was guarding her, Esidith's safety was assured. If anyone from Dronan tried to contact Maud to separate him from Esidith, Ivan planned to trace that contact back and eliminate the threat. With a sad expression, Ivan watched the middle-aged man leaving the orphanage for a while before turning away. Chapter 49, 49-10. Stalker vs. Stalker. 4. The sword slices through the moonlight as it plunges down, a forceful strike, an impeccable stance. Well done. Ivan nods, deflecting the axe and seizing the blade of the sword. Clang. From noblemtl.com. The axe, its edge caught, veers off course and clatters to the ground. Ivan lifts the embedded blade, inspecting its condition. How's that? Seems fine to me. Hey, what did I say? Learning comes naturally to you, huh? Seems so. Ivan nods and tosses the knife. Isabel effortlessly snatches the spinning sword midair, chuckling to herself. So, in your opinion, where do I stand? Compared to my father at my age? Compared to Maximilian, anyone from the continent would fall short. Ivan chuckles at Isabel's cheeky remark. Approaching the grumbling Isabel, he drapes a towel around her sweat-soaked neck and tousles her hair gently. Don't get too caught up in the shadows of those who came before. Oh, what a profound statement. Was that your idea? No, it was something Enrique once said. Words spoken to the lesser Ivan, overshadowed by the glory of the former king. Admiring someone is natural. The world is vast, and there are many exceptional individuals. Yet, striving to imitate each one by one, merely ends in clumsy imitation. Enrique said this to Ivan, and now Ivan passes it on to the current Isabel. Don't get lost in the shadows of those who came before. Step forth toward your own path. Wise words. But strangely, they don't quite fit the image of Professor Enrique. Back then, Enrique was a serious man. And you? Were you the same? Just saying. Seems so. No. Busy. Like now? Back in those days. Ivan strokes his chin in thought for a moment. Not much different, really. It's not fun. Ugh. Seriously, did sensibility die in a war trench? What on earth resides in the old man's mind? Let me guess. An axe or a healing potion? Nonsense. Ivan chuckled, tousled Isabel's hair, then got up. Since the practical terror incident, Ivan had been holding Isabel and conducting training every night. He needed to reassess the mentor-student relationship. Strictly speaking, it was Isabel who had held on to Ivan and requested the training. It was what they called the realm of the extraordinary. Training to reach it. Alright, on to the next step now. Quickly, fine. Isabel settled cross-legged on the grass, took a deep breath in silence, and quietly shut her eyes. Quickly. Place your hands now. You probably don't need to do that anymore. Oh, goodness, you're still not used to it. The realm of the extraordinary began with channeling magic to fortify the nervous system. It was about cultivating the sensation of projecting magic into the neural networks of the body parts. Initially, Ivan had placed his hand on her back to help with magic sensing. By infusing his magic, he paved the way, guided the flow of magic to make it easier for her to grasp. Of course, this was the very basic foundation. Even if she could grasp the sensation, actually maneuvering it herself was a different issue. Even if she succeeded in reinforcing it, moving her body at that pace was another story altogether. Close your mouth and focus on the sensation. But it's warm. As Ivan infused magic, Isabel breathed out softly. Lately, Yuri's been busy, and Essie, too. Even when I try to relax, I don't have a friend to play with. This isn't a break. But it is. It's break time. Isabel narrowed her eyes, looking up at Ivan. With mischievous eyes, she smirked, teasingly. Aren't you playing with me right now, sir? I'm teaching. I just want to take a break. It's our time to play together, isn't it? We might need to reassess the training intensity. Ivan was somewhat taken aback. Being quite self-critical, he maintained a strict, ruthless, and demanding level of education. Was this the extent of leisure? Is she truly Maximilian's daughter? Ivan nodded briefly. Isabel, observing his demeanor, sighed after making a rather pitiful expression as if looking at something pathetic. She stretched, yawning as she stood up. All right then. Ugh, another day well spent learning. Oh, right. Sir, you're still a secret agent, aren't you? I heard something strange recently. Strange story? Yes, I'll tell you. So, why is it, you know, that guy Dean saw in front of our house a few days ago? That guy? Yes. He was staring at our house from behind the wall for a while, so I thought, who is this person? And followed him, but I lost him. Ivan frowned at her words. Dean, the bodyguard assigned to her by the Tis royal family, that he lost someone in front of him. It didn't mean at the level of a student or a civilian. Aren't they your colleagues? No. The intelligence headquarters doesn't operate like that. I'll look into it. Don't worry about it. But if someone is watching the house where I live, I can't help but worry, can I? That's my concern. Students should focus on their studies. Sometimes, it really comes out like this. Isabel stared at Ivan's back as he walked away for a while, then sighed deeply. It's not easy. Really? She chuckled and tightly clutched the towel around her neck. Isabel is being watched by someone. Certainly not the work of the intelligence headquarters. The intelligence headquarters does not operate in that way, and Isabel and the members of the warrior party are within Ivan's jurisdiction. Dmitri never does anything to upset him. Ivan walked the streets at night, lost in thought. Someone or some group is watching the members of the warrior party. One of Drowan's 5 knights had attempted a bombing at the academy. What could be the connection between these two incidents? In the latter case, it was undoubtedly an attempt on Esidiz's life. If Esidis were to die or be harmed, King Einar would make a move. And Einar and his brothers, currently possessing the most powerful forces in Drowan, would render Drowan virtually defenseless if they were to act. That's what one of the knights was targeting. The opportunity to overthrow the kingdom in Einar's absence. A clever plot. Is Isabel involved in this? It could be an overreaction. It might be an entirely different, unrelated event. But Ivan had a nagging feeling, honed over more than 20 years of war. As long as Maud is around, Esidis is safe at night. Maud had graduated from orphanage volunteering and returned as Esidis's personal bodyguard. With him present, even if a crisis were to occur, there was enough time to stall until Ivan arrived. Therefore, He was cautiously observing the situation after sunset. Watch over Estes during the day and Isabel at night. Ivan organized his schedule and headed to his office. He never thought it would be easy from the beginning. Finding a culprit that the intelligence headquarters couldn't catch for 2 months was no simple task. Of course, the intelligence headquarters couldn't fully focus on this matter alone, but still, dealing with what the national institution couldn't resolve was no easy feat. But as always, can it be done or not? That question isn't important. To the Extinction Corps, there was only one proposition that mattered. Should it be done or not? If it should, there was no hesitation. Just do it. Ivan dismantled the traps in his office one by one, returned to his seat, and turned on the magical lamp. Late into the night, the sounds of organizing reports and handling ledgers in the office did not cease. Estes crossed the correctional facility and headed towards the bench. The bench next to the night department's outdoor training area was the hideout for Isabel, Yuri, and her, where they always had lunch together. Today was tiring as well. Classes were challenging, classmates were aloof, and the world was harsh. With her lunch bag tightly in hand, Estes approached the bench but froze in place. "Oh, Estes, you came a bit early today." What's happening right now? I mean, hello. Starting today, we've decided to have lunch together for a while. Haven't we met before, mister? Isabel enthusiastically laughed and patted him on the back. Anyway, it's really hard to find someone to have a meal with, but when I suggested eating together after meeting today, he suddenly agreed. What a surprise. Thanks for the precious steps you took. Isabel chattered excitedly, her energy level soaring. Her voice did not reach Estes' ears. She stared blankly at Ivan for a moment, then turned her head and looked at Yuri, who was sitting next to her. What's going on here? I'm curious too. A stalker is originally someone who, from a distance, unleashes clandestine desires, somewhat passive but full of malice. Why so boldly? She cautiously sat on the bench, took out her lunchbox, and, glancing at Ivan silently taking out his lunchbox next to Isabel, she glared. Does he want to provoke other women when Bella likes him so much? And, is surveillance his way of provoking? It's really the worst. After attracting Estes' gaze for a while, Ivan suddenly looked up. When their eyes met for a moment, around the time Estes looked frightened and lowered her gaze. Something rose on top of her lunchbox, containing her precious chicken sandwich. What is this? What is it? It's vegetables. Ivan took the lunchbox out of his bag, offering Isabel and Yuri different meals. Usually, you eat only carbohydrates and protein. Bread and meat. It's a dietary habit where the nutritional balance is easily disrupted. Make sure to eat vegetables, fruits, and nuts. Ivan, being delicate and considerate, explained in a way even children in this pre-modern society could understand. He runs an orphanage. And the orphanage is, literally, a place that takes in children who have lost their parents, feeds, teaches, and raises them. From noblemtl.com. Planning meals, managing schedules for rest and study, maximizing a child's talents and hobbies, these were Ivan's main job. Feeling a certain kind of satisfaction, Ivan also shared his lunch with Yuri and Isabel. Wow, awesome. Thank you, mister. If I knew this, I would have prepared something too. I'm really good at cooking. What do you think about a girl who's good at cooking, mister? The thought of being good at cooking. I really want to kill myself. While Isabel chatted lively, Estes looked at Ivan with eyes filled with fear. He was even watching what I eat every day. Chapter 50. 50-10. Stalker vs. Stalker. 5. Contrary to common misconceptions, Ivan is an exceedingly practical person. Just as it is common for terrorism to occur at the academy entrance ceremony, this world was filled with people who clung to an unquestionable common sense and those primitive pre-modern citizens who couldn't believe in it. However, Ivan doesn't blame them. It's because he is a cultured modern individual with an open mind. Instead, he carries an axe and a pistol. In most cases, action is more helpful in resolving a situation than persuasion. This was the catalyst that led Ivan into the Frianka bomb terror incident. The incident started as usual with Ivan trailing Estes. As always, Ivan was following Estes. The tail was perfect. The target would be safe, and there were no other threats around. It was just another ordinary day. He seems to eat cookies often. Ivan decided that someday he would seize the opportunity to explain the problems commonly associated with the fats, carbohydrates, and sugars found in chocolate cookies. Exodus already had an excessive amount of fat in a specific area. It wouldn't be a problem if he were a sumo wrestler, but if he ever had to wield a weapon in the future, it would work against him. Let's prepare some dried carrot chips as a snack substitute. Ivan nodded, trailing behind Exodus. After a while, Ivan suddenly felt a gaze and turned his head. "What are you doing, mister?" "Work." Isabel, who was staring at him with a rather stern look, appeared. She slowly turned her eyes and frowned upon seeing Exodus in the distance, directly in front of Ivan. For some inexplicable reason, it seemed like something unpleasant had happened. But there was no need to worry. Ivan runs an orphanage. It means he is experienced in soothing children whose judgment has been clouded by inexplicable matters. Moreover, he has never done anything to upset Isabel. "Why are you looking at Exodus?" "What?" "Exodus." "You're stealing glances at Exodus right now." "It's a misunderstanding." He had never stolen glances. He was just confidently carrying out his security duties. The only unexpected thing for him was that Isabel, who should be attending classes at this hour, appeared in the correctional facility. "Class? I saw you outside the window." "Well, is my class more important now?" "It is important. Students shouldn't skip classes." If she were a freshman, he would have forcibly dragged her into the classroom, but had Isabel forgotten that she was receiving full financial support for her tuition from her home country? Ivan spoke, rolling his tongue. "If you're not a full scholarship student, you should focus on your studies. Yansk University is an expensive school, you know." "Well, that's true, but..." "No. Why do you keep changing the subject?" "Why were you peeking at my sheet music?" "That's not something you need to worry about." "What?" Isabel made a deeply wounded expression. It was incomprehensible. Why would she be hurt by advice to concentrate on her studies and not to bother with his security duties? However, Ivan, being a kind person, knew how to comfort a teenage, not really, student going through confusion for some unknown reason. Of course not. As a thoughtful adult, Ivan decided not to give a lecture like "Get back to class" to a teenager experiencing turmoil over inexplicable issues. Nodding his head, he stepped back. "No, where are you going?" Explain yourself before you go. Give an excuse or something." Leaving the panicked Isabel behind, Ivan quickly disappeared. Isabel, still staring blankly at his retreating figure, sighed in disappointment. "Where should I tie him up?" "I might need to tie him up and teach him how to have a conversation with people." During class, she had suddenly seen him by the window and slipped out unnoticed. Following Exodus, who was passing by, she noticed him scribbling something in his notebook. Considering his personality, he might be up to something, but still, I boldly approach, and he just walks away from me. Isabel chuckled and washed her face a few times. All right. She had a goal now. The zone of the supernatural? Yes. Does that mean entering that zone is the only way to deal with that crazy guy with a sword? She needed to quickly step into that zone, rise to the level of defeating that man by any means necessary. Capture him, neutralize him, tie him up, slowly, thoroughly. She would have to teach him the basics of common sense one by one. Volunteer work? Yes. With the heart of doing volunteer work. If I don't, who else will help that poor elderly person? Not really. Exodus was once again wandering, unable to find the practice room. The orchestral ensemble rehearsal, which included a group performance evaluation, was the most dreadful class for her. No one willingly included her in their group. Therefore, she walked sadly in the midst of her sorrow. The practice room lacking one member is room 154. Suddenly, Ivan popped out from the side and approached her. Your class is Ensemble Practice 1. If your absences increase here, it might become precarious sooner than later. How can that? Now is not the time to worry about that. Ivan pulled out a suspicious notebook from his pocket and spoke quietly. Midterm results, Ensemble Practice D, Harmony and Counterpoint C, Vocal Performance and Oral Training B+, Chamber Music C, Orchestral Ensemble D, Music Theory B+. Overall, theory grades seem to be better than practical evaluations. However, having an average grade in the mid-2s is a problem. Oh, why did you apply to the music school? Ivan stared at Exodus with piercing eyes, having never imagined hearing such words from the guy she thought was just a stalker. Exodus swallowed hard and lowered her head. Why? Well, because she wanted to. Not with weapons, but with musical instruments. Exodus carefully chose her words, fidgeting with her fingertips. Instruments, Instruments are bridges connecting people, I suppose. Excellent. Ivan grinned. Eside's eyes widened at the unexpected laughter. She stared blankly at Ivan's face, then hesitated, raising her hand unconsciously, palms wide open, slowly covering the scruffy, captivating beard with her palm, revealing only the bridge of the nose and the eyes. In that gap, Eside's trembling eyes met Ivan's deep gaze. Could it be? No. But Uncle is dead. Take care of your health. Ivan, being an efficient person, didn't waste time entertaining Eside's banter. What this kid was thinking was a secondary issue. There were more important matters at hand. Even if it meant preventing more absences to fill that miserable grade. Ivan led Echidius to the front of the orchestral practice room in the Bonghua building, then handed him a lunchbox while Echidius continued to mumble in a daze. Inside the snack box were dried carrot chips. Take care of your health. Ina cares more about your health than your studies. But that doesn't mean you can skip classes. It's too late now. Go inside. Ivan pushed the stuttering Echidius into the string ensemble practice room and checked his watch. By the time the ensemble class ended, Maud's lecture would also be over, and there would be no need to guard Echidius any longer. It's going to get busy. Ivan chuckled as he walked away. Now he just had to guard Isabel for the night. It was an ordinary day, like any other. A day like that continued for the third day. Guarding Echidius during the day and patrolling near Isabel's house at night, the peaceful days of a rural guard continued. The Central Bank of Prychanka, the Satara Circular Theatre, Street Jansk University, Street Shrita Cathedral, and the North Prychanka Central Police Department all exploded simultaneously on that fateful day at a specific time. That night, Prychanka burned white. Ivan walked slowly, conscious of the gun in his holster. It was the third night of patrolling in front of Isabel's house. When he circled her house for the third time, he realized that he had encountered a passerby 3 times, each time at roughly the same distance from Isabel's house, but from different points of origin. His weight is shifted to the right. Right-handed, armed with a gun on his left hip with a chest plate inserted. Ivan casually walked past the suspicious man, turning his gaze away. The fact that he's wearing a chest plate means there's no ballistic detection. This guy is a field agent. The suspicious man scanned his surroundings briefly before disappearing into the darkness of the street. Slowly counting to 3, Ivan closed his eyes quietly. Chasing a target with heightened vigilance from behind is amateurish. A trained agent never pursues in such a manner. Magic flowed through Ivan's body. Slowly, with a sensation that tightly coiled around his nervous system like chains. When he opened his eyes again, he was already stepping into the flow of time where falling leaves drifted slowly. SSSHHHHH. Slowly, and deeply. He took a breath. His activated senses began to dissect the scent in the air. It is said that a mouse can detect all the animals on a mountain slope in the wind that ruffles its fur. The olfactory sense of animals is often like that. It far surpasses the density of human olfactory epithelial cells. But a supernatural being can come infinitely close to that, forcing the sensory organ itself to activate and dissect the awakened sensory organ under a comma. It is the ability to perceive and analyze. Not all supernaturals can harness such senses. It's not a talent but rather a realm of training. Most awakeners of supernatural senses tend to channel their training into combat skills. However, Ivan was different. He was more specialized in this field than in combat performance. No, to be precise, he honed capabilities in this area more outstandingly than any other supernaturals: target tracking and assassination, small-scale combat, disruption of target points, and reconnaissance of enemies. Even within the group known as the best reconnaissance unit in the United Kingdom, he boasted unparalleled expertise hidden among the elite. Sigh. Ivan slowly exhaled the breath he had taken, moving his steps. Numerous scents flowed with the urban breeze passing through the city buildings. Exceptionally developed senses induce empathy. Ivan was now walking, gazing at the scent trail shining brightly in the darkness. Slowly, without haste, straight towards the prey. Once a target is encountered within Prychanka, it can never escape his senses. Ivan moved with measured steps, leisurely, patiently, until the target crawled into his heart. From NobleMTL.com. Chapter 51. 51-10. Stalker vs. Stalker. 6. Guns and bombs, collectively called firearms, are highly criticized in this pre-modern fantasy world. The so-called weapons of the void It's a fact. In a world with mana and detectable magic, long-range projectile weapons are never good material or crafted by skilled artisans. After all, those who have only mediocre skills shoot at others of the same kind, mostly missing, lacking romance, lacking knights, lacking justice, and indiscriminately spilling blood. Therefore, just by holding a gun, you can assess the opponent's skill. Using explosives meant it was already over. Materials for creating a sufficient quantity of high-quality magical explosive are managed as strategic resources at the national level. Therefore, preparing to level a building is close to impossible. Even if dozens of casualties occur, on the contrary, it means that the personnel resources prepared for all those difficult processes are consumed at a mere exchange cost. However, like a kitchen knife can harm a person if it stabs into the body, even a firearm that is not effective against supernaturals is nothing less than an assassin to civilians. This simple tool of death that brings about death with just a pull of the trigger is a way of bestowing inexplicable courage and excitement to the wielder. Sigh. Why are you back so soon? You should have held your ground. No, damn it. How am I supposed to deal with that knight roaming around? If I lingered a bit more, I might have faced a blade like last time. That cowardly bastard. The knight in that house won't be able to keep up anyway, guarding that kid. It's just a matter of making a good escape. If that was the plan, why didn't you do it? Because you couldn't bear to see that son of a BTCH get stabbed right in front of you. The man grumbled, shivering. Isabel's house, the daughter of a warrior, was under his surveillance as part of his duty. No matter how exceptional his talents were, he was just a kid. Whether it was tracking or espionage, it wouldn't be difficult. However, it was a different story if there was a guardian. Dealing with a well-trained knight as a bodyguard posed a bigger problem. Bullets were meaningless against them. This was common knowledge. If one had to approach them armed with just a single bullet within their range, it was as good as putting their head in a lion's mouth. So, it's supposed to be the day of reckoning. But why is there still no word from above? I can't stand this nonsense anymore. It's been a week already. Diana Kai is expected to arrive in Fritsanka by today or tomorrow. Well, then, things should start happening by the day after tomorrow. I've heard that gentleman's name countless times. Is he coming from Drowan? He's almost here. It seems he walked here due to strict border inspections these days. Really? All the way from Drowan to here? The men muttered as they moved through the alleyways. Checking Isabel's whereabouts was important for now. Unless she suddenly moved today, it wasn't crucial. As long as they were in their positions on the day of reckoning, it would be enough. That's right. Diana Erickson. Two men, strolling through a deserted alley, stood upright. Their eyes met. Did we step on a tail? No, we came very cautiously. Then what's this guy? The men exchanged glances and abruptly started running. It didn't matter who the opponent was. The important things were that the opponent knew the name Diane Erickson and that they hadn't realized the distance at which the two men could overhear their conversation. So, the mysterious man was the stronger one. The tactics of the week were always the same. Son of a BTCH. Bang. The man who had been running ahead took out a small bead from his pocket, tossed it, and then leapt out of the alley corner. The bead exploded, filling the alley with thick smoke. Smoke bomb, nothing fancy or poisonous. Ivan chuckled and followed the fleeing men. He didn't hurry. He knew that, rather than rushing to catch the escaping strong ones, the weaker ones catching up despite the speed difference invoked greater terror. Interrogation is a refined art. Mindlessly barking, torturing, and making threats are malicious moves that blur the quality of information. The acquisition of accurate information should begin with dismantling the psychological foundation of the subject. Ivan walked through the smoke, continuing in the direction the men had fled. Suahu, taking a deep breath and reminiscing about the past. As stared blankly at the night sky from the bedroom terrace. Uncle is dead. Her father even offered condolences for her uncle's death, although the situation was precarious, preventing him from attending the funeral directly. He had been somber and drowned his sorrows in alcohol for quite some time after returning. She raised her hand absent-mindedly, somewhere around her mouth, hesitatingly. But still, apart from the beard, it seemed somewhat similar, or maybe it was too frightening to look straight at, but it also seemed like an entirely different person. Bright blue burning eyes, neat eyes, elegant eyebrows, and nose. Yeah, It seemed somewhat similar, or maybe. Hey, Azadis shook her head. This was a wicked thought. Uncle Ivan died as a great warrior. After slaughtering the 7 dragons, he sacrificed himself, allowing a few surviving members to live. That was a remarkable feat. The 7 dragons were formidable opponents even for the warrior parties that had to pass a rigorous qualification process in those days. Confusing such a noble man with someone just because they looked alike was an insult to him. From the beginning, Uncle Ivan had teased Isabel, slept with Professor Enrique, and simultaneously stalked university students to satisfy his sexual preferences. It was only natural. Considering him on the same level as such a lowly man was an apology in itself. With a rueful expression, Azadis lowered her head. Drowan's religion followed the common religion of the Union Kingdom, the god of light. However, it had a peculiarly distorted afterlife belief mixed with traditional customs. A great warrior believes in continuing eternal struggle by the side of the god of light after death. As the enemies of light are always darkness, warriors wield their swords against the darkness on behalf of the god late at night. Those traces are the stars. The countless stars in the sky are the warriors who have departed to be with the god. So, thinking that Ivan's star might be somewhere up there, Azadis politely bowed her head and whispered, "Uncle, I miss you." Lately, a bit more. In response to your advice to play an instrument, I've been practicing it. It's not easy, but I'm working hard. I've made a lot of friends too. I'm doing well. During the day, since the stars don't appear, you won't be aware of what happened during the day. So please watch over me. When I graduate, and I become proficient enough, I'll play a eulogy for Uncle in front of Uncle's grave, so that Uncle's sacrifice won't be in vain, and the world remains as beautifully as it is. She sniffled, clutching the handkerchief and sobbing. She didn't dare to think of playing at night. It was a duty she couldn't fulfill, to reveal her unskilled talent to Uncle. So, Azadis wiped away her tears decisively and stood up. Due to the confusing situation during the day, it was hard to fall asleep early. Since tomorrow was a day off anyway, she decided to take a night stroll. "Uncle Maud, let's go out for a bit." "Where to?" "Just anywhere." "Well, let's do that then." Maud, who was cleaning weapons downstairs, shrugged and stood up. The two of them set out into the summer night streets of Freechanka in casual attire. King Inna had numerous brothers. Haskell, the king's confidant. They were killing machines who willingly obeyed the king with emotions like loyalty, friendship, love, not in a strange sense, hope, and other bright and happy feelings. These lively executioners usually stayed in the king's palace. They held festivals every night, enjoyed meat and alcohol, and dedicated their lives to fighting among themselves. From Ivan's perspective, they were organized criminals. It wouldn't be wrong to call them organized and violent, but even thugs had their rules. Their only law was their boss. As long as you consistently provided them with meat and alcohol and maintained a force they could respect, there was no more loyal and robust force on the continent than these thugs. Therefore, cases of Haskell betraying were extremely rare. The crucial point here is that they were extremely rare. The word rare implies that it did happen at some point in history, and history proves that once something happens, it can happen again. Isn't betrayal by those you trust the most severe? A spring for the citizens? Yeah. That's it. I don't know anything else. Damn it. That's it. A healing potion? Don't be ridiculous. How can that be a healing potion? Ivan, after looking down at the poor man who writhed in pain, straightened his back and stood up. Even with that small movement, the man, shivering and hunched over, let out a small yelp. A spring for the citizens. Quite poetic for a rebel's name. Ivan smiled bitterly. In this backward pre-modern society, oddly enough, the group to which this man belonged had the characteristics of a multinational human rights organization. Of course, only on the surface. One person's longevity and one sword should not wield power over the majority. Isn't this the slogan of a democratic revolution? However, Ivan knew that this was nothing more than sweet propaganda. Unlike Earth, this world had mana. Mana, the universal resource, was a special substance that could be a nose ring when attached to the nose, an earring when attached to the ear. It enhanced an individual's strength, allowing them to split mountains and soar through the sky. It also strengthened a person's hearing, smell, and vision to an animal level. The ability to create magic that could demolish fortresses and massacre legions, a special substance that could make an individual overwhelmingly powerful with just talent and effort, rendered democracy meaningless. He could be so sure of this because he had lived in a democratic society. Contrary to the misconceptions of many, rights did not simply originate from obligations. They were based on a social system that allowed the acquisition and the maintenance of those rights. And that social system was, naturally, maintained by force. Overwhelming force. The driving force that allowed the state to enforce obligations on individuals. As long as mana existed, people could not be equal. It was a sad truth, especially in a world with demons, elves, and dwarves. So, this was a wicked propaganda of a nature trying to sound benevolent with pleasant words. And one more thing. In a world where there are no means of communication other than messages and letters, an international organization. Even in a world where phone calls and video calls were common, establishing an international organization was extremely difficult, let alone in the pre-modern era. Naturally, it meant that there were powerful figures behind the scenes who could maintain such a large organization. Isn't it paradoxical? The nature of the organization created by those in power is democratic. At first glance, it could be seen as a beautiful revolution from the top, but the world is not a utopia. All those in power act rationally for their ambitions. Alekandra, I don't know what you're up to or where you're going, but you're using your head well. Ivan chuckled and shook his head. Targeting the members of the Heroes Party itself was part of the propaganda. Their slogan was the salvation of the majority ruled by the few powerful. If the reason for targeting the members of the Heroes Party was a terrorist act aimed at their hereditary power, it made sense. It was an accomplishment that could directly show the people, who were trying to sound benevolent, their achievements. Ivan nodded at the story of the past days, which now unfolded. The on-site practice terror was no coincidence. Recalling the demon insurgents who accurately understood the location and nature of the on-site practice, attempting to assassinate the members of the Heroes Party, Ivan narrowed his eyes. Someone in the Grasilov royal government, military, or administration had sold and leaked the information. And this will be nothing more than a preview of the countless terrors to come. An organization of this magnitude won't be discouraged by just one or two failures. Alexander, Ivan smiled bitterly. What thoughts occupied the mind of the once jovial royal youth, and what deeds was he planning now? What does he desire? What advantage does dismantling the monarchy, collapsing the United Kingdom, and undermining the authority and public opinion of the nobility bring? And why was Volgrin pursuing Alexander? Where did Maximilian disappear to? Thoughts piled up distinctly. Ivan sighed. The simplest way to unravel a complex knot is to cut the knot itself. Ivan raised the axe, placing it on his shoulder. Where should I go to contact Diona Eriksson?